In this video,
There. Julie got a winner right here. There it is.
and the left hook lands.
Like Romero, and you see.
We look back at some of the most brutal knockouts in boxing history.
Down from the uppercut.
Oh, look at that.
A left and a right, and down goes Bird.
They learned that Saturday night.
A tremendous right by Georges Carpentier.
And they're both giving up victory. He's leaving himself up, and then look at that.
Roy Jones tattoos Brannon, and then Jones says, look, you want more? Okay. That's it.
There it is. A tremendous right cross.
That was a free shot. That was a free shot and a painful one.
Almost looks like a robot and timber.
Champion hit him with a left hook. Oh, right hand. Having trouble fighting back. That's it.
That whale was just harpooned.
Let's get straight to it. Every fighter has that one performance where they look absolutely sensational.
Hey, my commands at all times. Shake hands, good luck to both of you.
Chavez squared off against the slick Roger Mayweather, uncle of the great Floyd Mayweather.
He holds a world title. The challenger is a former WBA champion, Roger Mayweather. He scored a good combination. That rocked the champion, Chavez.
Roger had some nifty skills, but little did he know that Chavez had a chin made of granite.
Challenger Mayweather.
And what set that up, Mayweather slipped to his right beautifully. He just was right.
Yes, he is. Mayweather took 2 consecutive right hands from the champion, Chavez. This one was not ruled a knockdown, but let's watch what happened again. Looks like he's already tagged him once, though.
Well, he was off balance, Chavez. He jumped him with the right hand. He was in the air.
There was literally nowhere for Roger to hide as Chavez chased him around like a determined toddler.
Down he goes again. A short right hand from the champion, Chavez.
This is only the first knockdown of the round. That could be significant.
Chavez comes in with a right hand lead. Mayweather still in difficulty trying to tie him up.
No knockdown.
No, that was not a knockdown. And Richards,
Well,
Chavez pouring it on. He's got him again. A combination. Mayweather, no legs underneath him. And Richard Steele has stopped it. He has stopped it here in the second round. Julio Cesar Chavez.
To this day, that punch remains one of the funniest, if not most painful moments in boxing history.
Chavez, he jumped him with the
Now, let's talk defense. Yes, defense. Bowe isn't always known for his defensive prowess, but when he decides to actually be good at it, he's like a brick wall with legs. It's almost like he's saying, you know what, today I'll make sure no one hits me unless I let them. Then Bowe switches gears to his incredible inside fighting game, and it's like watching a masterclass in close quarters combat.
Some body punching now. Set up.
That was it. He made it miss. He made it miss the left, right hand, and he countered with the left.
Absolutely. He timed it right that time. So there's the first knockdown of the fight as Rockman goes down and complains to referee Eddie Cotton that it shouldn't have been ruled a knockdown. Now Sanders tries to finish up with 30 seconds to go in the round and goes down himself on a counter right hand.
Yeah. I think he's stunned as much as being hurt because he didn't see the punch. He was in the process of trying to finish off Rockman.
I don't know when I've seen a fighter walk to his corner and go down to his knee to rest. Bell sounded too early. Round hasn't ended. Oh, that wasn't the official bell. Somebody else sounded a bell of some sort. Well, that was confusing, but the fighters got through it okay, and what a round.
The uppercut Sanders landed on Rackman, wow. Sanders walked him into that perfectly, like he was inviting Rackman to step on a trap door. Rackman was almost lifted off his feet like a cartoon character. It's almost as if they decided, who needs defense? Let's just see who can hit harder.
Catch him with the right. This is just going to be an old-fashioned slugfest from here on in, and they almost both went down.
Yeah, but Rockman held on to the ropes to break his fall.
We almost got a double knockout there, but the replay will show us that Rackman held onto the ropes for dear life to keep himself up.
but held himself up with that left hand.
Straight on head punches.
Straight right hand by Rockman, right on the button, and a right, and a left, and a big rally. and Sanders tries to hold on. And Rockman's just pounding away. Sanders covering up. Rockman just punching. Eddie Cotton looking in.
What's Sanders?
Eddie Cotton's going to stop it.
Good stiff right. A good chopping right.
Liston realized he could land the right hand after doubling his jab. It leads to a knockdown out of the ring.
12 seconds left. 6, 7, 8, 9. The bell rang. That was about as close as we've ever seen a finish. Whether he was knocked out, the bell rang, and I don't know whether the referee's going to call it a knockout or not. Is that a point in? Oh, right hand! He's an absolute corker! He walked onto it, Rock, and he's flattened for the first time in his pro career. Up he goes, he doesn't know where he is. It's going to be stopped. The towel's been thrown in. It's all over.
He did. He just waited for the gap. The chin went up, and then flush on the chin. All his weight into it, just as Rock was coming forward, and Rock could never continue from that punch.
Yeah, he somehow scrambled to his feet, but he was all over the place. That was a fight-ending punch. It wasn't quite the lights out treatment, but it was the next best thing.
Well, yeah, it was good enough. It certainly was a really good shot, and the referee could never have let Jim Rock go on. He was still in no man's land.
And you have to say about Takalou, has his technical limitations.
I had to include this fight because honestly, it ended in one of the most vicious knockouts you'll ever see. Trust me, you're going to remember this one for a long time.
Monhardin, he's got Loy above us. Down goes Loy. Monhardin knocks him to the canvas. Counts at 4.
So we just watched Larry Loy get dropped, and you can practically see Hector's eyes light up like a Christmas morning. He's going in for the kill, no hesitation.
Okay, Loy says, yeah, to get that guy in the black trunks away from me. Here comes Monhardin. Ooh, a whistling uppercut.
Now take a look at Larry. He isn't clinching. I think clinching isn't even in his vocabulary.
There they are, toe-to-toe. Monhardin taking some solid shots and giving better than he's getting. Toe-to-toe. And Loy's in trouble again. Monhardin wild. I tell you what, Loy just missed a right hand that would have sent Monhardin to the third row. Uh-oh. Solid right, another one, another right. Loy goes down under the ring ropes, and that'll be it. They're going to have to bring him back into the ring ropes to check him. The doctors are out. Loy is down, and Monhardin makes it 2 in a row over Larry Loy. Well, hit me if you can at the end of round number 2. Look at knockdown number 1. Good right hand. Monhardin all over his guy. Down he goes. Stayed there for the count of 8. And the final knockdown. Right hand as he has Loy against the ropes. There's a solid right. And Loy goes down under the ring ropes and out. And that settled all of that.
The right hand that drops Larry for the count is just so brutal, it's hard to put into words. I think that's one of the most terrifying shots I've ever seen. In my opinion, Larry was temporarily sent to the shadow realm while he was on the canvas. It looked like his soul took a detour through a wormhole before heading back to reality. It's the kind of knockout that makes you think, I didn't sign up for this level of brutality when I turned in. Patterson defended his title against Tom McNeely with Sonny Liston as the #1 contender on the undercard.
McNeely is down with a volley of left hooks. Five, 6, 7, 8. They must take the mandatory 8 count.
Patterson found his groove early, showcasing his phenomenal head movement.
straight right. More or less a right hook. Another, and there's a combination. A mandatory 8 count here in the third round. A minute and a half to go in the round.
The fight seemed like it was an elite fighter against a club fighter. Patterson's talent mate McNeely looked like he was out of his league.
Remaining in round 3. McNeely down once more. Mandatory 8 count. Being counted by Jersey Joe Walcott.
Notice how Patterson figured out McNeely just couldn't handle his short left hook.
As a slip. And McNeely now is down from a little left chop. We have just 30 seconds remaining in the round. He is up once more at 8. 20 seconds left in the round. About 10 seconds to go in the round. And there is the bell. Watch McNeely. Let's look at Tom McNeely.
McNeely managed to land a desperate right hand.
McNeely trying to stay up on those toes. It appears he doesn't have. And the champion is hurt.
But Patterson just walked through it and retaliated with brutal blows.
A minute and 10 seconds left in round 4. Up at 8 again. 1 minute to go in the round. And McNeely is down in Patterson's corner. Patterson did not go to a neutral corner. McNeely is throwing to work. McNeely down. 10 seconds to go. Let's see, the count may toll, and the fight is over. The fight is over, ladies and gentlemen. Tom McNeely with about 7 seconds left in the round.
It was heartening to see the respect Patterson and his opponent showed each other after their bouts.
Bottom of my heart. He's one of the greatest. And if anyone ever calls him anything other but a real champion, they got to answer to me. I mean that, Floyd, from the bottom of my heart. You're a gentleman in and out of the ring, and you're a hell of a champion. You're really proud of yourself. Thank you.
Wait for that one big punch. That one punch is strong, but he got to set it up.
After being stared down by Dominic Fox at the end of the first round, Jackson came out in the second round and finished the job faster than a pizza delivery on a Friday night. I think Fox was just badly hurt from the accumulation of punches, even the ones that were blocked. Fox looked like he was trying to avoid Jackson's punches by running into every single one of them. Bruno turned professional in 1982 and quickly earned a reputation as a knockout artist. In his debut fight, a sharp right hand sent Guerrera crashing to the canvas, making it look like he'd been hit by a freight train.
Bruno taking a long look at him while he was waiting in the neutral corner there. And Guerrera's down from that one. That's the right hand again, and this is what the boxing fraternity like to see. A heavyweight who can hit. Count of 8, still in the first round, remember.
Bruno found it so easy to land his right hand, you'd think Guerrera was standing still for a portrait session. Honestly, the fight might have gone on a bit too long, but hey, maybe Guerrera was just trying to get his money's worth.
From that one, and he's out. So a knockout win for Frank Bruno. The long-awaited professional debut arrived. Right hand and the left hand.
Brian, he didn't turn pro immediately after the Olympics. He took the time to make the right decision. He felt he wanted to go to England.
When Lennox Lewis faced Jorge Dascola, he came out like a greyhound on rocket fuel.
It was to try to get some rounds out of him. Oof. I don't know if they're going to get many rounds out of him.
Lewis was notorious for his fast starts, so if you weren't ready for his right hand early on, you were basically toast. Inside the ring, Lewis's punches weren't just powerful, they were borderline evil.
Oh, rabbit punches to the back of the head, and down he went. That's the first thing about boxing, man. Number one, defend yourself at all times. Number two, keep punching until the referee says break, and that's exactly what Lennox did. The referee stopping him.
That's it, he's stopping it with, I believe, 1 second.
I mean, some of the shots to the back of Dascola's head looked illegal, but let's face it, if you offer the back of your head to Lennox Lewis, you're practically handing him a hit-me sign.
Ontario, now based in...
Freddie Mills was one of the hardest men to ever come out of Britain.
Of the United States, now coming up the aisle.
He got caught by a series of left hooks and was in trouble.
Down for the first of a total of 4 knockdowns in round 2. Mills takes a 6 count, and now Lesnovich tears in, trying for the kill.
Mills is a warrior. He tries to fight fire with fire and gets turned into a statue by an uppercut.
And Mills goes down for the 2nd time in the round. He's hurt as he listens to referee Henderson's count. 7, 8, and up at the count of 9. Lesnovich, realizing he can end it right now, tears in again. And Mills goes to his knees for the 3rd knockdown. He's trying to weather the storm by almost taking the count limit. He's up at 8, and Lesnovich goes back to the attack.
This round is disastrous for Mills. In the modern era, the fight would obviously be stopped here, but Mills is the kind of guy you have to nail to the canvas to keep him down.
And rests on one knee in an effort to last the round. Mills is up at 9. At the bell, Mills starts for the wrong corner.
It's an incredible show of heart from Mills. I have no idea how he made it through that round.
Mills is back to the ropes, and he's in trouble. Gus measures him and unleashes a 2-fisted barrage that takes the steam out of the British challenger. Mills is down, holding the ropes.
The punishment keeps coming.
Mills takes a 9 count, and now he's a helpless target for Lesnovich's vicious attack. Gus has his man cornered and is determined to put him away this time. Mills is down for the 6th time. He's just about finished, but he'll gamely try to pull himself up. Final right, and it's all over.
The referee must have been daydreaming about his weekend plans because he stopped the fight so late. The poor guy in the ring took enough extra punches to cover next week's boxing highlights.
The official time of the knockout was 2 minutes and 56 seconds of the 10th round.
One of my favorite things about this fight is that knockdown in the corner. Notice the brutal body punch thrown by Gus. He gets Mills' attention with the body shot and then absolutely starches him with the right hand. That referee should have been banned after this. Mills and Lesnovich would have a rematch 2 years later. In a brutal fight, Mills would win a decision and get his revenge. More on that in future videos. At the age of 40, Oliver McCall was on a mission to turn his life and career around after battling drug addiction and enduring a career full of ups and downs. McCall, often referred to as the Atomic Bull, was one of the most intimidating figures in boxing, not just for his power, but for his seemingly indestructible chin. In my opinion, McCall had the best chin in boxing history, an absolute granite jaw that could absorb punches most fighters wouldn't dream of taking. Just look at him here. His sheer presence alone would make most people think twice about crossing him.
Champion of the world, known as the Atomic Bull, introducing Oliver McCall. Once again,
if he asked for my wallet, I'd probably hand it over before he even finished asking. Heck, I might even offer to throw in my shoes for good measure. In his fight against Salida, McCall showed why he was still a force to be reckoned with, even in the twilight of his career.
Going backward. McCall not waiting here.
Good right hand from McCall.
That was his best punch of the fight.
I think it was. I think it might have hurt Salida.
Yeah, I think so too.
There's an uppercut. Now McCall gets on him with a left hand and a right hand. And another good sharp right hand at the top of the head.
He's looking for that right, baby.
Yeah, he is. Had it cocked for about 10 seconds. Uppercut right hand, down goes Salida. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Over. It is over. Oliver McCall. 40 years old and he's not.
By the fourth round, McCall had found his rhythm, consistently landing his signature right hand. He also mixed in a nasty left uppercut, keeping Salida guessing and unable to find a safe place in the ring.
You know what? He made him bend his waist. Got in the first uppercut, making his head come down from then on. All gone.
That right hand was brutal.
He finished. He got focus on him, kept his head down a little bit. Salida bows again, weaves a little bit, and that's when he goes. Don't have to go up high at all.
That uppercut going to be coming here in a minute. There it is.
That is. The one shot that you don't want the shorter guy to hit you with is an uppercut, and that's what happened.
That's the one that started him on the way. Good sharp right hand. You saw his knees buckle.
That's that uppercut. One after another. Never lose your height advantage by bending your head forward for the uppercut.
Now, the other thing I thought he did too was very savvy is when Salida tried to grab him and tie him up, he just stepped back and wouldn't allow it.
Kept his patience. Kept focused, stayed close, eyes wide open, fighting like he's about 27 years old.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, he came in here with an idea, and you know, his name.
Even at 40, with all the battles he'd fought inside and outside the ring, McCall proved that he still had the power, the toughness, and that legendary chin that made him a nightmare for any opponent.
Thank you for the fight. I just wanted to congratulate you because it was a great fight, and that's the fight I wanted to win, of course, but that's the fight I wanted to be happening, so I didn't want to run and stick, and you were trying just to hit me, and I preferred to stand up in front of you and try to win this way.
But nice fight.
Thank you very much.
Nice fight, no problem.
Under the guidance of trainer Buddy McGirt, Arturo Gatti was transitioning from a brawler into a more refined boxer, and his fight against Doreen highlighted this evolution.
Good left hook to the body by Gatti, and Doreen goes down. What a tremendous shot.
Doreen may not recover.
He's not going to make it. Arturo Gatti has knocked out Leonard Doreen with a body shot. A tremendous left hook to the body. We talked about the power difference, and that was just power knocking a man out.
Power and precise punching. That was a very smart combination that he used to do that. He threw the 1-2-3, then he came back and followed it with the 1-2-3 and added a left hook to the body. That was beautiful boxing.
That's about the most decisive one-punch body knockout since Roy Jones.
Knocked out Virgil Hill with a right-hand body shot in New Orleans. That's right. And that was a case of bigger man, bigger punch.
I'm not prepared to say that. I just think it was a precise punch because when you look at the body of Doreen, he's as solid as anybody could be. He's just shorter than Gatti.
Instead of charging forward as he typically would, Gatti fought on the back foot, showcasing his newfound patience and technical skill in the ring. The finish was a perfect blend of strategy and brutality. Gatti set it up beautifully by throwing a few throwaway punches to Doreen's head, forcing him to raise his guard. Then with precision, timing, Gatti ripped a devastating liver shot that completely overwhelmed Doreen. The impact of the punch was so severe that there was no way Doreen could beat the count. Gatti's performance in this fight was a clear demonstration of his growth as a boxer, combining his natural power with the strategic finesse he developed under Buddy.
All to the head just to make him pick his hands up, and then there goes the beautiful body shot.
And at that moment, you had to suspect that Doreen was going to pop back up, but He never regained his legs from the withering liver shot that Gatti was able to produce.
Well, he was coming in. As you see his hands, his guard is right up in the air. I couldn't go to the head, and that was a perfect body shot right there. Perfection on point and on target.
All right, another angle. There you see.
He's coming in. He's worried about his head, and I put everything on that left hook. All my weight is shifted to the left, and I knew once he went down, I knew it was over. I raised my hand after the count of 3. And I want to thank God. Larry, I do believe that I feel good now. Trust me, more than a victory for me for not going to the hospital right after the fight. It feels good, trust me.
Go much past this because Costazu's having his way. Another low blow, good left hand by Chavez. And now Chavez getting a little desperate with those low blows. I would take a point away if I was Ferrara, and he will. Low blow. That is absolutely the right thing to do. It came during a Chavez rally, and that's too bad for Chavez, but guess what? You're supposed to throw your punches legally. So a point being deducted from Chavez here in the 6th round. And that stopped his ball. Big right hand, and down goes Chavez. Will he get up? And will he continue?
Hey, boss. Can you continue? Put him up. You all right? You sure? All right, come on.
I'm not sure he wants to continue. Costazu is a great finisher. He has Chavez in trouble, and there are almost 2 minutes left in this round. If this fight gets out of the 6th round, it will be surprising. Chavez comes after him and takes a big left hook. He's getting whacked with big shots. Costazu looking to the referee because of more low blows, but Chavez keeps punching. It's a war here in the 6th round. It gives Chavez credit for fighting back. Zhu whacking him with punch after punch. It was competitive for 1 round, and since then it has...
If Kostya Tszyu and Julio Cesar Chavez had met while Chavez was in his prime, I believe Chavez would have taken a similar approach to what Ricky Hatton or Vince Phillips did. He would have kept Tszyu under constant pressure, breaking him down and likely getting a stoppage win. But in this fight, Chavez was 38 years old and looked more like a vintage car that's been in the garage a bit too long. Tszyu's right hand was on point, almost like a laser beam from a sci-fi movie, and Chavez just couldn't handle it. To me, Chavez looked spent, like he just didn't have it in him anymore.
I feel a hatred, a tremendous amount of hatred towards you. If it weren't the present time, if we were living in the Roman times, I would have killed you right there and then because of a dirty look that someone gives me with jealousy. I love it when the audience starts to boo me. It riles me up even more. I'm the type of person that if I know that I rub you the wrong way, I'm going to do something to piss you off even more. If you don't like the way I laugh, I'm going to laugh louder.
And Gonzalez has certainly succeeded in pissing off Riddick Bowe.
This hatred comes from '87 during the Pan American Games, when he started with the same talk as he did for this fight. The old hatred I have bottled up, that fury from the past has surfaced again and is directed towards Riddick Bowe.
Come on, 1 punch.
Bowe had a grudge match with Jose Gonzalez, who had beaten him in the amateurs.
Gonzalez's advantage. Hard right hand by Bowe. Gonzalez wobbled into the ropes.
Both guys really disliked each other.
That was exactly correct. The right hand has never been the most impressive.
Gonzalez was a tough guy with a bad mean streak. One thing's for sure, Gonzalez had the worst hairstyle in boxing. His hair looked like it had been styled by a tornado.
In return. Bowe risking disqualification there, and that was a stupid move.
Exactly.
Once again, he saw the frustration in Bowe as he almost got himself disqualified in the fight. He hit Gonzalez after the bell like he was trying to squeeze in a bonus round or two. There should have been some repercussions from the referee, but the referee was probably busy trying to figure out how Gonzalez's hair defied gravity.
Awful punishment, which speaks to the fact that he has everything in his life at stake.
That looks like a big advantage. There it goes. That should do it. And if he gets up from this, he fools me. Now, Mills Lane doesn't bother to complete the count.
Eventually, Bowe used the jab to get himself in position to throw the right hand, and Gonzalez was knocked out. I think Bowe's overhand right was just the perfect punch to beat Gonzalez with, like the ultimate finishing move in a video game.
Kind of stepping up forward into that.
Roy Jones challenged for the WBC world title at 175 pounds. He was on top, winning the rounds, and he hurt Griffin.
Oh, there's no question about it. Look at Roberto Duran, who's one of the greatest lightweights. Big right hand by Jones. Big right hand. And Griffin is hurt. No question about it. Griffin is hurt.
Jones looking to finish. Griffin wobbling a little bit. Jones comes in and lands the right hand lead again. And a couple of left hooks. And Griffin's knee goes down. And Jones lands 2 punches after Griffin's knee was on the canvas. And now Griffin slopes forward. And Tony Perez starts the count.
That was a foul. I don't know
He's
if
not
Perez
getting up.
would call it. Question about it. 2 punches while he was down.
But in a move that could only be described as, what were you thinking? Roy took a free shot at Griffin while he was on the canvas.
And that was the difference between a knockdown and a knockout, or so it appeared from here.
It was a definite foul.
Foul.
Harold Letterman, what's the rule?
Jim, in my mind, there is absolutely no question that Tony Perez had just cause to disqualify Roy Jones Jr. should he have made that decision. I mean, it's the referee's call. In my eyes, absolutely he fouled him. Griffin seemed to be down on one knee, and Jones knocked him out when he was on the floor.
You know what?
Perez could have disqualified him.
Let's take another look. Griffin goes down from an accumulation of punishment. Now he's down.
He went down voluntarily. That's why Jones was a little bit mystified.
Oh, there's no question that Jones. You remember the Riddick Bowe Mathis fight?
Jones got disqualified for that one.
We are being told that Roy Jones is going to be disqualified.
Knee down.
Now there's plenty of time.
2.
No question about it in my mind. Definite disqualification. Now look, he has all the time in the world. He's looking at the guy while he's down. Nails him 2 more punches.
Hard to imagine what Roy was thinking when he fired that left hook, because he knew the man was down.
The referee disqualifies the red corner, the winner and new WBC light heavyweight champion of the world, Griffin.
But I want to tell you something. I honestly believe he faked it.
I'm with Harold. I think Griffin was doing a little acting there. It was clear Roy was the better fighter, but he ended up with his first loss thanks to a disqualification.
True the first time, it would be true again the second time.
And of course, Griffin believes that he thrives and will continue to thrive on being underestimated. Jones lands a solid left hook to start the fight.
Let me tell you, that first left hook hurt Griffin.
And so does the second one.
In his rematch with Griffin, an extremely angry Roy Jones did his best impersonation of a demolition crew.
It's very apparent that Jones is coming out stronger this time.
And Roy Jones is playing the feinting game, and Griffin is benefiting by it. Whoa, what a left hook. What a left hook.
Second knockdown of the round.
That was a leaping left hook, and Griffin may not survive it.
He's got trouble. And that's that. Jones gets his vindication via a first round knockout.
He absolutely destroyed Griffin in the first round with the left hook so perfect it could have been in a textbook.
Now here the first knockdown. Right on the button.
It's about not recovering.
Could have ruled it a knockdown on the basis of the ring ropes holding Griffin up too.
Mistake by Griffin to try and punch with a true puncher.
End of fight here.
There was that leaping left uppercut.
Another look at the punch that finished it. He landed that flush, and you saw Montel trying desperately to get up, but he just couldn't get his legs underneath.
Oh no, that hook, the uppercut bent his neck backwards, down the spine. You don't want to get up from those shots.
Griffin looked like a Saturday night drunk stumbling around the canvas while trying to get up.
If he can get to be 200 pounds, that's all he needs just to establish himself as I am a big man. The rest he has.
I'm with Big George on this one. I think Roy could have gone on to become a good heavyweight.
Roy Jones, we talked tonight. The Gulf Coast, Mississippi, all that
night.
We should explain that super welterweight and junior middleweight are the same thing. It's just that the WBC calls them super welterweights.
On the way up the rankings, Jackson continually disposed of his opposition very quickly.
Yes, and there's a right and Nelson up. Took a right and then a tough left.
And he had been so conscious of the right by Jackson that in this case, Julian showed him a weapon he hadn't shown him before. Beautiful left hook. Jackson does a little histrionics.
Took a right and then gave a left back to Nelson. Another right to the head of Nelson. Leads with the right again. Has him in deep trouble. Nelson, as he weathered the storm, another right hand lead. And then a left staggers. Nelson goes out on his feet. Out on his feet. That's all. That's all. They stop it in the third.
Look at that celebration. He's celebrating like he's just won the lottery. But instead of cash, his prize is a collection of dazed opponents.
At this point, he was in all kinds of trouble, just unable to defend himself. Look at Jackson. He doesn't even want to punch. And the referee appropriately steps in.
Round 10. Max Bayer's about to open up with both hands.
Power prevailed in this fight. I thought Max Schmeling was the superior boxer. But Bayer was like a bulldozer with gloves and broke him down.
Referee Donovan picks up the count and Schmeling barely makes...
Schmeling was so hurt, he was standing there like a statue with a malfunctioning GPS. One thing about these old school fighters, they have insane heart. See how hurt Schmeling is, and there's still no quit in him. This was Bayer's best performance. If there were awards for destruction, he'd have a trophy room. Henry Wharton exploded out of the gate with incredible speed, landing a devastating left hook right from the start. It was a punch of pure artistry, and it sent Ron Malik reeling.
Scheduled for 6 rounds, but unlikely to go that far. That's the first punch that Henry Wharton threw, and he staggered the American with it. Henry Malik from Wichita, Kansas, down with 2-3 blows thrown. That was all. He doesn't know where he is. And it stopped. What was that? Maybe 3-4 punches inside 30 seconds of the first round. 22 seconds of the first round, and Ron Malik is still in a dazed state up against the ropes. Well, that was a whirlwind start and finish, Chip.
Well, we knew Henry Wharton could punch all right, but unfortunately we haven't learned very much else tonight, because all we saw was his sheer punching power. The first punch he threw was good enough to finish the fight. Malik managed to take the punch, didn't catch him quite cleanly, but as soon as the Wharton started to get through with punches, it was all over. But really a ferocious puncher, and from what we've seen tonight, definitely an attraction of the future.
Notice how that left hook lands with pinpoint precision.
First blow.
And that was it. Straight away, he's looking for blood. One thing.
Now look at how Wharton follows up. After that explosive start, he moves his head with slick agility, making sure he's not an easy target. The first hook connects solidly, and before Malik can even recover, the second one seals the deal. The referee had no choice but to stop it, in my opinion. Malik is clearly hurt and unable to defend himself.
I think myself it was the first punch what caught him, what seen the bout to an end, like, because then from then on it was easy. Then, you know, it would just lead up to being the knockout.
Well, after that first punch, he was an easy target, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, because he was throwing that lazy left hand, and I knew we were going to throw it, so I just thought slip inside and throw it again, and I must catch him. And this is where it comes, yeah. If I just lazy left hand, and there it goes. There's one of them.
Well, Mickey Duff will know how to groom you towards that World Championship, but I have to tell you, it's not going to be that easy all the time, you know?
Yeah, I know that, yeah. I know there's a long road ahead. I know that hard as well.
Mickey, straight into you.
Lopez's prime defense showcased his high-level defense and calm demeanor. He made the fight look easy, like he was saying, "Come at me if you dare." His movement and punching were so smooth, it was like watching a magician perform, only with more punches and less magic.
Hit me with the hooks and a right that hits on top of the head, and Pedro's in trouble and staggering back across in front of us.
30 seconds left in the round now. Lavelle's left eye is cut.
Ken Norton was definitely no worse than the third or fourth best heavyweight throughout most of the 1970s, and honestly, you could argue he was the top guy for a year or two. When you look at Norton's style, you could see a lot of Archie Moore in there. Basically, if Archie Moore and the Mountain of Muscle had a baby, you'd get Ken Norton. He was always in shape and looked like he was carved from granite.
Around. Norton misses with a right.
He doesn't miss with that hook, or that one.
Norton made great use of the cross-arm guard and his upper body movement, channeling Moore's defensive skills to the max. And let's talk about his pressure. It was legendary, as we can see in this fight.
Uppercuts from down beneath. His staggers down the right. Oh, the knees buckled. Pedro Lavelle's in a lot of trouble in his own corner, trying to come back out now. The mouthpiece is out, and that's the only one the fighter can use.
Bird Hernandez put him back in his corner. That's it.
And the 3 knockdown rule was even way for this fight, and we never even really got a knockdown.
That uppercut, it didn't just straighten Lovell up. It almost launched him into orbit. Lovell's legs turned to jelly, and the referee had no choice but to call it off.
Kenny slipped the right hand over on you a little bit. Are you susceptible to a right hand? And I'm not trying to knock it.
Yeah, I think anything you get caught with, you're susceptible to. And the thing is catching me with it.
You hooked pretty well today, though. I thought the hook coming off, you were doing a pretty good job of that with the left hand.
It was fairly well. I'm a little heavy, 220, and a little sluggish, but I feel that by the time Ollie and I get together, I'll be down to about 210, and I'll be ready.
Robinson's rematch with Turpin was like a masterclass in boxing 101. How to get revenge. Robinson's footwork was so smooth it could have been mistaken for a dance performance. His hand speed and punch variety were a testament to why he was known as one of the best finishers in boxing. Turpin's only choice was to try and survive, but Robinson wasn't having any of it.
Now here in slow motion. It's convincing. Robinson steadies him. 1, 2. The same spot. And 3 again. A short right inside, a left hook, another right. Turpin is almost helpless. 1, 2. Now referee Goldstein steps in, and Ray Robinson is again middleweight champion of the world.
The winner and the new middleweight champion of the world, Sugar Ray Robinson.
Well, hey, Mark, cut that out or I'll take a point away from you. All right, now give me a nice clean fight. Shake hands.
That is, let me at this dude. Let me at him.
Mark Rios came into his fight against Ramos like a man who drank way too much coffee, fired up and ready to go.
Very succinctly when he said, "Whoa, Ramos got nailed and down he goes." All right, Ramos up. Delgado waves them back together. And Ramos making his pro debut. Nailed again with the right and the left. Down he goes. They're having trouble finding a neutral corner for Rios. And Ramos is up at 5, 6, 7, 8. He's hurt, Tommy. Yeah, he's hurt. He wants to fight. Marciano says, "How are you?" He says, "I want to fight." And here comes Rios, says, "I'm your guy." This is round number 2. And Ramos stopped in his tracks. And Rios has picked up his 3rd victory of the knockout here in round number 2, putting Ramos down not once but twice. And if it hadn't been for Delgado stepping in, Ramos would have gone down for the 3rd.
From the first bell, it was clear he wasn't messing around. Rios came out throwing leather like he had a personal vendetta against Ramos's face. He landed a nice right hand, followed it up with a solid left hook to the inside, and boom, Ramos took those punches like a crash test dummy. He hit the canvas hard, probably wondering what just happened. But credit to Ramos, he got back up, though I'm not sure he knew where he was going. Unfortunately for him, Rios wasn't done yet. He threw one last right hand, and let me tell you, that punch was brutal. Rios put every bit of power he had into it like he was trying to send Ramos straight into next week, and it worked. Ramos was out on his feet looking like he was trying to remember what planet he was on. Notice Ramos just leaves his head hanging out there on the inside like he was offering it up on a silver platter. Rios took one look at that and thought, well, don't mind if I do. That right hand landed so clean you could practically see the cartoon bird circling through Ramos's head.
Is Sonny Liston, reputed to be the most feared man in boxing at any weight. From Philadelphia, Charles Sonny Liston. Liston, reputedly one of the finest left jabs among recent heavyweights. That left jab, snake-like, and that left hand. Westfall has never been knocked off his feet until now. That's the first time Westfall has ever been on the floor. 8, 9, and 10. The fight is over in the first.
At this point, Liston has been the #1 contender for almost 2 years. If anyone didn't think Liston was the best heavyweight in the world, this image of Westfall badly hurt on the canvas was very convincing. Hopkins had a fast start against Wynn.
Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, Morgan State and South Carolina State as they get ready for their tournament. There's a left that caught Wynn. It looked like more of a push. I don't think it was a solid hit.
Well, no, I think there was a right on top.
Notice the counter right here. It was so effective it could have been part of a magic trick.
A good left hook by Hopkins and a right, and Wynn is staggered.
Hopkins always had great balance. He could probably dance the tango and land a knockout punch without missing a step.
Knocked him down here in the 3rd.
This corner is trying to stop the fight.
They do.
It's all over. Was there anything that you wanted to do today that you didn't get a chance to get done? Get him out of here earlier than I did.
Kirk Johnson came into his fight against Vitaly Klitschko, 17 pounds heavier than he's ever been in his entire career. Spoiler alert, it wasn't a good look.
Chasing Johnson into the corner and pounding with the right hand. Crowd goes nuts. Got him again. Stunned with the left. Johnson's in trouble. Big trouble.
4, 5, 6, 7. Walk to me, Kurt.
Nobody has ever done this to Kirk Johnson in 12 years as a pro.
You want to see a heavyweight destroyer? Vitaly Klitschko wants to be your man. He wants to be your man right now. Big right hand lands again. Johnson having trouble fighting back. Down goes Johnson.
That's it.
Arthur McCarthy's going to stop the fight. That is it.
That whale was just harpooned.
Big time. And that is a great performance for Vitaly Klitschko.
I like it when they knocked him out. There's no questions from the judges, no referee interference, clean knockout. That's the way I scored him.
Now we have to wonder, how did How does Lennox Lewis see this? Does he see it as an opportunity for a major pay-per-view event? Or does he see it as an opportunity to go quietly into the sunset with his career?
What a turnaround. Right there before, and he let the fight get away. It seems tonight he was thinking, I'm not letting it get away. I'm going for a knockout. Kurt Johnson.
What an aggressive performance by Vitali. He sensed that this was his moment, and he seized it. Tremendous.
Kurt Johnson, he knocked out the barbecue ribs.
Johnson was sluggish from the get-go, and Vitali had an easy time landing straight punches. Basically, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. Johnson's speed was clearly off, and he just couldn't keep up. Vitali made short work of him, dropping Johnson with a series of straight shots.
What you try to do, you get a guy hurt, why play around? Go for it. He see this guy's retreating, why let him off the hook? Jab, good jab. Waits for a good right hand, body shot, stays right on him, doesn't matter what. And he cleaned his house.
And just when you thought things couldn't get worse, Vitali followed up with another knockdown, using more straight punches to seal the deal with a knockout. The last combination even included a body shot, which was a smart move, though at that point it was like adding a cherry on top of a very unfortunate Sunday for Johnson. Larry Merchant summed up perfectly with his iconic line,
"That whale was just harpooned."
It was a brutal yet fitting description of Johnson's performance. He came into the fight in poor shape, and Vitali made sure everyone knew it. Smokin' Bert Cooper stepped up to fight the heavyweight champ Evander Holyfield with 3 days' notice after Mike Tyson suffered a rib injury in training.
The right cross was a beauty, and down goes Bert Cooper.
It's a left hook in the body, Jim, was the punch that really hurt him. After the right hand, he took a left hook underneath. Beautiful left hook to the body.
Notice the impact of his body shot in the replay. I can't really remember too many times when a heavyweight fighter was put down by a body shot.
Holyfield was following orders, apparently, because that was as wicked a body shot as you'll see him ever land.
Cooper uses the Archie Moore cross-arm defense, and it can leave you open for body shots. Cooper was fighting like an animal at this point in his career. He came right after Holyfield, and it took everything Holyfield had to be able to hold on and recover.
Fighting Cooper's fight. And there's that sneaky right hand of Bert Cooper's.
And Holyfield wobbles in the corner. The champion in trouble. Cooper bangs away. Holyfield almost goes down. Mills Lane's going to call it a knockdown and give him the count. Evander Holyfield floored in the third round by Bert Cooper.
Here we'll find Cooper coming in. Though he was tired, there's the punch that really hurt Holyfield. Paying the price of not fighting the fight he planned for. Anticipated about a month ago. And if he keeps this up, he's going to have a lot more money in future Christmases.
It very well may be.
But Holyfield eventually made the adjustment and was able to find the short uppercut inside. Cooper just kept getting hit with the same punch, and Holyfield's diverse attack was just giving him all sorts of problems.
With the right hand, but Bert won't go down. Oh, look at that. These are awesome punches, and Cooper has just about had enough. And he decided not to quit. He almost quit and decided not to do it. And he'll take punishment.
The uppercut's been the punch, Jim. There it is again. The uppercut's the punch. There it is again. Evander found the key. There it is again.
Yep. Left to the body, right uppercut up the middle. He's landing it over and over and over.
Cooper had actually made an adjustment to his defense after that horrible sequence where he got hit with about 20 uppercuts in a row before. He was blocking them much better, but Holyfield just kept throwing punches from every angle.
But he started to do it again, but now Holyfield rips another uppercut, and Cooper standing stock still.
This could be it now.
Only 15 seconds to go in the round. Not much time for Evander. Cooper staying right there. Target practice, but he's not going to get him. I don't think he's going to get him. Mills Lane has seen enough. Mills Lane stops the fight.
And I thought it was a very good move on Mills Lane's part.
And I agree with the commentators. Mills Lane did an exceptional job stopping the fight right there. I think it's a shame that Mike Tyson got a rib injury and had to pull out of this fight. A fight against Holyfield at this point would have been an amazing fight. Mike would end up going to jail for 3 years shortly after this fight.
But his bonus will be the fact that he will get more fights against some of these young heavyweights.
And look at Mills Lane. He's right there, has the action right in front of him, the way a good referee should.
Round one begins with Bowe throwing the jab. And many people regard that as most effective weapon.
In the first defense of his heavyweight title, Riddick took on the very dangerous Michael Dokes.
Now Bowe snapping Dokes' head back again with the jab. Tries to land the right hand and lands a short right inside. Dokes is stunned. And Bowe takes a left hook.
Dokes was known for having very fast hands and a powerful left hook.
Riddick missing with the big right hand. And down goes Dokes into the ropes. Well, I don't think Dokes went all the way down, but the referee wants to give him what will amount to the first standing 8 count.
Bowe's combination punching is proving too much for Dokes.
It was Dokes who decided to go out there and fight early like that, though.
But notice that Dokes is still extremely dangerous with those left hook counters. Riddick has the mentality of a bull. He also has no problem taking punches in order to land his own. Notice Dokes having success with that hook.
Left hook, but takes a right in return. Dokes virtually out on his feet. He got a good chance.
I'm surprised the referee is allowing it to go that far.
Is he going to stop it? Yes, he does.
Riddick was just too big and his combination punching was just too good. I know Dokes is complaining, but I agree with George Foreman. I was also surprised the ref allowed it to go on for so long.
And it was a pretty quick stoppage, even though you say you're surprised, George.
I'm surprised that he didn't stop it a little earlier.
Dokes, as I said earlier, was going to try to make something happen. That big right hand wobbled him, shook him up, and that's what started it. But he was there to be hit. The champion is very good at close quarters.
Bowe's accuracy isn't the best in these replays, but I think Dokes' counter hook was on his mind, which is why he didn't go to the body.
Previously, you had seen the sequence in which Dokes reeled into the ropes.
He still got caught with that punch, though, and I think this was a fight where he could have worked on being a bit more patient and picking his spots instead of taking punches to land his own.
And he continued sleeping right here in this fight.
The referee was more than generous. He allowed him the chance to recuperate, not giving the 8 count again. So it was a fair fight. He won. He really won fair and square.
But of course, there are going to be some fans, George, who'll say, hey, wait a minute. We never saw him hit the canvas.
It was by his own fight plan, but perhaps that's also the fight plan of Stewart.
And you know, Larry, down goes
Lewis, having caught a short left hand inside.
6, 7, 8, 9.
What is this? The WBC's referee has stopped this fight after a count to 9 with Lewis standing in front of him. And we're going to have a riot here. Jose Guadalupe Garcia stopped the fight in the second round.
I totally disagree with the commentators here, and this replay will tell you why. Watch how wobbly Lewis's legs are when the referee is seeing if he's okay. You can't be stumbling when the ref is seeing if you're okay to continue. Lewis was almost falling over.
That's Tony Canzoneri, raring to go.
Former featherweight, lightweight, and junior welterweight King Tony Canzoneri was a master of his craft. I thought Canzoneri looked spectacular in this fight. He was like a magician pulling knockout punches out of his hat.
A left and a right, and down goes Berg. A tremendous smash. Janky Kid Berg trying to get to his feet. He's being counted out. Tony Canzoneri ready to continue. Berg still trying to get up, and it's all over. He was KO'd by Tony Canzoneri with that right-hand smash following that left.
The KO punch was beautiful. When the face bounces off the canvas like that, you might as well start planning for the next fight. In my opinion, Tony is one of the very best fighters of all time. If boxing had a Hall of Fame for artistry, Tony would be the Picasso.
Tony Canzoneri one of the greatest lightweights and welterweights of his day, successfully defending his lightweight championship of the world. A third-round KO against Jackie Kid Berg.
Former champ Floyd Patterson, always the optimist, predicted a quick knockout for Ali. Ali, however, decided to channel his inner dancer and showboat from the start. Not only did this let Ali adjust to his opponent's speed, but it also served as a public humiliation tour for Patterson. Imagine the scene, Patterson swinging away while Ali just dodging and weaving like he's in a dance-off.
Challenger.
The left hook was Floyd's specialty, and he was known for delivering knockout blows. But in this fight, Ali was like a human torpedo, fast, elusive, and practically impossible to hit. Ali's jab, it was practically a magical weapon. He walked Patterson right into a brutal uppercut, and even managed a jab knockdown, which is as rare as finding a unicorn in the ring.
Floyd will take a knockdown. Floyd mandatory.
Patterson tried to bring his A game with his head movement, but Ali was in a different league. Patterson's patented left hook never got a chance to shine. Eventually, the referee stopped the fight. It was an early stoppage, but by that point, everyone knew Patterson's chances were as slim as a piece of paper in a windstorm. Hopkins was a 2-1 underdog against Puerto Rican legend Felix Trinidad. At the pre-fight face-off, Hopkins threw the Puerto Rican flag on the ground and had to make a run for it.
And threw the Puerto Rican flag to the ground.
Protect yourself at all times. Respect the bell. Touch gloves. Touch them up. Respect, respect. Touch them, Bernard. Let's go, let's go.
Trinidad had a reputation for having a big left hook and was thought to be the younger, fresher fighter. The New York crowd was very pro-Trinidad.
Hopkins beginning to unveil his jab and sticking it accurately for the moment.
Once he tastes any of Trinidad's power, then you really...
Hard right hand by Hopkins. Biggest blow of the fight. Trinidad momentarily stunned.
Nice overhand right there. Hopkins figured Trinidad out quickly. Despite the hype around Trinidad, Hopkins was the one controlling the fight.
Found him in range.
I thought Hopkins' jab was working, but Trinidad was a warrior, and he knew his left hook was an elite punch.
Felix is a marathon runner who builds the tempo from round to round, and he's trying to build it with the left hook right here. 4 straight left hands by Trinidad.
I thought Hopkins was beating Trinidad to the punch and staying defensively responsible. I didn't see Trinidad getting that many punches off in the fight.
Skills as he continues to outbox Tito.
I don't believe what I'm seeing.
And Hopkins was the guy controlling when and where the action took place.
And the biggest thing Hopkins has accomplished by my lights is he's just refusing to bend to Tito's will. He's still making Tito fight his fight.
Notice Hopkins landing and getting away here, completely outboxing Trinidad. He was outboxing Trinidad like he was reading a bedtime story to a sleepy child.
And for the first time in the fight, Hopkins is grinning at Tito Trinidad.
Here we see straight right hand, but Hopkins is not loading up on these right hands. He's throwing short, quick punches and getting out of the way.
In the 10th round, Trinidad had to go to war with Hopkins, and it was all Hopkins now.
A real champion in Trinidad because he's come through some serious fire.
This is the determination of Felix Trinidad.
Trinidad is going to have to take some chances.
And it's being matched by the determination of Bernard Hopkins. What an awesome show. What a great, great fight as we come down the stretch in the 10th round.
Blood coming out of Trinidad's nose.
At the end of the round, everyone realized that Hopkins was totally in charge.
Most of the crowd on its feet as they watch the two fighters trade through the round and beyond.
And Trinidad almost looks out on his feet.
Notice that the first right hand sets Trinidad up for the uppercut he wasn't expecting.
Bernard Hopkins' patience during that fight resulted in that round, but you heard the question in Trinidad's corner.
It was all Hopkins now, as he went looking for the finish.
Hopkins imposing his will and his skill on the man who is tonight the lesser fighter. Oh, huge right hand by Hopkins. sure Tito can get up. He's got the desire. He's never been knocked out. This fight is over. Steve Smoker stops it. No.
Bernard.
Tito Trinidad comes in.
Has done it.
He knocked out Trinidad.
Bernard Hopkins has put himself up there in the list of all the great middleweights.
Hopkins went looking for the finish, and I liked how he came inside and changed the angles for the right hook.
In the middle of the 12th round and cannot continue.
The narrative going into the fight was that Hopkins was the older guy on his way out. But people didn't realize he was in his prime and ready to deliver a boxing masterclass.
That's weapons from the guy that they're using against you. If the guy has a gun, you get to the gun. You don't run from it because you got a better chance on smothering or got a better chance on getting to the gun. I had to take his left hand away from him, smother his shots, and keep my defense up, a good defense. But I do have a good defense just as well as an offense. Trinidad is a left hook guy. That's all he had, and I've been watching him for years.
In his first title defense, the Prince had what was probably the easiest fight of his career against Said Lawal. It was the first punch of the fight, and Lawal was in serious trouble. It was like he walked into a door he didn't know was there.
That was the right hand we were worried about. The fight's all over.
I think Lawal was probably very intimidated and overwrought by the occasion.
Yep, it's all over. All over. The most clinical finish seen in the British ring for some time.
A lot of knockouts happen in the first round because fighters haven't had a chance to warm up.
Punch it through, he stepped in with the punch, it was a wide hook.
It's called getting caught cold, and that's exactly what happened to Lawal.
You see, in he goes, supreme confidence, just looking, out it comes, wide punch, bang, perfectly on the chin, and it's all over. The referee could really have stopped it then. He decided not to. One more punch, doing exactly as he pleases. Yeah, tremendous punching and tremendous power. And once again, we're amazed at where Naz finds this power, where the power comes from.
I've trained all my life from the age of 7. This is why I'm so good today.
In my opinion, the best thing about Jermaine Taylor was his 1-2 punch. Taylor was very patient early in his career because he knew he had the speed and athleticism to land his right hand if he was patient enough to wait for it. He just scored a jab knockout there, and you know, you're looking at a highly skilled fighter when he has the ability to score jab knockdowns. If you attack Taylor carelessly, he's also got the counter right hand. Watch out for that punch.
Roy Jones, very much an entertainer in the ring. Some of his idols, Muhammad Ali and Sugar Ray Leonard. And Jones says that he spends as much time in putting together some of his Stackhouse down with a straight right.
Ricky Stackhouse was expected to provide sterner opposition, but Roy Jones turned him into a stack of pancakes.
Now this is how a fighter gets hurt. Look how dry Ricky Stackhouse is. He has not even broken a sweat coming into this opening round. And with a young tiger of fast starting like Roy Jones is, this is over.
Ricky didn't even see the punches coming.
Jones goes to 12-0 with his 12th knockout. Ricky Stackhouse, we haven't even had the time to get into his story.
Roy's hands were so fast, it's like trying to dodge raindrops. You're gonna get soaked.
In the first round, Roy Jones, I think it even surprised him. It was a quick, sharp shot, but a shot that should have been survived.
And Joe Jones is notoriously a fast starter. What you have to do when somebody fights Roy Jones is they have to be ready in that first round because Jones is going to come right after you. That's just what he did. He starts early and he likes to finish it early. Good combination.
Well, I'm pretty fast, and most of my punches have a lot of speed on them, and it's the shocking effect of them. That's what puts people on their backs. And after I hit him with the shot, I knew it was a good shot, and I kind of figured he should go down because he was still cold when he came out of the dressing room.
Well, if Frank Bruno is going to make any impression on the world heavyweight scene, this is the country in which he has to really look good. And this fight tonight is all this.
Bruno faced tough Mike Jameson and delivered a knockout so fierce, it was like a fireworks show on a rainy night.
That was a good left hook, and it's taken everything out of Jameson. His leg came up, his right leg came up as he got hit, and the following punch sent him crashing down, and that, I think, is going to be the end of this fight. Bruno has just shown the American public what he can do with a punch. Lawless is delighted. That is an amazing win. He threw 2 quick punches, and he knocked everything out of Jameson, who's also cut into the bargain. Let's have a look. His leg came up twitching as he got hit. It was an extraordinary blow. And he's still on the floor, Jameson. There's the left hook. His leg kept, there's the leg in reaction coming up. And that following right uppercut as he was about to go down took him out absolutely cold. They were 2 terrifying punches. And he's cut as well.
Jameson's leg even did a little dance after the left hook, showcasing Bruno's dynamite in either hand.
That was an extraordinary finish. Well, we talk about Bruno's punching power at home and the fact that he can punch with either hand, and he's proved all that in the matter of seconds here in Chicago. Well, if ever anybody wanted a demonstration of what Big Frank can do, there it is, and he's done it in front of the American public. Well, a quiet first round, and then in the second, this. That's the first terrifying left hook. The reaction to that is extraordinary. I once saw Ingemar Johansson in a similar trouble against Floyd Patterson, and as he was just about going down, Bruno let the right uppercut go. I think the first punch might have finished him, but the second one put it quite terribly beyond doubt. They must have been 2 of the best punches you've ever thrown.
I think so, Harry, yeah, but I just thank God for him.
It was a speed on them. One came, so quickly after the other. You had enough time, quick reaction to get him as he was about to go down.
Yeah.
That was tremendous.
Thank you, Harry.
Anyway, more fights in America for you, maybe?
Well, in the near future, I hope, Harry.
You must fancy a chance over here.
I do fancy my chance. I'm getting confident every time, not being flash or nothing, but every time I'm stepping into the ring, I feel, good, and I feel the combinations and the rhythm coming. Yeah, nice one, James. Thanks a lot, yeah? Nice one. Can I just say hello to my girlfriend, Laura, and my baby, Nicola, at home. Hello, Laura, and hello, Mum. Hello, Mum.
Well done, Frank. Anyway, congratulations.
Spence working the body now. Earl Spence Jr. Raymond Charles, opening round, scheduled for 10. Nice left hand, knocks down Charles.
It's a body shot. I don't know if Charles, he doesn't seem inclined to get up. It was a nice body shot, but it wasn't that difficult. Looks like it might have stung, but he is...
Brutal body shots are par for the course when it comes to Errol Spence, but I think he also has a really nice left hand upstairs.
Charles trying to survive the round here against the 2012 Olympian. Nice left, right. Spence, another left. Charles on the ropes, trying to hold on. Spence moves away. Spence has him on the ropes. 10 seconds, and that's it. Referee steps in. It is over. Earl Spence Jr. 7th time he's knocked out his opponent in the first round.
Spence has perfect balance, and all of his punches are heavy punches because of that.
He's very patient. Oh, and he did. He caught him with a shot on the chin. I thought it was to the body.
Using that left hand very well tonight.
Yeah, and he caught him with the left hand, a short left, right on the bottom of the chin, and set him down. And
Spence can box your head off with a jab. He can slug it out and break a guy down with heavy combinations. He can counter, he can go inside and land powerful body shots. He's a pretty complete fighter.
Shot that put him down. The left right under the chin. And here's the end. This is how he finishes it up. A flurry of punches, unanswered punches. And Charles goes down, and the referee determines that he's had enough. See what the telling shot is here. Oh, it's an uppercut. It's a left uppercut that sort of set things in motion, and then he comes back, and it's just a flurry of combinations of right and left.
Well, it's a cautious start by both fighters. You know, Kelly's still very, very unsure of himself. Lovely right hand, beautiful shot.
Yeah, terrific right hand by David Haye. Just feinted short in the left, and he brought that round the corner. And remember, this is a man who has been stopped, and he's got him in one. What a great right hand by Haye. This could be a very, very impressive scalp, and I don't think Mickey Van's having a good look at him.
If you don't have good reflexes and David Haye can land cleanly on you, that is a recipe for a brutal knockout.
Round 2.
Haye is so heavy-handed, he really...
And there's a little look in Kelly's eye which suggests that he doesn't fancy that right hand coming across for a third and perhaps conclusive time. We shall see, but what a good opening round by David Haye. Bided his time, went for the uppercut.
I think at this point in Kelly's career, he was a sitting duck for a punch Haye was going to throw.
I'm not so sure right now that's the right tactic. He should go in behind that jab. There it is.
He doesn't have to worry about that. He can. The calls come in, and Kelly has been stopped. And this is the most impressive piece of boxing Haye has produced. And Kelly is all over the place. What a finish by David Haye against a man who's rated some 30 places in the world cruiserweight rankings above him.
The replay will show how brutal that right hand was. Haye got a clean shot on the chin of Kelly. Of all the punches I wouldn't want to take in boxing history, this is right up there.
What a punch, what a delivery, what hand speed, and what a result.
It just looks like such a painful punch to take. That would be the last punch that Kelly would ever take in a boxing ring. I can't blame him for retiring after something like that.
They had had quite enough of that, and that was the contest over. Mickey Van could do nothing but agree.
Yeah, real and helpless, as we hope to show you a bit later on. Jones at various times, because of his speed, has been compared to an Ali for quickness or a Sugar Ray Leonard. He definitely has the speed advantage over Vaca.
Jorge Vaca was coming off a big win, knocking out Mark Brilland and sending him into retirement.
Thrown by Jones.
But then he made the cardinal sin of boxing. He hung out on the ropes against prime Roy Jones. That's like trying to take a nap on train tracks. You can guess what happens next.
But neither of them landed solid.
Jones lands against the ropes. And the left hand, down he goes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's it. That's the fight right there. And it was that right hand that was down by his waist. Got clipped with the left hook sitting on the ropes, Len.
In stunning fashion, Roy Jones Jr. goes to 16-0 with 16 knockouts with the big left hook. Vaca wanted to leave town and hurry this afternoon.
He got knocked out faster than you can say bad idea.
With the right hand left hook, uppercut. This is where he had Vaca on the ropes, where Vaca shouldn't have been. But here's the knockout here, where Vaca's against the ropes again, and he's going to drop that right hand, and look, one left hook, bingo. That was it. But his hands are dangerously low for sitting on the ropes with a guy with this much speed like Jones, and bingo. That hurts. It is a different angle. Look at that. Jones just countered right off of Vaca's jab and leaned in and threw that crushing left hook, and that was it. Lights out. This kid Jones is going places because Vaca doesn't usually get knocked out that easily.
Canelo promised his friends this scrap wouldn't go beyond 5 rounds. When Lewis heard about it, he said, sure, but he'd be the one to end it with a knockout over Tony. Tony also said he'd murdered Joe, and he called him a bum.
The vicious punching of Joe was on display early in this fight. Tremendous shots here.
Right cross and left hook. What a power combination. Canelo up at the count of 2. That was the first time Canelo's been knocked down in all his 11 years in the ring. Hard left to the jaw by Canelo. Lewis up at the count of 2. This is a surprise.
It's not often you see Joe Louis make a technical mistake in the ring. He did here. Joe's looking for his brutal left hook to the body, but notice how he drops his right hand as he throws it. It might have been complacency from Joe. That left to the body is a dangerous shot to throw as a lead punch.
Left hook on his jaw. The first time since winning the title that Joe hits the canvas.
Joe came out and corrected things.
Galeno completely helpless. Tony drops to his knees. He's in bad shape, and the referee stops the fight. It's all over.
Coming inside on the brown bomber is a very risky thing to do. Notice how Joe makes space for his compact inside punches. Notice the impact of these punches in slow motion. You simply cannot survive Joe's combinations if he lands. The power in his punches is just insane. It's like watching a wrecking ball in slow motion.
Joe Louis rings up his 7th straight win as heavyweight champion of the world.
Tiene que agacharse para intentar de esa forma evitar los golpes, Wilfredo, pero nada capea este temporal, este huracán que es Azuma Nelson.
We have seen the fearsome Gomez beaten by Salvador Sanchez, but this was something different.
Su tremendo corazón ha mantenido a Wilfredo Gómez todavía en pie de lucha y todavía tirando golpes y sacando ya todas las mañas del costal. Y conecta Wilfredo ahí, buena derecha, pero se lleva otra sólida derecha a la cabeza y de nuevo en malas condiciones se va a la lona Wilfredo.
There was a lot of shock in the audience when Wilfredo Gomez went down in front of his hometown fans in Puerto Rico in the 11th round.
Dice Wilfredo fue resbalón, pero no que va. Iba herido de un golpe de Azuma Nelson que lo vuelve a conectar con la derecha y ahora sí se desploma Wilfredo.
This final knockout was shocking. Nelson folded Gomez up like an accordion with the punch.
Se acabó. Se acabó la pelea, dice el referee. Azuma Nelson is the winner. A thunderous right hand to the...
Nelson was a beast. He was tough as nails and a fearless warrior. He had no problem traveling into the lion's den and doing things like that. He's one of the most underrated fighters of all time, in my opinion.
Ahí está Azuma Nelson siendo levantado en hombros, el africano coronándose campeón del mundo.
Half a minute to go then in round 5. Well, just as I said that, Cortez took a shot and turned. Well, did he turn away?
The body punching of Ike was a sight to behold at times. He really hurt Cortez to the body there.
Punch there from Corty. Shows what a good finisher he can be.
6, 7.
Up at 7. 8, takes the man at the corner. The towel's coming for the corner. So it's all over then for Alberto Cortez in 5 rounds against a very, very good champion. Ike Bazooka Quarty.
Ike was a lot of fun to watch, kind of like a cool robot made of iron. I always thought his jab was his signature punch, but I loved his consistent body attack. Ike reminded me a lot of Errol Spencer. If you ask me, I think Ike is a better version of Spence.
Watch it again from the reverse angle this time. In fact, this was where he turned away. And I think he just about had enough by that point. And referee Cristalula turned him around and said, carry on. So an unfortunate loser then, Alberto Cortez. But I'll tell you something, this man, Corty, at 24 years of age, has got a very bright future.
Coming up. And a great defence again here by Canizales, and a little tough warrior there in Orlando Bowe. He's been on the deck, seems to have got over it. Had a fairly good round, but no. Oh dear, he's rocked there. He won't get over that, I wouldn't think. No, he really picked him off there.
Orlando is one of my all-time favorites. His timing was great for that knockout.
Time since he's been knocked over like this. And it's too late down, he's collapsed there. And again, the crowd going crazy for Canizales. He really is one of the great champions of the modern game.
He was certainly a skilled and beautiful fighter to watch. When I first saw Lomachenko using the angles, I immediately thought about Orlando.
The way the legs have gone here, nothing left.
Orlando Canizales then, still the IBF bantamweight champion, and that's the way it's been for nearly 6 years. Britain's Nassim Hamed is expected to make a challenge for that title next year.
Oh, a right hand that connected, and Dan Sherry is hurt.
Down he goes. He got 2 right hands in a row. Why? Once again, because his left hand was down. He's at 7, 8.
Chris Eubank said that Dan Sherry had the fastest feet of all his opponents.
Once again, Dan Sherry using the ring well, but again, no punches. No punches at all. And he just walked into a right-hand shot, which staggered him. Get off those ropes, Sherry, and hold on to him.
But he's going to survive the round.
Vinny didn't have any problem tracking him down, and that left hook to the body was a beautiful punch.
That just takes the air out of you, and stuns you. It's a terrific shot. The bell is rang. I don't know whether he's going to get up. It's over.
It's over. And correctly. Schmoger did the right thing.
Vinny wasn't everybody's cup of tea. I liked him a lot.
Pinned him against the ropes. Sherry will escape, and then there's a shot to the liver. A great left hook. Bang! There it is. Unfortunately, the referee was in the way, but trust me, it was a dynamite shot.
You can see that he always fought with a lot of heart and tenacity in the ring.
Sherry tries to slide off the ropes, so you can still know he knew what he was doing, and he just got caught. Bang! What a shot.
Way to hang in there, Dan.
When we talk about Mexican champions, Lupe Pintor often gets overlooked. He was a great champ, and I really liked how he closed the show here with his left hook. His signature punch. I'd love to have seen him against the likes of Morales, Barrera, and Juan Manuel Marquez, because I think he'd be very competitive against them, and I think he's on their level. The combination punching of Joe Louis was on full display against Jack Roper. Louis was probably the most devastating inside fighter in the history of the heavyweight division due to his fast hands and devastating power.
Take a closer look at Joe Louis's combination and power punching in slow motion.
During his long reign as champion, many opponents were terrified in the ring due to the intimidating factor of facing Louis.
Keep yelling at him to do. That right cross begins it.
In this fight, Louis brutalized his opponents with vicious combination punching.
No man can stand up to Louis and take that kind of punishment.
Middleweight king Carlos Monzon is considered by many people to be the best middleweight in history. In this fight, we see Monzon's long, fast, straight punching caused a lot of knockdowns on Tom Boggs. Boggs got hammered. Boggs showed tremendous heart to keep getting up. Even the vicious Monzon was gesturing to his corner as if to say, "What do I have to do? Kill this guy?" This is the only time I ever saw some emotion from Monzon in the ring. He was usually as cold as ice in the ring and did a methodical job on his opponents. Every time I watch prime Sugar Ray Leonard, I'm mesmerized by his hand speed.
Against Leonard's forehead. The quick right lead and another chopping right and another. And you see the wobbly leg and down goes Finch. It's the third knockdown of the fight. And Mills leads. Leonard keeps going to his own corner instead of the neutral corner. It's time to end this. That's it. Mills lane.
The difference in speed between Sugar and his opponents is comical at times. It doesn't feel fair that Sugar should be allowed to fight against opponents because of the difference in hand speed.
And in fact, he got a couple of extra seconds on that knockdown simply because Sugar Ray did not go to the farthest neutral corner. So Sugar Ray Leonard is the winner by a technical knockout here in the third round. And it was very impressive regardless of the competition. Sugar Ray Leonard is just getting better with every fight. It's just that simple. Let's take another look.
Even in slow motion, his speed looks ridiculous.
Buckle the knees. And you can see, look at the knees of Bruce Finch. He just had nothing left at that point, and almost any other punch would have put him down. In fact, Ray did not really hit him with a solid punch after that left hook. Buckle the knees. Let's take another look at it. Watch the left hook. The right hand set him up, and the left hand brought him back. You didn't quite see it because it was behind you, and you can see the dance that Bruce Finch is doing at that time. He was out at that juncture.
I think that Sugar was one of the most complete fighters ever and one of the very best pound for pound.
The right hand really that did do most damage, not so much the left, but there is the left, and that was the final punch. Sugar Ray taking a step back from it and really just waiting for Bruce Finch to fall. The legs are the first to go, and they went on Bruce Finch. And after that, it was merely a question of how long it took the challenger to fall down.
In the heavyweight division, there are two men who I think are the best combination punchers in history. At the top of the list is the great Joe Louis. In the close second place is Evander Holyfield. Notice the great variety of these combinations. Evander's footwork is an important part as he can manage the distance and come in and out with powerful shots. The punches come to head and body and from all kinds of angles. We know Michael Moorer as a heavyweight, but he started his career at 175 pounds. He was a huge puncher at that weight and blasted through all his opponents.
The top cat, he did get up at the count of 9, went to his corner, and Toby Gibson came over and said, "That's all she wrote."
But he made a business decision to gain weight and fight as a heavyweight for bigger paydays. It's hard to know how good he could have been if he stayed at 175 pounds, but I suspect he would have been an absolute beast.
Stakes are high, the World Cruiserweight title.
This fight was for the IBF World title at Cruiserweight, and one thing about Lampkin was that he could punch. I thought he was a bit of an inconsistent guy, but he could definitely punch.
And since McCrory doesn't have the reputation of being an exactly concussive hitter, just a slip that I think, although there was a body shot in there, was there? There's a low punch from Lampkin.
That's the weak thing, when you're trying to do weight, that's weakening, it's sad. When you're trying to do weight, oh no. Oh, yeah, he's won. Pulled it off.
the fight is all over. I mean, great controversy here. I thought that was a slip. A body shot went in there. The referee has counted McCrory out. One body shot. Well, that really did explode from nothing, and Glenn McCrory's title has gone. Look at this again. The punch was certainly landed inside there. It was a left hand right underneath the rib cage, and it just...
I could feel Glenn's anguish. He so wanted to get up, but simply couldn't move.
If Jeff Lampkin had put $4,000 on himself to win inside 3 rounds, he's done it.
This was just a terrific body shot that was set up by touching Glenn upstairs.
Tough, hard fight here, and Lampkin suddenly found that left hook there and a delayed action fall by McCrory, and he was counted out.
The heavy-handedness of Edwin Rosario was really on display in this fight. I've said it before, but when it comes to a question of who is the hardest puncher ever at 135 pounds, Edwin Rosario has to be right up there on everybody's list. Rosario just has the kind of power where one solid punch changes the whole dynamic of the fight. I don't think he carried that kind of power up with him when he left 135 pounds. But when he was at 135 pounds, he was an all-time great as far as punching power goes.
Energy, and those right hands, I think, were doing a lot of damage, and this one was a finisher. Well, he threw about 6 punches there, and I think he only missed 1, and even...
Qui se retrouve dans le vide parce qu'il y a esquive. Voilà. Une droite.
If you've watched our first knockout compilation of the series, you would have seen the brutal body shot knockout by Roy Jones to Virgil Hill. Very few body shot knockouts come close to that in my opinion, but this is one of them. Corday was always a very good body puncher, and he uses multiple jabs to get himself inside to land the perfect right hand to the body.
Coup dans les flancs, il n'y a pas le foie, il n'y a rien à cet endroit-là, les côtes. Et sur les côtes, ça fait très mal, croyez-moi.
Et là, il y a une force, il y a une puissance dévastatrice. Vous voyez le résultat. Mais il y a aussi une vitesse. On l'a vu à la salle dans les quelques rounds de gants qu'il a fait. Il y a une vitesse, il y a une technique.
Il y a un charisme, il a pas mal de choses. Hein. Je crois qu'il vous a demandé plein de trucs déjà pour Paris.
Ah oui, c'est vrai, il a demandé ce qu'était le team Canal Plus exactement.
The opponent was badly hurt, and I think that punch was so hard that it actually hurt me too.
Il va rester plusieurs minutes au sol. Il va mettre du temps à récupérer. Tant Quartet frappe fort.
Bowe came into the fight against Mathis even heavier than his last one. After blasting Mathis with a sledgehammer right hand and putting him down, Bowe threw an illegal punch while Mathis was on the floor.
And you can see Bowe trying to work on the inside. And Mathis just goes down to one knee. I mean, he really wasn't hit. He just decided to take a timeout. And that's when Riddick Bowe nailed him. But
the fight was declared a no contest. Bowe was lucky not to get disqualified. In this Bruno fight, the mismatch was so clear, it was like bringing a tank to a pillow fight.
And Shark is only 13-11 and just under 6 feet. And he's complaining that Bruno hit him on the back of the head, which is not a very good start for an experienced pro like Shark. That was 1977, he went in with Weaver.
Bruno outweighed Bill Sharkley by 25 pounds, and it showed.
6 years ago. And over goes Sharky, fairly predictably, I would have thought. Flat on his face, and almost certainly flat out. Yes, he is. All over. 2 minutes and 10 seconds on my watch. And Sharky was hanging all over him, and up comes the right. That's precisely how you put Jameson away in Chicago. But there's no doubt at all that Bruno is a sensational young prospect. and Britain is lucky to have him. And Mason has eased off his work, and he's allowing Biggs to settle down behind the left. And Biggs clowns again and says, that right hand hurt me. Oh dear. Well, Biggs stopped him in 5 rounds, but he wasn't very impressive. In fact, neither man was. So...
I always kind of felt sorry for Terrell Biggs. He was an Olympic gold medalist as an amateur and looked to have a promising professional career, but he just didn't seem to have enough power in the pro ranks. He was game in his defeats, but was always found wanting and just didn't look strong or powerful enough.
That's a good right hand from Mason. And if he could follow up now and really get the man against the ropes and hammer him, it might change Mr. Biggs' mind about things. Now he's thrown him over. That's a 1.5 stone advantage that did that. Unless Biggs is getting very, very weak on his legs. It's all about determination and who's going to stick with it. Oh, he's got him with a right hand. He put a short right hand in. And I think the bell's gone, but the count will continue. And he's out.
Mason caught a tiring Briggs with a 1, 2, 3, and Briggs lost again. I just think it was sad how he never achieved as a pro despite showing a lot of heart in his losses against monsters. I felt like the potential was there for him to be a much better pro. Mason was a solid operator, but I think Briggs at his best would have beaten him.
To the fight. But it had the desired effect, and the man in white suddenly was spread eagled. And so Mason has pulled a famous victory out of the fire, because quite honestly, I thought he was on his way to defeat. He looked to be getting slower and slower. He hardly seemed capable at the end of throwing more than 1 or 2 punches. But in the end, he produced the one that mattered, and he got rid of the man who'd been taunting him. So Gary Mason has very firmly tonight put himself high into the international rankings. He was ranked world number 10. He might well go up a place or 2.
10 rounds, 3 knockdown rule is in effect. The bell cannot save either man. A right hand buckle the knees of Norton by Jerry Cooney. First punch of the fight.
The fight between Kenny Norton and Cooney was absolutely savage.
Hand to the stomach, and another right hand to the side of the head of Norton, who stands on the ropes. Left hand to the heart by Cooney. Norton bangs away now at Cooney in Norton's corner. And another left hand scores it again. The legs of Norton wobble. Norton is hurt in his own corner. Cooney trying to measure him. Misses 2 uppercuts, but scores with combinations of left stance. Norton straight up. Norton is about to drop. Norton is on his knees. And finally...
Cooney's obliteration of Norton in the corner, and the referee did a horrible job there. Norton looked like he was seeing stars as he tried to recover from the insane beating he just took.
Power of Jerry Cooney. Ray Leonard, I think that doubt was put to bed right here.
Right. Cooney went out and did pretty much what I expected, but that was very dangerous when he was able to deliver 5, 6 blows, and the referee just stood there. I think the referee should have stopped the fight a lot sooner.
I really don't understand what the referee was waiting for. Norton was completely out, and Cooney had several free shots. One thing about Cooney, he was a murderous puncher. Letting him have these kind of free punches on an opponent is very dangerous.
Very good point, and that Tony Perez may have considered stepping in a little bit sooner than he did. Norton was out on his feet. Norton is still on the floor in his own corner.
Very hard, and you said it early, and you know he deserves to go into the next century with a good rest. I think he doesn't want to be back too early next year.
He might have to be back quite early to fight Pippy. That could be February.
Michael Gomez was a fighter who always gave value for money. He was a front foot guy, and you usually got great entertainment in his fights.
Oh, and a big right hand. He might take Galindo out here. He's stopped in the 11th round. He forces the...
It's the 11th round, and Gomez is not the type to box to a decision. I like the way he always went to the stoppage, and I thought this was a good stoppage from the referee. Gomez was limited, but he was one of my favorites.
And power. Mickey Van got this dead right.
He did. Look at these 3 punches, 4 punches.
May not get him in this round, but round 10 coming up. "35 seconds left. Oh, there's a right hand, and Larry Hazard steps in, saving further punishment. to Johnny Davis.
If you've watched a few videos of my knockout series, you probably know that I consider Michael Spinks to be the best 175-pounder in the history of the division. That was a thunderous right hand by him there.
Light heavyweight champion did it in the 9th round.
I like the killer instinct in Spinks here, staying on Davis with the double jab to set up that clinical right hand. I don't know of any other 175-pounders who would be able to go up to heavyweight and beat Larry Holmes twice.
They stepped in. So on the scorecards, it was 79-73, 79-74, 78-73. So Michael Spinks was way ahead on the 3 judges' cards under WBA rules. So all of this action coming at 2:27 of the 9th round. Couple of game battlers. While we're waiting for an interview with...
I had to add this knockout into the video because I just love the setup.
Bit of a mixed record, just winning more than he lost. Oh, right hand! And that lays Fulton down. Terrific shot that from Fox Owo. And is Fulton going to get up from that? The count is at 7. And no, he will not be allowed to carry on. And Owo makes it 2 wins out of 2, and both of them in pretty quick time. He looks like a puncher.
He certainly does. That was very impressive. A tremendous right hand. He was nice and loose, just relaxed, landed with decent punches, but didn't look, and then that one came as a complete surprise.
Owo throws the body shot, and then the wide, sweeping right hook. It's like a hybrid between a right hook and an overhand right. It was the right punch for the right time because it landed so sweetly. What a knockout. It sometimes amazes me how the opponents get to their feet after taking these punches. That was such a brutal punch, and although the opponent was clearly in no condition to continue, he did get back to his feet in time, which is pretty impressive when you consider the brutality of what just happened to him.
And it's a good punch.
World champion Omar Narvaez has never been stopped in 46 fights. That all changed when he traveled to Japan to fight Inoue. Inoue has perfect technique in his punches, and this slashing body shot was thrown perfectly.
And while you're looking at that, Lenke has taken a couple of strong lefts, and there he goes down with a left to the jaw, up very quickly. Mandatory 8 count, but it's a matter of time, it looks like, for Jim Zielinski.
Zielinski is game, but his balance is terrible, and he just keeps getting caught with punches because he's all over the place.
As his corner said, if you see you can take him out a left and then a right as he went down. That's all. Randy Newman is going to stop it. And Vinny Pazienza of Cranston, Rhode Island, is now 7-0.
The stoppage was good. I give Zielinski credit for effort, but he was just completely outclassed.
Strong amateur record of better than 110 fights.
Vinny often showed no mercy to opponents when he was on his way up.
A boxer many consider a living legend.
Well, he's much shorter than Arguello, and he has been reaching in a little bit. If he gets nailed coming in...
Oh, good left hook. Goes Arguello down to the canvas. A solid left hook. Just as Gil Clancy said he might be reaching in, he stepped in and landed that left hook.
A lot of people thought Andy Ganigan was in over his head against the great Arguello. Ganigan jumped on Arguello early and shocked everyone. Arguello gets back to the ropes, and notice he just has no exit and gets caught with the left.
There's the solid left hook that sent him to the canvas. And Arguello, we'll see it one more time. Right there. No, that's not it.
Here it comes.
Right to the body.
It's a straight left hand, right to the chin, and down goes Arguello.
Big right hand. Hannigan picked it up well. Oh, he knocks him down with a solid right hand.
The great Arguello had perfect timing when he was in his groove, and he caught Gannigan with a lovely counter there.
And another. Arguello almost inexorably taking control as we come into the final seconds of round 5. The champion knocks him down at the bell.
Arguello wasn't happy at getting dropped early. Gannigan was ripped up to the body and spent a few minutes on the canvas recovering.
Gonna make it. He cannot get up. It is over. A 5th round knockout at the bell by the champion Alexis Arguello.
It's rare to see perfect Bowe uppercuts to the body like that. Arguello was an absolute beast.
Big combination, and then I think a big right hand will send him to the canvas.
Yes, before that right hand, I hit him with 2 good left handed to the body, and then the right hander, that one was a good one.
Yeah, good solid left hook and a right to the body. Yeah.
Then I tried again because I knew it was hurt.
I was wrong. He's a great champion, and he knows how to handle himself really good.
But when the overconfident Dotil moves in for the finish, Jake LaMotta suddenly opens up. Dotil knows he's been fooled and tries to hold and run, but LaMotta, always devastating inside, won't let him get away. It's LaMotta to the body and to the head. Against the ropes, Dotil is in trouble.
Going into the final round of this fight with the middleweight championship of the world on the line, Jake was well behind on the cards. Jake opens up, desperately looking for the finish.
Both men blaze away. It's a real Donnybrook.
Notice Jake looking for the left hook. Jake will simply not stop punching.
And LaMotta scores a dramatic knockout over the very capable Laurent Dotil. It's Jake LaMotta, one of the greatest crowd pleasers of all time, winner and still middleweight champion of the world.
This was an incredible come-from-behind performance by Jake. He was past his prime, but pulled out a great victory and became the middleweight king once again.
He's been a whole different person than the one every boxing expert expected to see here.
In the 10th round of the bout between Mike Tyson and Buster Douglas, the atmosphere was tense. Tyson had been struggling all night and his eye was virtually closed.
A desperate one-eyed fighter. Rolling willingly just to try to get in the shot that will finish things in.
Oh, the uppercut.
What an uppercut by Douglas, and down goes Tyson.
The commentators are in such shock that they can't talk as they watch Tyson on the canvas.
It's over. It's over.
Mike Tyson has been knocked out.
Unbelievable. This makes Cinderella look like a sad story, what Buster Douglas has done here tonight.
Let's go ahead and call it the biggest upset in the history of heavyweight championship fights.
Douglas lands a powerful combination, starting with a right uppercut that snapped Tyson's head back.
This victory for Buster Douglas could not have been more richly deserved.
Notice how Tyson just doesn't see this uppercut coming.
They've hurt Tyson and didn't take advantage of it. Buster Douglas, inspired by the death of his mother, came on very strong. He had Tyson in trouble a few times.
Sensing his opportunity, Douglas followed with a rapid barrage of punches, and Tyson was a sitting duck. Douglas was a 42-1 underdog coming into the fight. He had done the unthinkable. He knocked out the seemingly invincible Mike Tyson, securing perhaps the greatest upset in boxing history.
All through the bout, for 10 straight rounds, he was sharper and crisper and more accurate than the champion.
Steve Harvey found himself in a real pickle against McClellan. From the start, Harvey looked like a deer caught in headlights.
Oh, big shot already, and Harvey's down. He gets right back up. He'll have to take the 8 count. He hit him with the right hand and then a left uppercut. It's up to 6, 7, and 8. He's right back up as one of those flash knockdowns.
A beautiful double jab and right hand had Harvey down within the first 30 seconds.
But McClellan is a world-class fighter, and it's showing right here immediately in round number 1. McClellan is coming off 8 straight knockout victories over the past 3 years. Big body shot. Down he goes for the second time. Fight will be all over. Let's do it. Here we go. McClellan comes in. He's looking for the kill, and he's tied a big shot. Nails him in the left hook. He backs off, and down he goes to his knees. The referee says
Harvey knew he was in over his head. There was nowhere to hide as McClellan made him an unwilling participant in the boxing lesson.
Matched. He was hit that time. The 3 knockdown rule takes effect. It'll be scored as a technical knockout. And Gerald McClellan shows from Emmanuel Stewart's Crunk Boxing Gym that this guy is something else. We'll get the official timing in a little while, but McClellan is certainly a super fighter here, and he showed it. It came at 1:51, I think will be the official time. He won that by a TKO over Rick Chavez up in Eugene, Oregon, but he's been mostly a local fighter, fighting up in that part of the country, and McClellan is a world-class fighter who can really bang, and he showed his world-class ability in this fight. Totally composed, hardly built up a sweat here in the 6,300-foot altitude of Lake Tahoe, Nevada. This is the first knockdown. He's nailed with the right hand, and you see him move in, catches him real good with the right hand again, and down he goes. He jumps right back up. Now watch this shot. In he comes, nails him with the right hand. That big right hand in there. The left hand just kind of took him off balance, but it was the right hand that did the damage.
After the unification win against Tom Johnson, Hamed was now the WBO and IBF featherweight champion, and his star power was undeniable. The question you have to ask with every Hamed opponent is, what will happen the first time they take a clean punch?
Big left hand from Nassim, and Hardy took that well, or appeared to. Then another right hand has jacked him in the first round.
This fight solidified his place among the elites, and it seemed like there was no stopping the Prince.
Suddenly, when you thought he was going to stay down, it looked as if it would all be over, and it might be too. He's up at 6. The 3 knockdown rule is in effect. 1 more knockdown. He stopped anyway. He said round 1. It is round 1.
Yes, what can you do with power like that? He's got the hand speed. He's got the power to match.
Every world title fight has ended inside schedule.
The right hand, he just picked it right through the defense there. As Hardy was moving backward, he jumped up a couple of times, but the last time he had to be stopped. There it is, that long right hand, a little delayed effect there. You can see the grimace of pain. It was a hard shot.
Notice Hamed is able to get good power in his punches, despite looking like he's a bit off balance.
Well, that time it was the left hand.
Do anything but praise. Hardy was a good fighter, worthy of his #1 challenge, and Hamed did exactly as he said he'd do. He just walked in and caught him with good, solid punches right from the off.
The Prince took it and knocked him out in the first round.
Razor came into the fight against Lennox Lewis as the betting favorite, and everyone expected him to blast Lewis out of there. But reality hit harder than anyone expected, literally.
Right hand by Lewis. Ruddock goes down. A smashing right cross with perfect accuracy behind the jab. You cannot do it better. And the wobbling Razor Ruddock makes it out of round 1.
That right hand from Lewis had Razor all over the place, and he was lucky it came at the end of the round. You could see how Ruddock telegraphs his jab to the body. It's like he sent Lewis a memo saying, "Here comes my jab, get ready." Lewis saw it coming from a mile away and responded with that huge right hand.
You can't do it better. George, how will that change the fight?
Not at all, because Ruddock, he's been knocked down in the early rounds before. Doesn't change anything, but he's better respect more than the left jab of Lennox Lewis. He's got a right hand to worry about too.
Lewis hurting Ruddock with the left hook. Ruddock in serious trouble as Lewis pounds into the canvas. Second knockdown of the fight, and already Lennox Lewis has equaled Mike Tyson's knockout output against Razor Ruddock in both of the 2 Tyson-Ruddock fights. Lennox Lewis is in total command now.
seen, Lennox Lewis may turn out to be not only the greatest heavyweight in British history, but the greatest fighter in European history. I agree.
In the next round, Lewis didn't waste any time. He picked up right where he left off and pounded Razor to the mat.
Knockdown in the second round, which is the second round down of the fight. Very coolly, very efficiently, going after Ruddock after the first round knockdown. Ruddock was hurt, came out in the second round trying to look like he could still fight, plainly had nothing left. And here is the end of the fight. Ruddock manfully trying to land something to get Lewis off him, but he can't.
Oh, look at that right hand.
The final knockdown was absolutely brutal. A straight right followed by a right hook that completely destroyed Razor. It was clear Razor just had no answer for Lewis's power. Lewis's punching power is legendary. When he connects, it's like he's using a wrecking ball instead of a fist. The guy has the kind of power that makes opponents rethink their career choices. The right hand of his is infamous for ending fights in the blink of an eye.
And dawn may be breaking at the end of a dark century for British heavyweights. Lennox Lewis of London is headed uptown.
And he needs to take a big breath after that night. He's in trouble. And Minter's got him second time on the floor, and he bounces up like a rubber ball. And he might have been wiser to have taken account. That's inexperience showing. Second round. Knight looking as though he'll survive it now, but at one time he didn't. Or will it? Third time over. 15 seconds to go in the second. And he puts his hand on his hips as much as to say, what's it all about? And he's under tremendous pressure. 5 seconds. And it stops. The bell just about to come, and it's all over inside 2 rounds. Alan Minter defended the title in the most spectacular way he could have done, and he hugs the referee. But he did it himself. It was nothing to do with the referee.
In the third round of the heavyweight championship fight between Larry Holmes and Leon Spinks, Holmes had Spinks pinned to the ropes, unleashing a barrage of right hands that looked like he was trying to set new records for punches thrown.
That's how wild Spinks is, leaning all over Holmes, halfway, falling down, and Holmes is now scoring heavily against Spinks. Now he's fighting boxing basics. He's scoring that left to the belly, hurts Spinks. Spinks is getting it. He hasn't been able to get away from the ropes. And Holmes is really teeing off on him. Has him measured. You see the left measuring him, then the right, and then the left. And Spinks is ready to go. And
In my opinion, it seemed like Holmes was determined to prove a point with every swing.
Spinks stuck against the ropes right near the corner, virtually in the corner. And Holmes going at him, teeing off on Spinks utterly.
Spinks went down, but with a determined scramble, he managed to get back on his feet at the count of 9. That was some impressive grit, like he was channeling every last ounce of his willpower to avoid an early night. But Holmes wasn't finished. He trapped Spinks in the corner and continued his relentless attack with right hands, making it look almost comical. I think this was like watching someone repeatedly try to knock down a door that just wouldn't budge. Spinks appeared to be stuck in a never-ending game of dodgeball, except there was no escaping Holmes' punches. Throughout his career, Holmes' right hand was known for its precision and knockout power. It wasn't just a punch, it was a game changer.
Around, next in line, Jerry Cooney and a kid named Greg Page. That's the way Spinks went down. Still another replay, hitting him at will. How quickly the tide turned for Leon Spinks, because in the second round it looked like he had a chance. In the third round it became what it was in the first round, only Holmes came out to fight. Disappointed and angry with himself over the second round. He came out to fight and it was no contest. In fact, a mismatch.
Bernard Hopkins.
In his comeback fight after losing to Roy Jones, Hopkins won every second of the fight and got the stoppage in the 7th round.
Ledger would be impressive. Fletcher's ceiling close.
He's not giving himself enough room to let his combination flow smoothly. Yeah, this should be it. That's it.
Since Hopkins won every minute, I don't mind the somewhat premature stoppage.
Right there at the end. Watch this hook. Kaboom. Now.
Lopez's defense of the WPC world title in Japan was a demonstration of textbook boxing. He used sharp punches from the outside and set up his 1-2 with precision. In the next round, Lopez finished the job with a technique so clean it could have been used as an instructional video. Carlton Haywood was about to experience Jackson's version of a fireworks display.
Prøver så godt han kan å dekke seg.
Ja, han slår han rett I pannan det.
Enda stedet han kommer til.
Ja, precis.
Drar fram med hooket, tar fram en flott venstre hook rett I pannen faktisk. Som Ingmar sier, og dommeren Luis Bobon går imellom og stopper matchen, og det kan vi vel godt forstå kanskje. Dette var vel kanskje en over.
A good stoppage by a referee, as Haywood was about to experience what happens when you get hit with a punch that could be seen from space. Look at Jackson's feet. Both almost leave the ground when he punches. It's like watching a high-energy workout video, but with more explosions.
It's all over. And the referee does the right thing because there is no standing 8 count here. And if Julian were allowed to come in and hit him with another punch, Carlton Haywood could have been in big trouble. So, again...
How about that commitment, Jim? Oh, this is tremendous. Every bit as good as we hoped it would be. Okay, let's come to the bottom. And Doherty's down for the first time in his life. I don't know whether he's going to make it. Knocked out. Round 9. Alex Arthur wins the Scottish Showdown. He regains his British title. There's Beyonce Debbie. There's Michael Gomez. I think that the varnish has gone off that since Gomez lost in 5 rounds last time out. But they may get it.
The strength of Primo Carnera was legendary, but Jack Sharkey was a serious fighter. Look at that head movement as he gets closer.
The fans are stunned at the sight of the champion flat on his face.
Sharkey was punched into the air with an uppercut.
Carnera
It's like Canelo was trying to see if he could make Sharky defy gravity. I thought Sharky was the better fighter in this fight, but the strength and power of Canelo were just too much. Canelo was like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object.
It's June 20th, 1960. Heavyweight champion Ingemar Johansson in white trunks defends his title against former champion Floyd Patterson. Here in round 5, Patterson has a slight edge in the scoring. Both men using their jab. A lunging left hook drops Johansson. Referee Arthur Mercanti sends Patterson to a neutral corner and picks up the count. The champion is up at 9, and Floyd moves in to finish it. Patterson ripping, tearing, bombing from all angles. He wants his title back here and now. Crashing left, and Johansson is down. Ingemar's left foot quivers from the force of that blow. It's all over. In slow motion. Down goes Johansson. Floyd Patterson becomes the first man to regain the heavyweight crown with a 5th-round knockout of Ingemar Johansson.
This is a prime example of not using responsible defense.
Whitaker shifted to the southpaw stance and finding some effective punching room. Tags Dana Rucker, and Rucker goes down flat on his face. Can he get up? This has been his history. I'm not so sure. He's up. Held up by the ropes.
Let me see the gloves.
Will he survive?
He's still out on his feet, Larry. This is very dangerous.
Fight is over. Whitaker.
Good stoppage.
From behind with a devastating knockout of
Rucker's lead left hook. You shouldn't be getting caught with that if you're paying any attention at all. Seriously, his left hand was so low, it might as well have been taking a nap. It wasn't even part of his defense. It was just hanging out, minding its own business. In boxing, it only takes one punch to turn the tide, and Whitaker jumped on that like a cat on a laser pointer. He took full advantage of Rucker's lapse in common sense and turned it into a textbook moment of what not to do in the ring. When your defense is that lax, you're practically inviting your opponent to deliver a punch that'll make you wish you'd been more attentive. Whitaker capitalized on that opening like a pro, showing just how critical it is to keep your guard up and stay alert.
The box in the final, but he came through. He won the gold, Britain's first for 32 years, and he started again. Middleton is wobbling.
Well, you know what Middleton is doing? He's backing up so that Archie really can't catch him with a good, solid shot.
Oh, he's got him with the ribs, and he's got him with the left. Middleton's in all sorts of trouble. It's all over in the first. It looks like job done. The count has gone to 6, it's gone to 7, it's gone to 8. Middleton's got up, and Dave Paris has looked at him and said, don't be silly. Middleton's saying, I can go on. Dave Paris knows his business better than anyone.
He's got a big punch. Everett has to go for it, you feel. He can't outskill Junior Jones.
Richard Evett came into this fight as a huge underdog against world champion Junior Jones, but you wouldn't have guessed that from how he started. He came out in round 1 like he'd been launched out of a cannon.
Evett keeping those hands very high.
Oh, a right hand and a left, and he's got Jones down in the opening round. Can you believe this? 5, 6, 7. Amazing. Richard Evett, the unsung commentary fighter, has Junior Jones on the floor, and listen to the crowd here now. He looks on dodgy legs here now. Jones. Evett could be on the brink of something quite astonishing.
Well, a terrific round for Evett here. Good punches landed. He really has got Jones hurt in there.
little bit swollen underneath the left eye, Evan. He won't worry about that now. He just has to go hunting. And they're swapping blows here, and what an argument. Oh, what a round for Richard Everett. That was memorable.
It was shocking to see Jones, a seasoned world champ, get hurt like that. His legs looked like they'd been swapped out for stilts. Notice that Everett bulldozed his way through Jones, clubbing him to the canvas with some seriously heavy shots. Everett wasn't just landing punches, he was unloading like he was trying to drive Jones straight through the mat.
That is the big hope for Everett here. There was always this little chance because he has occasionally looked fragile around the chin, Junior Jones, for all his class at World Championship level.
10 seconds,
A good right hand and a little left hook just got round the guard there.
Everett didn't let up either. He kept landing big shots, pressing forward like Jones had just insulted his entire family.
Here, Junior Jones, he did a silly dance then. Everett knows he has the power to maybe get this job done. Oh, great left hook, and he's down, is he? No. Looked for a moment as if he was going to go down. Junior Jones over on those far ropes. Somehow he seemed to bounce off the second rope and up again, but it was a left hook and it really had him in trouble. Great shot from Everett.
He really is looking very strong in there.
Oh, and he hit Jones there while he was down. Jones is infuriated by that, and I think there has to be a point deduction for Everett there, because Jones was on the floor when he hit him. Well, he's got away with that, I think, don't you?
I think he has.
Oh, he should have had a point deduction.
He should have had a point. I think he was just trying to get even for some of the bad work. And let's face it, Jones has been the one who's looking to foul and come out with a bag of tricks. Never was just looking to get his own back, saying, listen, I'm here as well.
You could feel the energy in the air. Everett was trying to shock the world, and Jones was trying to remind everyone why he was the champ. There was a moment, though, when things got a little ugly. Everett hit Jones while he was down, and let's just say Jones was not amused. Jones reacted angrily, and honestly, I can't blame him. That was a nasty foul
blow. Everett reacted on that, so I think that was a bit of all's fair.
Oh, he's got him again. He's in trouble again there. That two right hands from Everett. And Jones, once again, on shaky legs of jelly.
I thought Jones was one of those guys who just had innate survival skills. The amount of times I've seen him really hurt and survive is insane. As the fight wore on, though, it became clear that Everett was running out of gas.
He seems to have slowed up in his reactions a little, doesn't he, Everett?
Yes, he's open now, not getting the hand.
Oh, left hook! Massive left hook! And that might be the end of the dream in round 11. Oh, he's all over the place. Will he allow him to go on? Oh, he's going to stop it. It's over in the 11th round. Richard Everett had such a glimpse of glory, but Poison Junior Jones found the poison in the punch to turn it around. But what a scare he had from Richard Everett, who put on a heroic performance there, which will make him a major name in the division.
Jones waited for his moment, and when it came, he unleashed a brutal left hook in the 11th round that dropped Everett like a bad habit. That left hook was a thing of beauty, one of those punches that made you go, wow, that's why this guy's a world champ. Everett was all over the place after it landed, looking like he just got off a roller coaster that went way too far. The fight had to be stopped. There was no coming back from that. Jones showed that even when the chips are down, he's got the power and the brains to pull off the win.
Class of Junior Jones told in the end, and on my scorecard with Everett still ahead and only one round to follow that one.
Yes, I had it exactly the same, Ian, and it was a great effort and really sad to see him beaten like that. But he lost nothing in defeat, Richard Everett. I think that the people of Coventry and his fans have got a lot to be proud of. That really was a David and Goliath effort. He went in there and really tried his utmost to pull a shock off, and he comes so close.
Tremendous fight. Glory in defeat for Richard Everett. And there'll be other nights for him now. People will be talking about him after that.
Jimmy Smith. Smith, 4 rounds, heavyweight.
Jimmy Smith stepping into a boxing ring was like watching a baby deer trying to walk for the first time, if that deer had no sense of balance and was somehow also convinced it could box. His movements were a bizarre mix of flailing limbs and uncoordinated jerks, as if his body couldn't decide whether it was boxing, breakdancing, or trying to escape from a straitjacket. As Smith awkwardly charged forward, it became painfully obvious that defense was just a rumor he had heard about but never actually considered.
It may be a pretty good matchup. What do you think? I mean, look at this guy.
This is bizarre stuff. Almost looks like a Rock'em Sock'em robot. And Timber! He is cold-cocked by Tony Moscow.
I've fallen and I can't get up!
You can almost hear it. He needs an alarm. And Brian Gary issues it, flags him out. We may need the Guinness people ringside here. I think we've seen a new world record. That's got to be one of the quickest knockouts ever. Not a long night's work for Tony Moscow.
And not a good night for the Smith clan.
It may be a good night. The Smith brothers not holding up too well here at the Sundome. This guy's genuinely hurt, though. He walked into a haymaker. The crowd is going nuts.
The punch connected with the kind of precision that made you wince and laugh at the same time. Smith's body went stiff, his wild, swinging arms suddenly frozen in midair before he crumbled to the canvas.
Had some amateur experience, knows when to spot an opening and exploit it. And check out where Smith drops the left hand. You'll see it in just a second. Actually, you just saw the whole fight right there. Right here. Drop the left, right there. Like some kind of weird bird coming in. There is the right hand.
And it was a whirly bird that landed.
Well, you know, tell you what, Moscow does a good job of keeping his composure while all this is going on. He doesn't get into the brawl, stands back, measures the man, and comes in with a pretty good right hand, good straight right.
Looked like one of the characters out of the Night of the Living Dead. And fortunately, we see that Jimmy Smith is not too much the worse for wear as he's now sitting up and being administered to.
One of our crew at ringside wrote me a note. It said it looked like Fred Sanford versus Esther. That'd be like a 10-1 round, Jeff, I think.
That was the big one.
In that one round, Smith solidified his place in boxing history, not as a champion, but as the poster child for what happened when you mix absolute determination with zero skill. His boxing career may have been brief, but Jimmy Smith certainly left an impression, just not the one he'd probably hoped for.
22 seconds of the first round. The winner by knockout and still undefeated, Tony Moscow.
When Marco Antonio Barrera came to the UK to defend his world title against the European champion Paul Lloyd, Barrera turned what was supposed to be a boxing match into an exhibition of just how brutal and one-sided a fight could be.
And already Barrera is getting through with good punches. He's very, very accurate.
And he just there lost his balance for a bit on that far side. The legs just seemed to go momentarily of Lloyd. He's particularly hurtful to the body. And Lloyd here struggling to cope with his speed and variety early on here.
From the get-go, Barrera treated Lloyd like a human punching bag, landing vicious left hooks to the body with all of the subtlety of a wrecking ball.
Oh, he doesn't know where he is. He's got to be stopped this, I think, inside a round. Referee from New York, Sam Virouette. Look how badly marked up he is already, Paul Lloyd. He looks in too deep here, doesn't he?
Barrera barely missed with a shot. He really is in too deep. This is too tough for Lloyd.
Each body punch from Barrera seemed to have its own zip code, traveling straight to Floyd's midsection with the kind of precision that made you wonder if Barrera had a GPS system installed in his gloves. Notice how Barrera steps off here. He knows he can take Lloyd out, but Lloyd is firing left hooks back. Barrera would rather pick his spots than get into a firefight. High ring IQ.
Look at these shots. They're coming from all over the place.
Well, I think the referee should jump in now. He's took some heavy punches. He's struggling to keep his feet on the floor. He has been badly hurt there.
The commentators were practically cringing in sympathy. They sounded like they were watching a horror movie with their hands over their eyes, unable to look away, but also not entirely sure they wanted to.
From this class Mexican. Oh, look at the way he sets himself with the body shots. It's horrible to behold, really. Lloyd is showing amazing courage already, really, to stay in there and on his feet with this. He must feel like the survivor of a multiple injury road crash. Goodness me, this is one of the most one-sided rounds I've ever seen without the fight getting stopped. How did he get through that, Paul Lloyd? Why did he get through it?
Well, in fairness, I mean, he's very tough. We know that, but for me, the referee should have jumped in. He's taken a terrible beating in there.
By the end of the round, I thought that Lloyd looked like he'd just been through a blender. The idea of continuing the fight was about as appealing as swimming in a pool of piranhas.
The cuts, it's off. It's over after one round. No more. Marco Antonio Barrera. We only saw 3 minutes of him, but that was about all we needed to see. Crikey, he's good, isn't he?
He was terrific. I mean, that was, you couldn't, you know, he was just so painful to watch. He really did inflict so much pressure, so much accurate punching. You can see he's really sickened already by this. It's only his toughness and bravery that got him through that first round. But a class act.
He was
almost chilling to watch him, Ian.
He was just cut to bits as well by all this, Lloyd. It was really a fighter who's good at European level, but moving from that kind of level up into the very highest world class with one of the best men around was all too much for Paul Lloyd. And really, it was a very compassionate decision to make sure that he didn't come out for the second round. I'm really, really glad that didn't happen.
Well, I said they shouldn't, and they didn't, and I think that's down to the good cornermen in there. And they knew they weren't going to let Paul Lloyd see any more of that, because, you know, he barely threw a competitive punch himself.
Some of those body punches brought me back to those days when Carlos Palomino was sinking in those shots against John H. Tracy. It was wince on the look of the face of Paul Lloyd.
I want to fight with Nassim Hamed. I come in to fight Nassim Hamed here in England, no problem. All the people is very good people. Nassim, I am here for fight with you, wherever you want.
And clear up one other thing. Do you actually play football in the Mexican second division as well?
Yes, now I play football, soccer, every Saturday. After to fight, I arrived in Mexico to play football, soccer.
I'm not quite sure. Last time we saw him, he blasted out Sam Horton, I should say, in a couple of rounds with a left hook. Good.
Paul Samuels and Renda both had pretty good left hooks. Samuels had Renda backing up after he landed his left hook, but then he got dropped with Renda's left hook. Keep an eye out for that punch from both guys.
That's what he can do.
5, 6, 7.
What a start.
8.
Well, we thought it was going to be like that. First of all, Samuels got through, and then Renda caught him with a big punch, forcing the knockdown, both loading up.
This fight looks like a knockout waiting to happen, but who goes down?
I thought Samuels was the more fluid puncher of the two, and he was having success on the front foot.
Punches, he's really in trouble, Renda there. A bit woozy, a bit wobbly, back he comes. It's amazing action here this opening round. Another big right from Samuel, who's been on the floor, but was on the verge of taking Renda out.
Renda did well to recover. The legs are still a bit unsteady, and he takes another big one, Renda.
Big shots. Renda's in big trouble, staggered against those ropes. Glenn's wondering how to score it.
What a remarkable round. There, Renda coming out on top there with a good punch, catching Samuels flush with that left hook, and Samuels takes a count.
The action was fierce. Both guys had no problems throwing hard leather in exchanges, as you can see from these replays.
Renda very unsteady on his legs at the end of the round. Well, let's hope there's another one like that. That was a great round.
Could they do that again in the second? I think if it's the second round's like the first, somebody's going to get stopped.
In the second round, we saw one of the most amazing moments that had ever happened in a boxing ring.
Well, it looks as if the punches are taking a little more out of Renda than they are Samuels.
Oh, look at that! A simultaneous knockdown. Who's first to get up? It's Renda. They both landed. Samuels stays down. It's at 7. 8. He's not going to make it, is he? 9. 9.5. Just about. What an extraordinary incident. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Both of them load up. Left hooks land at the same time and the same reaction, both going down. Renda recovered the quicker of the two, but this doesn't happen very often.
That is what happened next, isn't it? For years to come.
The double knockdown is so rare to see in boxing, and amazingly the fight continues. I think you can get a good read on the level of the fighter by watching his right hand when he throws a left hook. Neither guy has their right hand protecting their chins here. Nobody knew who was going to win at this point.
But Ian, you wouldn't put much money on this going the distance, would you?
Absolutely none. I think the bookies will give you about 1,000 to 1 at the moment for that. Look at these, Samuels, 1, 2, 3 punches with either hand. Body shots as well. Renda, nothing coming back. Referee having another close look. Big shots. Samuels has won it. Renda's beaten all over in round 3 of a quite memorable undercard battle. That was a stormer, and what a win for Paul Samuels. What an amazing win in a quite remarkable fight.
Well, he's certainly happy about it. Certain time, I'm not sure.
In the end, the more fluid punching of Samuels takes over, and I just think he was the better textbook fighter of the two. What a great effort from Renda, though.
And at the end, it was Samuels who was the stronger, the fitter, and got on top.
Battle of two punchers which more than lived up to expectations. I think it's fair to say, in fact, an understatement to say.
Very good finish. He looked the stronger throughout. Samuels, the punches affected Renda much more. And a good stoppage, keeping the pressure piled on. It had to go that way.
Former female fighter standout Ann Wolfe trains James Kirkland. James Kirkland's a natural fighter, and Ann Wolfe trains him to be a fighter more than a boxer.
When he was under the tutelage of Ann Wolfe, the aggression and ferocity of James Kirkland was too much for many opponents.
Albert loves to go to the body, but right now he's bending his middle half of the body and putting himself. Oh!
And he goes down. Oh. He is hurt.
Yeah, he got hit.
Shot on the inside.
I thought Albert was extremely shaky after the first knockdown.
Got blood on his head. He looks very wobbly right now. The referee's taking a good look at him.
Let's go. He was down in his only loss against Julio Jean, and he's hurt again, and down he goes, and Joe Cortez stops it.
And the fight had to be stopped after the second knockdown, in my opinion. Kirkland got a lot of abuse for not being technically correct with his punches a lot of the time, but notice these short and sharp straight left hands for the first knockout. Beautiful punches.
Tempo that really bugged him there, and he couldn't recover from that.
The second one was more of the same.
And here we look at the second one.
Speaking of Ann Wolfe, your trainer, Ann, you have this gym in Texas that people are talking about. Some people think you're insane the way you prepare your fighters. Some people think maybe you're on to something. What did you do to prepare James for this fight tonight?
Because all this new boxing, we go back to the old school. We do things that you ain't gonna never see in here. If you play with a puppy, you'll lick you in the mouth. When you come to the gym, there's bulldogs in there. You better be a bulldog or you're gonna get ate alive.
Cook, but that's boxing. He's not the only one who has been treated like this by Inoue. Against Frenchman Jean Stock, Robinson gave a clinic in brutality.
Clubbed to the canvas by a sharp left jab.
Stock looked like he'd wandered into a fight with a human blender.
But he comes back for more, and if there's any doubt about the outcome, it's not shared by the fight fans. Sugar Ray's punishing blows to the body floor the Frenchman a second time. Dazed and dumbfounded by the fury of his adversary's attack, Stock still manages to get a grip on himself and get up at the count of 7.
Robinson's combinations were so precise that Stock was left wondering if he'd accidentally signed up for a demolition job instead of a boxing match. Hopkins looked extremely sharp in his fight against Mitchell.
The opening round,
What did you send him out there to do? Body shots, mainly the body shots. Dave Tiberi and Tyrone Frazier.
Look at that right hand.
Will go into the corner of Hopkins and Sean O'Grady. Well, if we hear a bell, and now it is Hopkins closing in. Mitchell with the referee.
Mitchell's legs went like they just heard a really bad joke, and the referee gave him a count because the ropes were holding him up, like they were trying to get in on the action.
Nothing, says Danny Mitchell, so he goes stumbling at the end of the first.
That brutal combination was enough for Mitchell, and he decided to call it a day.
They say no problem, or that's it. He says that is it. He has had enough. So.
In one of his best performances ever, Liston outclassed and destroyed Cleveland Williams. Liston started the fight, showing off his defensive skills.
He's been throwing some big leather at Sonny Liston.
After getting his jab going, Liston took the fight to mid-range and started letting his powerful hooks fly.
And throwing now an occasional lead with his right hand. Sonny Liston bombing him in there now.
Liston had extremely long arms, but he can shorten up his hooks and become an inside fighter.
When Liston stays in close, he gets all the better of it with Cleveland Williams. Williams is responding to the coaching from his corner.
If you don't have good lateral movement, fighting Liston is like trying to dodge a freight train on roller skates. Nowhere is safe for Cleveland. Notice how Liston always has great head position on the inside. He takes away his opponent's offense, especially uppercuts.
And a left hook catches Cleveland Williams and drops him. 4. Williams groggy yet. Liston moving in now, hunting for the one that can end it. Cleveland Williams battling to stay on his feet. Bang to the canvas again. 3. Reels into the corner, and it stopped. Referee Jimmy Taylor stops the fight.
I don't know about you, but if I saw David Tua walking to the ring as my opponent, I'd be looking for a way out. Tua is an extremely intimidating guy. Desmond Nicholson was a tough heavyweight, and he was eyeballing Tua in the ring, but Tua was eyeballing him back. The punishment was severe on this night. Notice that look of shock on Nicholson's face after that punch. He knew he was in with a beast. I'm not sure if Tua was going through any frustrations in his personal life, but he was taking everything out on Nicholson. Nicholson's head bounced off the canvas and the fight was rightly stopped at this point out of concerns for the safety of Nicholson. In his absolute prime, Tua was a monster of a fighter. Only one man would ever stand his ground and have a war with Tua when Tua was in his prime, and he probably picked up brain damage from that fight. Everyone else ran. We will hear about that guy in future videos.
Here it is again. Now he looks like he wants to. Referee very close. He's swapping in. Davis banging away. Straight right hand. Uppercut lands. All Aaron Davis here. Big combination. Durbin goes down. Fight is over.
There are not that many occasions when a lead uppercut has been utilized to straighten up an opponent, but Aaron Davis showed that punch regularly in his career.
Let's take a look at it. There's that uppercut, Sam. It goes right between Durbin's hands. That's a very, very good punch.
The lead uppercut is such an effective punch because when it's thrown correctly, you can get a great deal of leverage into it.
Do it again, straight right hand. There it is again, right between Durbin's hands. It's beautiful. There it is again.
Wow.
Gets good leverage on that punch.
He sure does, Sam.
It has less distance to travel than the rear uppercut, and notice how it splits the guard of Durbin. The punch nearly takes Durbin's head off, and even though this is a less well-known fight, it stayed in my mind because of the impact of those uppercuts. Just really brutal stuff.
Cut the right in between his hands. There it is, Sam. Right in between his hands. Look at the way it lifted his head up in the end, nailed him with the right hand. You know what's going to happen to you, Aaron? You're going to be watching television. You're going to see a lot of guys using that left uppercut because not too many guys know that punch. Billy, you're going to keep it a secret. You're going to teach guys how to use it.
We're building another kid. He's watching Aaron, and he's learning how to throw the uppercut too. But most old-time fighters threw uppercuts. And like I said, watching the old-time trainers, we learn how, we teach our guys uppercuts. It's a dangerous, dangerous punch, and when you catch a guy, you slow him down and you hurt him. Hits him in the nervous system, that's it.
7, 8, 9, 130.
The loose and languid style of Sanders was on display again as he threw a nice fast combo to put Brooks down. The referee saved Brooks from a serious knockout. Notice it was the rear uppercut that landed flush here and really hurt Brooks. Guys who Sanders hit cleanly ended up having a very scared look on their face, like you saw in Brooks here. Brandon Hinat was a nice compact puncher in his day, and the vicious combination he throws here gives us a rare moment. Announcers screaming at the referee to stop the fight for the safety of the opponent.
Official and his referee.
All in the family.
Oh, nice left hook by Mitchell.
That's it.
Hit it in real trouble.
Ref, get in there. Come on, ref.
Adams has got to stop the fight. Come on. Oh, he's calling for what? A standing 8 count?
The fight should be over. The referee should have been in there. He was on the outside watching. He should have been in there breaking the fight. The guy was getting hammered.
Hennon is out of it here.
There's no reason this fight should go on.
The referee lets the fight go on, and I think everyone has their hearts in their mouth at that moment as they await a brutal knockout that's clearly going to happen any second.
Here comes an official up to...
They're telling him to stop the fight. If you can get a camera over, and the commissioners, I believe, are over here telling him to stop the fight.
Call by the referee. He lost control of the fight.
What round is it? He's being questioned. This is a ring physician.
What's the name of the city we're in here?
I'm not sure if the fight has been officially stopped or not at this point.
You want to continue?
They're asking him if they want to continue. They should stop the fight.
Stop the fight. That's why they're getting a paycheck. You're supposed to stop the fight when the fighter's hurt, not ask him if he wants to continue, not ask him if he wants to get killed. Stop the fight.
In perhaps one of the most bizarre moments in boxing, an official comes on the apron and Mitchum is brought over to answer a series of questions. After taking the punches he took, I'm not sure he knew what planet he was on, so it was reasonable to stop the fight there. I've just never seen a fight stop during the action like that, so that a fighter can be given a series of questions like that.
The fight was over right after that first hard shot, basically, by Mitchum.
He got wobbled. He turned his back. That's a sign right there the guy doesn't want to continue. If there's ever a call for an standing 8 at that point, that's when you should have did it.
All right, let's take a look at it here, Tony.
Left hook,
there's the
right
left
on the
hook. Yeah.
Wobbles, turns his back. Right here is a standing 8 count. It's unanswered punches 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
fight should have been
8.
stopped.
Right there, right there. He should have stopped. He should have given him a standing 8 count when he got wobbled. He's just trying to protect himself.
Well, I don't even think there should have been a standing 8 count, Tony. The fight should have been stopped in my mind. I mean, I just don't see what the point was of letting it go on.
When he got wobbled and he turned his back, you can give him an 8 count there. But then to not even do anything, let the guy get pounded, you should have stopped the fight.
The long limbs of Carlos Monzon often remind me of a praying mantis.
still knocked down. Monzon knows it. Maybe now or never. Hitting the top of his man's head. And the referee stopping it.
Monzon systematically stalks, jabs, and ultimately plows Griffiths with hard right hands, which culminated in a stoppage win right here.
And listen to the crowd at Luna Park in Argentina. And look at the abrazos between the members of his ringside staff.
Monzon was clearly built like a tank, and his straight punching meant it was very hard for anyone to close the distance. Once Monzon detects a weakness, he unleashes the combinations that made him the best middleweight of all time in the eyes of many boxing purists.
And now he's really hitting him. Now here's where Griffith went down, almost impossible to get at. He's still being pummeled on the sides of his head. And now the referee moves in and says it's all over with 14 seconds left in the 14th round. 14 and 14 turned out to be the magic numbers for Carlos Monzon. Air travel arranged through and a promotional fee paid by United Airlines, the airline of sports.
16 by knockout, won the USBA junior lightweight title with an upset.
Former world champion Sean O'Grady was trying to get his career back on track when he took on John Verderosa.
Since he was stopped by Cornelius Boza Edwards back in April of '82, and Verderosa did land, and then O'Grady able to get out of the way, but here's Verderosa, who hurt O'Grady.
But O'Grady was subjected to a bad beating. It was a lead right hand that got him going, and the way O'Grady just kept backing up and not getting John's respect just led to him taking more punishment.
In trouble here in this fourth round. Oh, left hand and right, and O'Grady try to count it, and down he goes.
O'Grady looking at his corner, his worried father telling him to take the count. But no question about it, Verderosa on his mark, ready to come forward.
O'Grady showed a lot of heart to get up.
Following the impressive third round by O'Grady, and he is in big trouble.
O'Grady's eyes are getting very, very blank.
But the way John is just effortlessly throwing bombs while switching stances is too much for O'Grady to handle at this point.
O'Grady has nothing left in the legs. You'll see time remaining in this fourth round. Verderosa just teeing off on O'Grady.
And here's where that year of inactivity, where goes O'Grady?
Sean O'Grady down for the second time. Referee's discretion depending on the severity of the knockdown, according to the referee.
O'Grady taking a heck of a pummeling right in the corner there.
Oh, this one is all over.
It's all over.
John the Heat Verderosa stopping Sean O'Grady in round 4. So Verderosa making the turn after his inactivity, stopping O'Grady, who has had a very...
O'Grady would go on to retire after the fight. He had a long career, and I think this beatdown made him realize that it just wasn't worth it at this point. But he did have a very good career. He became a commentator and did a great job behind the mic. He was one of my favorite commentators back in the day.
Said, that's the story. Sean O'Grady stopped in what many folks around the country will consider a surprise.
Speaking of left hooks, Razor had a good one. This left hook coming up was an illegal punch, though. Unfortunately, the broadcast went to a commercial break just as the punch landed, but we can see from the replay that it was a clean shot after the bell. I've seen people get disqualified for this kind of thing. I think something like this should be an immediate disqualification and a ban. Boxing is ruled for a reason.
Ruddock picking up his pace here in round 3. Let's find out from the Odin corner what they thought of the foul by Razor Ruddock. Dan Jenkins is over there. Dan?
Tim, they are calling for a disqualification over in the Camille Odom corner. Ralph Citro, the cut man, is screaming still. Why don't you disqualify him for that late shot? Tim, back to you.
Thanks, Dan. Well, that follows on the heels of yesterday's controversial win by Nigel Benn over Iran Barkley. Many thinking, Gil and I included, that referee Carlos Padilla should have disqualified Nigel Benn for knocking Barkley on the head after Barkley was already on the canvas.
And Tim, Ruddock has thrown a lot of punches, a lot of hard punches, and he still hasn't really wobbled Kimmel Odom. Again, that 10 pounds, if this fight goes any distance, could be very, very important.
Oh, there we go. In the left hand. It was a short right hand that did the damage, snapping back the head of Odom and a big left behind it. Now Ruddock trying to get the crowd back on his side, but they're booing him. Is Odom going to make it up? No, it is all over. Third round knockout for Razor Ruddock. Not a popular one following his late blow at the end of round 2. So Razor Ruddock has scored a knockout victory.
The huge punching Razor unleashed a terrifying combination there to get the finish. The inside uppercut was brutal, and then the trademark left hook almost decapitated the opponent. Ruddock was a serious banger with that left hook, but as his career went on, I thought he started relying on one punch and became predictable. That left hook is a really scary punch, though.
There's the right hand, and there's the left behind it, bringing it up from underneath. And a knockout victory scored by Donovan Razor Ruddock, number 3 ranked heavyweight in the world. Well, we've head on CBS Sports.
Julian Jackson is considered to be the premier puncher in the history of the middleweight division. Terry Norris was one of my favorite fighters. He was a very fluid fighter at his best and exciting to watch. The sad thing for Norris is, I thought he took Jackson to school in the opening round. The hand speed and combinations of Norris are beautiful to watch. The problem for Norris in this fight is that he has to fight an absolutely perfect fight to win. He can't afford to take one clean punch from Jackson. He can't afford to let his back touch the ropes at any point in the fight.
Incredible knockout ratio of Jackson. Whoa! And then right to that, Terry Norris is gone.
He lost his concentration for one critical moment and caught a right hand from the champion.
Terry Norris struggles to get up.
He beat the count, but he said he's all right, but Joe Cortez doesn't believe him.
That's it. Joe Cortez stops the fight. Norris did indeed beat the count.
As soon as Norris's back hit the ropes for the first time, Jackson turned him into a statue with a devastating right hand to the chin.
But Alex, it's the first one, and I think it even grazes the glove on its way over.
I really think Jackson just had Terry's number. Like I said, Terry needed to fight a flawless fight to beat Jackson, and my money would always be on Jackson to detonate one of those missiles on his chin at some stage.
Where do you go? I just like to say to Mike Tyson, man, you know, I could do it too, you know.
He's going to say, what took you so long? You got him in the second round.
Right.
Roy Jones rarely lost a second of his fights when he was in his prime.
Nothing. 30-27, Roy Jones Jr. Jim, I got to tell you, it's the boxer against the puncher. And unless Freddie Schweinweider is hitting Virgil Hill, somebody's making Virgil Hill's eyes swell up. I'm telling you, Roy Jones is not missing him with that right hand. He's whacking him with it. He constantly throws a right hand lead that lands on the left side of Virgil Hill's head, and it's hurting Virgil Hill. No question. Virgil Hill is coming.
I think his performance in this fight was one of the best performances in his entire career.
Jones's power over Hill's jab. Whoa! Right to the body, down.
Unheard of. Unheard of.
Only the third time Hill's ever been down. He's holding the kidney area on the right side. And
Unheard of. Underneath the jab instead of over the jab. Through the first 3 rounds.
Nobody else ever stopped Virgil Hill like this.
Throw the right hand over the jab. This time he elected to throw it under the jab and just caught him in a very vulnerable spot.
I think that this is one of those body punch knockouts where you just knew the fight was over as soon as the punch landed.
All you're thinking about is recovering from the pain, and that's what he's thinking, how do I recover? Okay. It's not about defending yourself.
Fighters describe that to me as feeling as though a knife has just been passed through your ribs.
It's paralyzing it because it takes your breath.
From the waist down, your legs can't move, right?
Roberto Duran, already a highly regarded fighter with a relentless fighting style, an impressive record, was looking to continue his dominance in the lightweight division when he took on Ray Lampkin. I thought that Duran outclassed Lampkin for most of the fight.
Todos allí, los asesores de Lampkin también se encuentran aquí muy cerca de él, tratando de que reaccione. Morton, el manager de él, sumamente preocupado por la condición de su muchacho.
Notice Lampkin is just defensively sloppy when he comes out of this clinch, and Duran takes full advantage. I think that Lampkin's right hand should be up protecting his chin here. It's a basic mistake, and Lampkin pays dearly.
Las luces de la Chavez aquí generan una calor tremenda. La temperatura está bastante elevada.
In the mid-2000s, the 154-pound division was super hot in Britain. Wayne Alexander and Takalu were two huge rivals at that time, and this was a huge domestic fight. Notice that counter left to the body by Takalu. Keep an eye out for that punch.
Whether Takalu can be effective as a counter-puncher to take advantage of that, we'll see. But that was a good burst on the front foot from Wayne Alexander, which is where...
Takalu lands a nice counter to the body and goes in for the finish.
Right crosses as well, and Alexander's head is an open target. He's leaving himself up, and then look at that! A left hook, and that might be curtains! That might be good night! It's over! The fight's over. The fight is over, no need to count.
Alexander slept so many guys in his career with one punch. We will see more of his knockouts in future videos. This KO is my personal favorite of all time. Alexander is just the classic, extremely dangerous fighter when he's hurt.
Early Takalu was cagey, but as I said, I think he's going to regret not taking the initiative a little bit more. But he was the one with the tighter defence, but not here. Look at this. Bang on the chin, couldn't have landed on a more sweet spot, and that's all over. Full credit to Mickey Van. He knew it was over, and he acted swiftly, getting him onto his side.
Notice Alexander is so hurt to the body that he's not able to protect his head. It's like his arms are glued to his body. A perfect body shot paralyzes the opponent.
There it goes, and you can see the way the punch landed, the jolt it gave to his chin, unbelievable.
What a triumph that is for Wayne Alexander, coming a few months after that terrible defeat against Delroy Mellis. This time he was prepared.
I thought Takalu would win this fight because I thought he was the superior boxer. Alexander was feared as a one-punch banger, but Takalu was the guy with the better boxing skills.
I don't think there's a light middleweight in the world, Ian, would take that shot and keep upright.
Pity he couldn't land one like that when he fought Harry Simon for the WBO title. He landed plenty of good ones, but
Ian,
wow.
that would sort out most of them. I mean, that was a peach. It was bang on the button, and you get the full weight of the body, the legs, everything went into that shot.
That's it.
They exchange flurries to the body. Virouet a little bit off balance.
Edwin Virouet went 25 rounds with a prime Roberto Duran. Going 25 rounds with prime Duran is a serious accomplishment. Virouet is trying to bully Rosario here, but notice Rosario lands some right hands that back him off.
Roberto Duran, he nullified all of Duran's power during 25 rounds against Duran when he was the champion.
Notice the sheer power in Rosario's punches. Many people believe he's the hardest-hitting 135-pounder of all time. Virouet continues to come forward and try to wear down Rosario. He knows he can rely on his iron chin. He's never been knocked out in his career.
Of Rosario, but he didn't seem bothered by it. Oh, another right hand, and Edwin Virouet goes down on his back, and I think the fight is over. There's no way he can get up from there. He's going to climb the rope, but it is over. At 1:26 to go in the third round, this fight is over. Edwin Rosario has knocked out Edwin Virouet. That this youngster Rosario had gone in against a quality fighter, a proven fighter.
Rosario, with his back to the ropes, unleashes a hellacious right hand, which sent Virouet to another dimension. There was no way the referee could have allowed Virouet to continue here. Rosario's power at 135 pounds was terrifying.
And Edwin Virouet sat down. As he started to get up, he was looking straight at me, and I knew full well there was no way in the world the fight could continue past that point. So the time will go down as 1.
I really like this knockout sequence.
Gennady Golovkin said, it's the responsibility, courage is the responsibility of every fighter, and Macklin showing it here.
Absolutely.
Matthew Macklin was challenging Triple G for the title of middleweight king. Golovkin, at this point in his career, was one of the scariest fighters in boxing.
Macklin's not going to pack it in and lay down. Golovkin's going to have to do what he has to do. Like that, to get Macklin out of here.
Puts Macklin down. Down twice against Sergio Martinez. May not be able to get up from this. Probably can't.
If you've taken a punch like this, you know that there's no way to recover within 10 seconds.
And look, Macklin's style, he's not a slick guy. He's there to be hit. We understand that. But that's not normal. What we just saw was not ordinary. It was extraordinary, that kind of punching power.
Notice that Golovkin's throwing 2 punches with the sole intention of setting up the left hook to the body. Golovkin was a master of setting up KO punches. He knew he was looking for the left hook to the body.
10 seconds, as you see, Macklin is still on the ground right now.
The way it's been described to me by fighters, Andre, it's like an electric jolt to the system, which basically...
A really good body shot completely paralyzes an opponent.
It's almost like you're being suffocated until you slowly get your breath back. And again, that takes a lot longer than 10 seconds to do.
When Wilfred Benitez fought Maurice Hope for the 154-pound world title, he was attempting to make history.
Mounting sudden and very dramatic and effective attacks, and Morris doesn't quite seem to be able to do that.
If he won, Benitez was going to be the first man to win world titles in 3 weight divisions since Henry Armstrong did it 43 years beforehand. Hope was a solid champ.
Oh, what a whipping right hand that was, and Morris is not going to beat it. He's out to the wide, I'm afraid.
Benitez showing all of his Hall of Fame ability. He looked strong at this weight, and that was a beautiful right hand.
Hope is a very stricken man, and he's made history. Here it is again. It was an absolute explosion of a punch, whipped across.
Notice Benitez comes over Hope's right hand. I think that Benitez knew the fight was over as soon as he landed the punch.
And he's still there being tended to. There it is again. It's almost too painful to watch in replay. So Maurice Hope's reign as the world light middleweight champion has come to an end.
In his fight against Bowe, Muhammad had actually lost the first 2 rounds. Bowe was boxing well, but I thought Muhammad was warming into the fight.
And the referee congratulating him on breaking when he asked him to.
Remember what I said earlier about the importance of setting up an uppercut?
Oh! Well, that left hook, he measured it in the 3rd, and in the 4th, it's as perfect a knockout punch as you'll ever see.
Muhammad was the master of throwing uppercuts, but he always set the punch up beautifully. He never threw a naked uppercut.
Mawali, who started those first 2 rounds in style, became overconfident. Matthew Saab Muhammad with a really champion finish there. You couldn't get it more complete than that.
Notice the brutal spray of blood and sweat from Bowe when this uppercut lands. Bowe has a good guard, but there's a gap through the middle, and world-class operators like Muhammad will always find any gap in your defense. Bowe remained on the canvas for a few minutes, but was talking and fine soon afterwards.
Stevenson's been mostly upstairs when his Sunday...
When light heavyweight king Chad Dawson traveled to Montreal, Canada to face Adonis Stevenson, Dawson was expected to outclass Stevenson and retain his title. The first round was mostly a feel-out round. Then it happened.
Hey, Will, it's going to take some more work.
Down goes Dawson on a spectacular left cross, and Chad Dawson is very badly hurt.
Stevenson unleashed a thunderous left hand that connected cleanly with Dawson's head. The punch was so powerful that Dawson immediately crumpled to the canvas. The referee began the count, but it was clear Dawson was done.
Only upset by the stoppage, Adonis Stevenson is the light heavyweight champion of the world.
That is not only a championship-winning one-punch knockout, that's a star-making performance, Jim Lampley.
Stevenson has very long arms and can get full extension on his left hand.
And he was gone. Some guys have it. They call it heavy hands.
Dawson just didn't have time to calibrate the range and length of Stevenson.
Here's another look. Dawson's about to throw a right hand. It never gets there.
Stevenson's got there first. Lights out. Fight over.
Stevenson went on to make a remarkable career, but this knockout of Chad Dawson remains one of the defining moments that showcased his incredible power and dominance in the ring.
Enough force behind it early in the fight where maybe Dawson was a little cold, and it did what it did.
Obviously, Stevenson's strong. You need only to see his body one time to see that. He has balance and timing as well.
Yeah, but Barrera's such a good technician that he could pretty much outbox just about anybody.
Notice that left hook to the body there. Marco Antonio Barrera had been in law school before he became a fighter. Barrera decided not to be a practicing lawyer outside the ring, but inside the ring, he demonstrated the law of brutal body punching in his fights.
He said, even if the fans are hostile to me, I just hope they're loud. Oh, man.
Shot to the liver, left hand to the liver, and Benavides crumples in his own corner. Count is at 5, 6, 7. He's not going to get up. 8, 9. Benavides is down and out. A shot to the liver, left hand thrown by Barrera. Benavides is still crumpled over. And I'll tell you, that is one of the most painful and devastating punches.
Barrera is an elite technician. He doesn't just throw a straight body punch. He sets it up beautifully.
Body to the body by Marco Antonio Barrera, setting it up. Punch to the head first, and then the left hook to the body. A short, compact left hook to the body, and that was it for Benavides. It was a clean punch.
Notice the little punch upstairs to simply keep the hands of the opponent upstairs, while Barrera gets full leverage into a perfect left hook to the body.
I mean, he was moving away from it, and suddenly the whole thing just overcame him, and down he went. Watch that shot right there.
Oh man. Well, I called it one punch. There really was the punch to the head, which...
This is a slashing body punch, and notice the pain on the opponent's face.
Left hand to the head, then the left to the body. Down goes Benavides.
There he is. That's the hook.
Former pound-for-pound king Sugar Shane Mosley was one of the fastest men in boxing in his prime. Mosley had absolutely lightning speed and reflexes. Every punch Shane throws has extreme power in it. If you get hurt against Mosley, the punches are going to come so fast that it's impossible to block them.
Shane trying to land two. Another hard right hand. Stone is in trouble. Left hook, and Jay Nady stops the fight. That is a flat-out knockout on a brilliant left hook by Shane Mosley.
I think Stone took far too many punches there.
Said he belongs with any of the great old-timers. That's good enough for me. Didn't take him long to solve the awkward style of a fighter who didn't belong in the same class or ring with Shane Mosley.
Now here comes the left hook. 3 or 4 right hands, and then boom.
But what could the referee do with that kind of speed of Mosley? I think people forgot that Shane was an extremely dangerous guy in his prime.
By Mosley. And I don't care how quick the referee is, it's hard to do anything about this. Boom.
There's a little bit of a row in the dressing room about hand bandaging. That's par for the course a bit, but Nelson's people were very upset about it.
Nelson came into the UK in a foul mood and wanted to obliterate Cowdell quickly. Nelson was like a greyhound out of the gate as he came after Cowdell in round 1.
He's a real pressure fighter, Nelson. I can see already what he has in his mind.
Well, it's 15 years since Pat Cowdell was hit on the chin and stopped, and in the opening round he's being counted out by the Mexican referee. What a puncher this fellow Nelson. I don't have to emphasize that. That's a sight that you have never seen Pat Cowdell before in his long career.
Nelson unleashed a thunderous lead uppercut that sent Cowdell crashing to the canvas. The knockout was instantaneous and the referee immediately waved off the fight.
He's trying to loosen himself up there, Cowdell.
Cowdell was out cold, and the crowd was stunned into silence. A lead uppercut is one of the hardest punches to throw. Notice how perfect Nelson's technique is.
Tremendous punch it was, in fact, still lying there.
Prime Roy Jones was known for his lightning speed and insane athleticism. Roy's left hook was seen as his primary weapon. It was very difficult to see the punch coming, and opponents really focused on dealing with that punch. Notice how Serrano keeps the right hand right by his chin.
say they become like fathers to their fighters. He says, I don't have to become nothing. I already am his father.
Oh, my. Oh. Big right hand by Roy Jones. That will finish it. Just forget about it. Art Serrano got hit with an overhand right that puts him out, and I mean puts him out. He dropped his left hand. You'll see the right from Jones come.
Unfortunately for Serrano, he learns that Roy's right hook was just as lethal as his left hook.
The rangefinder went in before it, and Art Serrano, who told me today he thought he would score the knockout. In this case,
from every angle, you can see the sheer power and precision of that punch.
People thought that it would happen. Boy, oh boy, he got nailed with an overhand right. And the power of Roy Jones comes to the forefront. Well,
Jones's timing was perfect, and Serrano had no chance to recover.
Middleweight, but he is a journeyman who went 10 rounds, for instance, with Pat Lawler recently. Took Brett Lally 4 rounds to get him out of there, as you continue to see the knockout. But for Roy Jones Jr., it's a lot quicker.
Left to the body, right to the head.
Pernell Whitaker was known for his defensive prowess and slick boxing ability. However, Pernell did get some stoppages at world level.
You either fight or you stop it. Slick move, but the Lou Duval was very upset in Pernell's corner. Good shot to the body.
Pernell is a master of the sport, and you need to have something threatening to keep him off. Notice Whitaker is targeting the body.
Trinidad did. Here's that left to the body. Left to the body, and when Jake drops his arms, he hits him with a right.
Oh!
What a body shot!
A thunderous right hand to the midsection. And again, Jake is down.
I think that's about it.
I don't think he's going to get up from that.
It's over.
I really love this work by Whitaker. Notice how good he is defensively and how he gets so much leverage in the shots.
From another angle.
But look how he's missing the punches when Jake counters.
Pernell was a defensive master, but I wish he had been more offensive in some of his fights, because he had the ability to take guys out, but I just think he wasn't really a risk taker. But make no mistake, he absolutely goes down as one of the greatest fighters of all time in my book. After Roberto Duran vacated his 160-pound title, Jackson moved up to that division to fight slickster Harold Bomber Graham for the vacant world title belt.
Anyone as unusual as Harold Bomber Graham?
I've got to say, Jim, I have never seen Harold look in better shape than he is tonight.
He looks fantastic.
Look at that miss by Jackson. Jackson had terrible eye problems, including a detached retina and eye surgery. He couldn't get sanctioned to fight in the UK, where Graham was from. So this fight happened in Spain.
Through the ropes almost, and in desperate trouble.
Graham was a very tricky opponent. He was a switch hitter and had a very unusual style. He gave Jackson a lot of problems in the fight. Notice how low he carries his hands. His defense is based on reflexes.
And the ringside doctor coming up to have a look now.
Yeah, he's in big trouble.
That was a really nice punch, and it damaged Jackson's eye. It's only the third round, and Jackson's eye is almost completely closed. Graham is cooling Jackson badly. Jackson also has to switch to the southpaw stance because his eye is affecting him seeing punches coming in his regular stance.
Scenes in the American's corner, and the cold steel, and that. The doctor is taking a very, very long look at Jackson. Are they going to let him continue?
He's getting plenty of attention in the corner.
They're letting him come out. I think the doctor says maybe just give him one more round or something.
It could well be.
That's the position.
With the doctor giving Jackson only one more round, things are not looking good. He's been completely outclassed. Notice Jackson just can't land anything on the front foot.
With looking desperately for the big one-punch finish, Jackson, but can't find it.
Jackson, to his credit, sticking to his task, as desperate as it is.
But falling ever further behind him. Oh, no! That's what we were worried about. He won't get up from that.
He's out.
A right hand. It's all over.
He is out.
Oh, would you believe it?
Unbelievable.
Would you believe it?
The British commentators despair. coupled with such a brutal knockout, makes this one of my favorites.
That was the most devastating one-punch finish I have ever seen in my life. We're going to see it again. Here it comes. Graham on the attack. Oh, look! And he was out before he hit the floor.
Gee, that was one hell of a shot. You know, Bomber Graham's got a... Bang, there you go. When a man punches like Jackson, I don't know what to say.
Jackson only needs to be right once, but Graham needed to be right all the time. I think he got a bit complacent because of how easily he was winning. The cardinal rule of boxing is never pull away in a straight line after throwing a punch. Graham's style was based on breaking rules, but it was very risky to do that with a puncher like Jackson.
No shadow of a doubt, the hardest, most ruthless business in the world.
I thought that big punching Junior Jones started to look a bit tired in the 4th round of his world title challenge against Kennedy McKinney. McKinney was a solid champion and was making Jones work at a high pace. Jones realizes he had to throw hard shots to keep McKinney off, but McKinney is just a fresher guy.
Guy who goes after the other guy's ribcage might establish a beachhead. Junior on the defensive now, and down he goes. Perfectly timed right cross by Kennedy McKinney.
6, 7, 8. You feel all right, Junior? You want to continue, man?
Junior Jones is
now he
very
should hold
tired.
on. That's it. Kennedy McKinney has scored the upset.
The referee made a bad call by letting Jones continue, and I think Jones is lucky he didn't get flatlined there.
Right hand.
I'm sorry, man.
Step over and throw that right hand.
Now here's the first punch early in the round that hurt Junior Jones and left him wobbling on lost legs for the rest of the bout. You saw the right cross that landed flush right there.
The referee also made another mistake earlier in the round when he didn't call this knockdown. That's a clear right hand that drops Jones there.
Then, as they both threw right hands...
Notice Jones actually lands his right hand and it shakes McKinney a bit.
Trading rights, and McKinney quicker with his.
Power. That is what distinguished those guys tonight. One, both with power, but one with power and determination.
Kennedy insisted to us yesterday. He said if I hit him on the chin with the right hand, he is going to go down.
McKinney was just willing to take the punch to land his own because he knew Jones was ready to go.
Started Junior Jones desperately trying to get a quick knockout, and that probably changed the state of the whole boxing match.
So you think that Junior, thrown off by the cut, threw too many punches in the second and third rounds and then didn't recover from that.
He almost fainted in the earlier rounds just by mere throwing too many punches.
But that was the first one of the ones we spoke of. Left hook to the side, left hook up above. And there it is again, and that one kills him. Riveting shots to the ribs by Trinidad.
Prime Tito Trinidad had the best left hook in boxing. If you can't handle that punch, you're getting knocked out. It's really that simple.
He's throwing that left hook to the body beautifully. He's working off the right hand up top. There's a left hook.
That one stunned him, and down goes Zulu. Flat on his back. That's it. Forget about it. Forget about it. He ain't getting up. That's the end of that.
That boy can punch, Steve.
This place is going crazy. Let's take a look at.
Notice Trinidad is primarily throwing his left hook.
Finishes him off. That's it, the left hook, and it's so hard that he goes down completely. His head hits the canvas with a resounding whack, and he is out.
I thought Trinidad was a bit limited as a fighter generally, but his left hook was an absolute elite punch.
Left hook, and Zulu runs right there, bang. He gets off balance, and here's a little groggy, and he comes in and walks right into a clean left hook, and he's out. His legs are out from under him, and he's unconscious almost.
And now, as we take a look again, the authority...
Notice how tight and crisp the punch is. It's just beautiful to watch.
And watch this. That's the coup de grace.
Well, they should make this crowd leave.
Abandon the ring. They should abandon the ring. They really should. This is very dangerous.
Workmanlike, gutsy type fighters. This is very uncharacteristic of their styles if you look at their ring history.
Well, I'll tell you what, something you saw in the interview with Tim Littles, he said he had to impose his will and he didn't want to be broken. He's showing that. He was hurt early and came back strong.
The first fight between Frankie and Tim Littles was so boring that I've actually genuinely used it to fall asleep sometimes. Littles won a decision in that fight, but their second fight was totally different. Frankie had improved a lot.
Third round. Oh, no! It was Tim Littles. What a
beautiful
shot by
counter
Littles.
right hand. A perfect counter right hook. The same thing that got him in trouble the first time.
He staggers to his feet. Forget about it. It's over.
Once they land on their face, they don't get up, and he landed flush on his face. What a fight, and what a finish.
One thing I really love to see is an elite southpaw setting up their right hook beautifully.
Table saying, who's the champion?
Let's take a look at this fantastic finish, and we'll look at it from every corner. So I'm sure that's about as good as he gets with a right hook. That's about as good. Look at the way he landed on his face. Bobby, take the next one, which is going to be the same thing, Bobby. It's going to end up.
You'll notice that Frankie catches Littles perfectly, and Littles is also coming into the punch, which increases the impact.
That defense looking to land a big right. He walked into a big right hook.
Well, I think a lot of that was a product of the exhaustion also. They'd been down so much.
The southpaw right hook is so effective because it can come from an angle that the opponent just doesn't see.
Number 4 for Lyles, who ups his record to 29-1.
So, you know,
last look from the overhead.
Roy Jones Jr.
Littles was done as soon as the punch landed. I put Frankie's improvement down to his coach, Freddie Roach, one of the best coaches in boxing history, in my opinion.
Third round TKO for fabulous Frankie Lyles, who retains his WBA Super Middleweight Championship.
On the inside there, you see the way he scores with those rights and lefts, quick chopping blows right there. Spinks not getting any foot movement. Ring small, 17 feet 5 inches. Oh, good right to the belly.
Michael Spinks is most widely known for getting blown away by prime Mike Tyson, but a lot of people forget that Spinks is the absolute best fighter to ever fight at 175 pounds.
That kind of blow will slow Johnson up in a hurry. Minute 10 seconds left. It came from nowhere. It was a left this time. It was not the wanted right. Johnson had left himself wide open. When you fight the way Johnson was fighting, this may be it. It is it. A tremendous left hook knockout by Michael Spinks in the 4th round.
That lead uppercut is such a devastating punch. Spinks throws it with perfect technique, and it's such a debilitating punch because it's rarely ever thrown. It's such a hard punch to get off. Johnson simply didn't know what hit him.
His fists were down, his gloves were down, his face was open.
When you have a conversation about the best uppercuts in boxing history, this is definitely right up there.
Ambulance here, and they have a doctor in each corner. And they, in New Jersey, are taking every protective step they can.
Spinks was so good that he went up to heavyweight and beat the champion Larry Holmes twice.
This fight is being fought at range. You'd think that would favor Castaneda, but Russell wants it at range. Russell doesn't feel the need to get inside.
When Gary Russell Jr. came onto the boxing scene, everyone was astonished by the speed of his punches. Russell had the fastest hands in boxing when he was in his prime. He was also a bit of a puncher when he sat down on his shots.
Well, Larry touched him with the left hand of the body and the right hand. What a shot! And just like that, it's over. What a punch!
The speed and precision of this punch was insane. This might be the fastest punch ever thrown in the ring.
Just make it. Now watch this punch. Just make you want to see him fight top 10 opposition.
Notice the leg of Castaneda. I'm not sure if he sustained some type of leg injury, but it certainly looks like he could have.
He was 2 or 3 levels above him. He did what he had to do. He took care of business. That's what you do with a guy, this type of guy. Knocked him out.
And what's interesting on the replay is you see Castaneda walked right to Russell, creating that opportunity for Russell to square. And he folded along the dotted lines, Castaneda, when he went down. I mean, he was. That's got to be a candidate for a knockout of the year.
One of George Foreman's most famous sayings is, never follow a puncher. This is a perfect example of why you don't do that.
And then Castaneda, of course, just leaned into the punch.
Rocky Lockridge and Juan Laporta both had iron chins. Lockridge elected to come forward, and notice how Laporta is sitting down on his punches and throwing absolute haymakers at Lockridge.
Hard to imagine this going the distance the way they're landing on each other in the early going.
Don't imagine it, Tim.
I thought Laporta was the kind of guy who had trouble with slick fighters like Salvador Sanchez.
They're showing us that. Less than 30 seconds to go in round 2. Laporte digging to the body, and down goes Lockridge. Tremendous shot. We were obscured by the referee Pearl. I believe it was a right hand. And Lockridge is not going to get up. It is all over. There is a new USBA featherweight champion, Juan Laporte from New York City. And Laporte really landed a tremendous shot for the knockout blow as Lockridge went down like a ton of bricks.
I always thought that just before the knockout punch, Laporta landed a terrific shot to the body that really hurt Rocky and had him on the verge of doubling over in pain.
A short one from inside, and he really caught Lockridge, who was bending over.
This was just a beauty of a shot that Lockridge never saw coming. It landed square on the point of his chin and took him out. It happens sometimes.
And he ran right into it, too. He was coming that way. The force of the punch and him coming into it, both of them put him down. And when he went down, he was out.
Looked like it landed right on the jaw.
Zab Judah and Tszyu fought for the lineal title at 140 pounds. Judah had a good first round, and it looked like his lightning speed was troubling Tszyu.
A stiff jab by Tszyu. Tszyu trying to find his range.
Stop! Stop! Don't grab his head.
We approach 20 seconds remaining round 2.
One thing about Tszyu, in his prime, his right hand was a precise weapon that took out a lot of fighters.
The range changes all the time, Steve.
Exactly.
You have to come forward and work. And this round was Kostya Tszyu's clearly evening things up.
And ending strong. Down he goes. A right hand. He's in trouble.
He's in real trouble.
It's over. JD stops the fight in the second round, and it's won by Tszyu. A right hand upstairs, and it's over just like that.
Judah is so inexperienced that he tries to get up too quickly and falls down again.
No, if you get up and fall back down, it's an automatic. Stop it.
So we have controversy here in Las Vegas as Zab Judah protests along with his people.
He doesn't get out of the way of that one with his hands down. Hands down. You can't always outrun the hands with just your head.
The referee here is one of the referees who always stops fights too soon rather than too late. I've seen him stop many fights that I thought were premature stoppages. This stoppage is fine in my opinion. Judah is out of it. And what can you do when he falls down again?
Without the help of somebody.
Look at the reaction by Judah after he finds out that it's over. He just goes berserk.
Looks like Simpson's left eye is swelling up, maybe on the way to closing. His nose has been troubling him. His eye has been closing up.
Frank Tate looked huge compared to Tony Simpson in this 160-pound world title fight. Tate is on the front foot, and one thing I always thought about Simpson was that he was a leaky defense.
So sloppy there. Oh. Cappuccino telling Tate to get back to the corner. We're final seconds of the round, and it's all over. Cappuccino.
Simpson had his hands down and was using head movement for defense.
Tony Simpson to successfully defend his IBF middleweight crown, and he did it late in the 10th round. And that could be it for the 29-year-old Tony Simpson, who had said before the fight, even if...
Notice his lazy jab that Tate comes over the top of with a missile of a right hand.
And by Tate that dropped Simpson. This the only knockdown of the...
I thought this was a great performance by Tate. He really looked like a formidable middleweight at the time.
With combinations, but could not take advantage. Simpson was able to last it out and was able to come back.
That exchange gets a rise out of the crowd here in Atlantic City.
Okay, come on.
Paul Williams took a close decision over Sergio Martinez in their first fight. Their rematch was expected to go to a close decision, but it ended in an explosive knockout.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of holding.
Good left hand, and down goes Williams.
I think it was a
Right hand, Williams through the left, Williams down.
He's not getting up, guys.
Not getting up.
That is the knockout of the year, if nothing else. A sensational, shocking, one-punch knockout of a normally iron-chinned, top-notch fighter.
What I really like about this knockout is the way that Martinez adjusted his feet so that he was in the perfect position to land that left hand.
Williams throws a left, but Martinez beats him with the left.
Shorter punch, yeah, I thought it was a right hook. Shorter punch.
It's like Martinez just knew where Williams' head was going to be, and he threw the punch without looking.
The perfect fight, doing everything right. And just one punch out of nowhere changed the whole result. He never saw the punch.
No, I thought it was crazy to see Williams out cold on the canvas with his eyes wide open.
Was out from the moment the punch hit him. Dr. Dominic Coletta and his staff got into the ring quickly to attend to him, and Sergio Martinez said he was going to knock out Paul Williams, and he lived up to his promise.
And he's a star.
Daniel Ponce de Leon wasn't the most technically proficient fighter, but one thing he had was big power. He was also a southpaw, and in my opinion, southpaws have a natural advantage over orthodox fighters because their punches come at odd angles.
Hard right hook by Ponce de Leon, and the referee waves it off right away. That is a knockout immediately as referee Tony Krebs waves the fight off over Escalante, and the ring doctor is with him at this moment.
The southpaw right hook is just a lovely punch when it lands.
The victory for Ponce de Leon stretches his record to 40 wins, 2 losses. Take a look at the right hook.
Every high-level southpaw I can think of is extremely dangerous because they're generally two-handed fighters. They have big left hands, of course.
Back at ringside, the left hand to set it up. The right hook, a perfect shot. And there was no more Escalante from that point forward. Larry, you were not yet.
They also have this right hook, which is just a very difficult punch to deal with for an orthodox fighter who isn't used to it.
I saw it, Jim, because I caught a glimpse of it on a monitor back as I was doing some interviews.
But Bobby, I still don't like the fact he's just walking in without throwing a jab. And that may have been a punch.
The knockout of the year in 1995 happened in this fight. Petaway and Brown were engaging in a rough fight.
Is that a cut? Is that a cut?
You all right? Things being thrown into the ring now.
He had the cut under the eye, Bobby.
The referee accidentally banged heads. Simon was coming in to throw a punch. Petaway was ducking the block, and they slammed heads.
Yeah, something's in the...
After that headbutt, both fighters began trading leather, and we got to see one of the most unique knockouts in boxing history.
Oh, this is a foul fest now.
Seeing Brown throwing punches while on the canvas was just unbelievable.
Help to Simon Brown in bad shape.
Well, you watch it again. Petway's still doing his moving and using his quick counters.
Notice how Simon throws his right hand and then leaves his head right there.
And catches him clean, catches him looking, turns right into him.
When you're in that range with their opponent, you have to move your head after throwing a punch or tie up. Petaway literally had a free punch, and it was a devastating KO.
Bobby, as you notice, as he's throwing the punch, he beats him to the punch. As you're going to see right here, throws his right hand right here. The left hook comes, bang! His head's up in the air. He knocks him cold. Matter of fact, he's so incoherent. He's throwing punches as he's down. He thinks he's still fighting.
Look at this reaction off the textbook knockout by Vincent Petway. Still throwing punches while on his back, Simon Brown.
It's amazing, Steve.
Juan Manuel Marquez was giving up 10 years in age to Baby Bull Diaz.
And he's fighting in his hometown. And he's supposedly the stronger man.
And he's hurt.
A huge uppercut. Down goes Diaz.
Well, it's over because he doesn't know how to clinch.
Can he make it out of the round? 35 seconds to go. A very brave Juan Diaz will probably go back to fighting.
A experienced fighter would probably clinch, but I don't think that's what he's going to do.
And look at Marquez go to the body. Look at him go to the body and try to set up the finish. And what a right hand. And that will be that.
What a brilliant finishing combination from Marquez. Marquez is not the kind of guy you can beat with pressure fighting. He hits too hard and will eventually walk you onto precision counters. Diaz was a pressure fighter, but Marquez was one of the finest technicians to come out of Mexico.
That was the first knockdown.
Okay.
Here's another look at the first knockdown.
Marquez landed a really nice right hook. Once Diaz was hurt, Marquez threw almost every punch in the book to get the finish.
He didn't miss too many punches, and he was punching from all angles, even as he was twisting and turning. The mark of an experienced fighter.
A straight right hand, and then the uppercut produced that first knockdown. The second knockdown is really almost a formality on a brilliant right uppercut.
Many people gave Diaz a chance in this fight, but I gave him almost no chance.
So he threw punches over the top, and then he threw punches up underneath.
The sheer professionalism of the knockout,
professional.
an amazing thing. And if ever you wanted an example of how to finish by going to the body first and setting it up upstairs, that was it. Textbook stuff. I think when you think of the speed of the top fighters in the welterweight division, and the possibility that fighters from the 140-pound class like Alexander...
Carlos Baldomir appeared to have a concrete chin throughout his career. He wasn't the most technical fighter, but he could absorb any punishment and get his own punches off.
And he's gradually accumulating enough punishment against Baldomir that he may actually get the Argentine veteran out of there, and that would be a credential.
It would be a statement.
This was the fight where I realized Canelo's power is legit.
And this is dazzling.
Down goes Baldomir on a rocket left hook. That's the biggest moment of the night for the crowd. They're going wild. And the count is finished, and he knocked Baldomir out. Not a TKO, a knockout. That's what they wanted.
That was a dazzling finish. They had
Perfect balance on throwing that left hook. Every clean punch from Canelo in this fight was rocking the iron-chinned Baldomir.
Now imagine Baldomir took that right hand, and there's the left hook. Oh my gosh.
the left hook, the punch you don't see coming.
Canelo was only 19 years old at this point. What a performance.
Stick. Jim, that was a cinnamon hook.
That was a cinnamon sledgehammer.
Lorenzo Boyd started his boxing in the Army, actually sparred at Fort Bragg, North Carolina with James Broad.
Prime Mike Tyson's favorite combination was the right to the body, followed by his trademark Bowe uppercut. Tyson was obviously a fearsome puncher who you really didn't want to be inside with.
The department kind of urged him on to become a fighter, and then he's gone.
Notice how he starts looking for his favorite combo.
Law courses at Oklahoma State. Right now he backs off from a sharp right uppercut to the body by Tyson. Again, a double right hand to the body and the chin. Down goes Lorenzo Boyd. The count is 5. The count is 6. The count is 8. He will not get up. It's over.
Sam, show me what heavyweight throws punches that quick. Those were 2 right hands, one to the body, and you snap your fingers. It was turned into, I believe it was a right uppercut. That's how fast it was.
Chalk up another knockout for Mike Tyson.
Even in super slow motion, Mike's punches are pretty fast. This combo was so effective due to Mike's insane speed.
The right uppercut, good night.
Wow, and Lorenzo Boyd saying, what hit me?
Watch the side of Lorenzo Boyd's body. You think the body shots of Tyson, I mean, the body just about collapses in there.
It's the tremendous leverage that Tyson has. The way he throws his punches, he gets his entire body. 219 pounds went into each of those 2 right hands to the body.
Good body work by Rodriguez, and Frank Garza broke them.
It is, and though Rodriguez...
Adrian the Problem Broner was expected to win his first world title fight. Broner is an inside fighter. Notice him looking for a counter here.
Rodriguez. Now can Broner finish him? A little wild right now.
Rodriguez was badly hurt. I thought he should have went down to a knee and tried to regroup.
Adrian Broner responded to a rough, tough fight like a real fighter. Stuck to his game plan, yet never shied away from the fight and knocked his man out.
All right, Roy, let's take a look at
The replay will show that the counter uppercut was fierce.
Uppercut right on the chin. That kind of ended matters. Then he came in and started to try to finish. But what's very important here is that he's throwing headshots and missing right there. He came back right here shortly and threw a beautiful body shot. That's what ended things for him. And now that goes hook that ends it. That's a great finisher. That is the size of an excellent finisher. Anytime you finally got that head system.
Rodriguez was doing all right covering up, but I think the good body shots got through and forced him to open up.
when he first had him hurt, he had gotten a little wild and irresponsible, but he settled himself down in the heat of the action.
And got him some body shots. When you get those body shots, he can't recover from that. He can recover from those head shots, but they won't recover from the body shots. Right? You see him, good defense, came back with a right to the head and followed with a hook of his own, that same back of hook off that right hand, which we call a check hook, and it ended matters.
It's June 27th, 1972. Light heavyweight champion of the world, Bob Foster on the right, takes on tough Mike Quarry in Las Vegas. During the first 3 rounds, Foster's long-range bombs landed repeatedly, and he's definitely ahead in the scoring here at the end of round 4.
The first time I saw this knockout, it actually scared me. Bob Foster was the hardest punching 175-pounder in boxing history in my book. Foster's left hook was one of the most feared punches in boxing.
Wow! Down goes Quarry.
You really don't want to get into a hook exchange with Bob Foster.
Bob Foster scores a spectacular 4th-round knockout over Mike Quarry and is still light heavyweight champion of the world.
The fight between Ray Leonard and Bobby Lalonde might have been the most unique fight in boxing history. World titles in 2 weight divisions were on the line in one fight, the 168 and 175-pound championships. Lalonde was naturally bigger than Ray, and he came to fight. It looked like Leonard was ready to go as punches rained in from all angles.
Leonard not moving. Lalonde landing.
But Leonard, in true warrior form, came right back with some explosive leather to Lalonde's chin.
Plenty of time left in round 9. Lalonde's good right hand by Leonard. Lalonde backs off. He's hurt. Lalonde is shaken up. Leonard going for it.
Notice the final left hook on the break.
And down goes Bobby Lalonde. It's 5. He's up at 6. Lalonde is cut. He's on wobbly legs. He's out. He's out right. This could be stopped at any moment. Right hand. It's all over. It's all over. Sugar Ray Leonard wins.
With so much on the line, I can understand why the referee allowed the fight to continue. I think Sugar was one of the finest finishers in boxing history.
Take a look at what happened. Sugar Ray Leonard landing the right hand, wobbling Donnie Lalonde all over him. Landing with both hands. At this point, Lalonde is defenseless.
The left hook coming out of the clinch is such a veteran move. Gotta love it.
Him down. He was up at 6, and then Leonard came in to finish him off. tremendous combinations. Lalonde is defenseless, and Richard Steele ready to step in. And again, Donnie Lalonde down, and the fight over.
You may have heard Ronnie Shields say that Grant is, quote, a dead man. He's even borrowing your language, Emmanuel. Even borrowing your key phrase.
Who did you borrow it from, Emmanuel?
No, that was original, Larry.
Dominic was the kind of guy who would shut down and not throw if the guy in front of him was dangerous. Michael Grant had been blown out by Lennox Lewis in a world title shot, and by this stage he had been exposed, and I think he lacked confidence.
I wonder if Grant has enough confidence in him to even realize that he's won a round. Another left hook by Gwynn, and this ought to do it. Oh, that was a free shot. That was a free shot and a painful one.
Yeah, fat lady can start sick.
Another left.
The last left hook was just brutal.
That was a free shot. That was a free shot and a painful one.
Yeah, fat lady can start singing now. That's it. He's finished.
And Benji Estevez stops the fight. Thank heaven.
When you're on the inside, you really have to have your angles covered.
Ronnie Shields gets what he asks for from Dominic Gwynn. Michael Grant suffers another painfully embarrassing knockout. The left hook matched perfectly with Grant's deficiencies tonight.
Oh, it just doesn't seem to have it.
Grant is just defensively inept. Notice how low his hands are.
Watch that.
Some fighters just never recover from a first big defeat, and Michael Grant was one of them.
He's got virtually zero survival skills, too.
He was 6 feet 7 inches tall. He was immaculately built. He had proven athletic talent in other sports. Richard Steele took one look and said, this guy ought to be a heavyweight fighter. But fighters have to want to fight.
Yeah, there's a lot more than that. You can just find a guy say, you're big, you're strong, you're the new champion of the world.
Round one is about to begin. The referee is Joe Cortez. In New York State, scoring is done by 3 judges. The referee does not score, scoring on the round system. Supplemental 4-point.
The viciousness and ferocity of prime Mike Tyson was a sight to behold. I think Mike looked exceptional in this fight. Look out for the jabs, pressure, and right hooks from Mike. Coming into the fight, he predicted that he would knock Marvis out with an uppercut. Notice how Mike is trying to line up an uppercut.
Uppercut, and Marvis is hurt. Frazier is down. Joe Cortez moves in to have a look, and he's going to stop the fight. It did not last 20 seconds. Tyson goes over to take a look at Marvis Frazier, obviously quite concerned. A terrific uppercut. The same punch with which Tyson knocked out Jesse Ferguson.
What an absolute monster of a human being.
30-second knockout sensation. Watch the right hand of Mike Tyson. Marvis in the corner and trap.
I have to give credit to Marvis. I would need to be paid a lot of money to step into the ring against Mike. And I mean a lot.
Uppercut again, and there Marvis is out on his feet. Everything after this is just incidental. The Frazier camp had expressed confidence before the bout.
I think Mike saw something in Marvis that made him realize the uppercut would land. He was just looking for that punch from the opening bell. Look at the insane footwork of Mike in this replay.
Marvis up into the corner, a second jab kept him there for those right uppercuts. There will continue to be skepticism in some quarters regarding Tyson's stamina, his ability to take a punch, his technique in the ring.
He generates so much explosive power into the chin of his opponent that it's shocking to witness.
Punching power has to evaporate. And the good news is I believe Marvis Frazier is standing up. There's a big crowd in that corner of the ring. Mike Tyson is going back over there now. We'll take another look.
It's like watching a lion devour its prey. I'm not sure anyone could beat him on this night.
Of the very quick knockout.
It's July 18th, 1951. Ezzard Charles, heavyweight champion of the world in black trunks, defends his crown against Jersey Joe Walcott. The fight is dead even here in round 7. A crushing left sends Charles sprawling.
Ezzard Charles and Jersey Joe Walcott were both some of the trickiest fighters in boxing history.
Charles courageously tries to rise, but crashes backward into the corner. In slow motion, here's that punch once again.
Notice how nonchalant Walcott looks as he walks towards Charles. This is one of my favorite KOs. I just love how Walcott moves in and smoothly delivers a devastating knockout punch.
Jersey Joe Walcott at 37 becomes the oldest heavyweight champion as he stops Ezzard Charles in Pittsburgh.
Feels like it's broken, but it's only a bruise. Or as they used to say in the corners, you broke it, can't break it anymore, can you?
No, you can't. Nothing else you can do about it. Let's fight.
Except the guys that...
Henry Akinwande and Jeremy Williams were two heavyweight contenders in the 1990s.
Oh, you had a carpet, bro. Nice right hand. Jeremy Williams. Nice. Oh, goes Williams. What a shot by Akinwande out of nowhere.
Straight right hand, the same punch.
Call me old-fashioned, but I really like a textbook 1-2 knockout.
Akinwande is the new WBO heavyweight champion. Right down the pike, Bobby. Right down the pike.
Here we'll take a look at the end of the fight. Akinwande's using that height and that range.
I thought Akinwande was a bit of a head case, but this was a great knockout.
It comes right down the middle, right inside his left hand, which was up, right inside it, clean, right on the jaw.
A perfectly thrown 1-2 right there, and Williams just didn't have the reflexes or defensive structure to deal with it.
It's October 27th, 1988. Former lightweight champion of the world Edwin Rosario, with back to the camera, is butted intentionally by Juan Minaya. Rosario walks away in pain as the referee has the judges take a point away from Minaya.
It's rare to see such blatant butts in boxing, but one person you really don't want to intentionally headbutt is Edwin Rosario.
Fire in his eyes. Rosario looking for an opening now.
Rosario came after Minaya.
A dynamite right explodes off Minaya's jaw, and he drops like a falling tree. In slow motion, Rosario lands that perfectly timed right hand.
Minaya threw a lead right and left, himself in no man's land. This was a huge mismatch.
Down goes Minaya. Edwin Rosario scores a sensational one-punch knockout over Juan Minaya in New York City.
When the Moore Tua fight was announced, I thought there was a good possibility of Moore outclassing Tua.
He's able to box for 36 minutes, or for 30 minutes, I should say. Scheduled for 10, not for 12. And David Tua gets in 2 body punches early to the ribcage of Moore, and down goes Moore. Moore's leaning in.
He's not moving at all. It's over with.
There's a 30-second knockout right there. And that's what makes David Tua David Tua.
Michael Moore never learned his lesson. You don't stand in front of a puncher.
That made it happen.
Absolutely.
And body punches is something we never used to see David Tua throw.
That's what got him caught by Foreman, and it's what got him banged out quickly in this fight as well.
Always get the left hook in. That he didn't work on his other stuff. That was what was impressive about that knockout.
Well, guys, let's take a look at the entire round in normal speed.
We can talk about what Moore did wrong, but we should also talk about what Tua did right. He remained compact and threw his crisp, tight hooks at Moore.
Boom.
Moore is bending in too much. He's not utilizing his height at all. In fact, it's being to his disadvantage by being in because he can't punch as effectively.
There's a hard right hand by Tua. Well, talk about how much he's improved his right hand. That was a straight right cross.
It was more of a right hook, I think.
Notice it's the right hook that does the most damage. Tua was known for his left hook, but he showed a right hook in this fight.
The guy with the short arms is extremely comfortable in that position.
Well, Michael Moorer said, no matter what happens, even if I lose the fight, that's not the end of me as a contender because lots of things can happen in the heavyweight division.
When Roy Jones fought Antonio Tarver in a rematch, many people expected Roy to win clearly. Roy had won the heavyweight title and then lost a lot of muscle to come down 25 pounds to the 175-pound division. In their first fight, Roy won on points, but it was a poor performance. Pundits put that down to the muscle loss and expected a better showing.
Upstairs, and another right to the middle of the belly.
You know, it's interesting. I'm watching Tarver. He seems to still be giving Roy problems. Roy has not found a way still to get a sustained attack against him.
And down goes Jones on a hard left hand, and that is the most that Roy Jones has ever been hurt. Only Lou DeVal ever knocked him down. Jones may not get up, and he makes it up. It's over. Jay Nady stops the fight, and Jones is still on Queer Street, and that's amazing. What a statement by Antonio Tarver. One big left-hand shot.
He said, what excuses do you have tonight, Roy? No excuses. That is the first time in his career he's really been hurt.
Tarver followed Roy to the corner and connected with the left hand.
The perfect left hand. Roy never saw it coming. Roy is out. And Roy may be out of boxing.
Roy was a fighter who relied on his reflexes for defense. As soon as he started losing them, he got hit more.
Perfect left-hand shot that knocked Jones out. There it was. One previous knockdown against Lou DeVal, that was a flash in Madison Square Garden in New York. This is the first time Roy Jones has been hammered.
I really don't think Roy would have got caught with this shot if the fight had happened a few years previously.
In two fights now, we have to say that Tarver has bested Roy Jones.
Unquestionably.
This was still a shocking sight to see the pound-for-pound king badly hurt like this.
You know, Jones was still a heavy favorite in this fight, despite everything that happened last November. Here's his valiant effort to get up, but when he managed to get to his feet, at 9, I believe, Emmanuel, he was still wobbling.
If he'd have got on up and they let the fight continue, he would have been seriously hurt.
There's one other thing, Emmanuel. When a fighter has spent most of his career trying to avoid punches, and never taking a lot of punches, when he gets nailed with a big punch, that's what can happen.
Carlos Gonzalez, historically a fast starter, but he used to tire in the later rounds, so lately he has tried to pace himself more, although he told us he plans to go right at Bailey from the opening belt.
We know Randall Bailey is one of the best pure punchers to have graced the 140-pound division. However, in his first world title challenge, very few people knew that.
Bailey also a fast starter, 12 of his 18 knockouts in round 1. Feels very much at home in this ring. Had his first pro fight here. He's had several fights here. Grew up in the shadows of the Highlight Fronton here in Miami.
Gonzalez had 20 first-round knockouts to his credit, but Bailey brought his own firepower to the table.
28 of Gonzalez, 42 knockouts in 3 rounds or less. And and down goes the champion, Gonzalez.
Gonzalez reportedly with a good chin speed, but at speed, he's gone. Fight's over.
It's over. 28 seconds in. Randall Bailey from right here in Miami. It's the new WBO Junior Welterweight Champion.
Bailey is carrying pure dynamite in both hands. He can end a fight with one punch at any time.
Pulls out and wham. He steps right, and you watch this. If we get this later on the telestrator, I'll draw it up. He steps in with the hook. You can see him. He steps in with the right hand. He means to do damage with it.
Notice Gonzalez is wide open for the punch, and Bailey sees that Gonzalez is throwing a left hook to the body.
His body stepped in. He stepped into the punch, as we would say in the gym.
So a star is born as we take another look.
Bailey knows that the fight is over if he lands the left hook, so he has no problem taking the body shot to land it.
That's what they say when they say he committed to the punch. He committed to that left hook. He stepped into it, and that is when you let all your body behind it. Plus, he's very quick. Speed times mass equals power. Power for punching. and also a quick punch, which makes him doubly dangerous.
Well, we're ready now. Scheduled for 12 or less. David Tua, the black trunks. You get a look at him right there.
David Tua and John Ruiz came together to have a fight that would propel the winner towards a world title shot. This is one of the most vicious fights in boxing history.
25. Listed as having a reach advantage here. We'll see how he uses it. Tua with a big left hook, and Ruiz in trouble. Tua comes right at him. Another big bomb, and Ruiz is down. This could almost be over now. Tua came storming out. It's over. Tony Perez stops it at the count of 5. And David Tua, as advertised, the left hook he took.
The first round is an extremely dangerous round for any boxer. If you get caught cleanly with a punch while you're not warmed up, you could easily get taken out.
He's done the damage here. He comes right in, and before John Ruiz can recover, Tua is all over him. One more right hand, another one in there. And that one was the one that really did the damage.
I think Ruiz was just badly hurt by the first hook and fighting on instinct.
Tony Perez on the outside, waiting for these guys to fight their way out. There's her right hand. Tony Perez should be there right now, and maybe one punch too much there.
The final left hook is one of the most brutal punches I've seen.
Left hook by Tua. As we get the time listed, that's the one there that maybe didn't have to get in. As Ruiz feeling the effects of that, especially the last shot.
Joe Gatti was the brother of the highly beloved Arturo Gatti. He took a world title opportunity against the highly skilled Terry Norris.
Same for Norris, including that last fight.
Don't pull back.
Body punching there by Terry Norris.
I thought that this fight was a complete mismatch.
3 rounds. You don't have to be a prophet to know that. Down he goes. A crunching left hook by Terry Norris.
Well, he wasn't able to weather that storm for 3 rounds, at least not yet. He has a good jab. He's going to have to use it now, but his legs are not under him.
Okay.
And a long way to go. Just under 2 minutes in round 1.
And that's what tends the difference in class.
It could be over. Gatti goes down through the ropes. Referee David Avalos has to help him back up.
This replay shows the difference in class. Look at how poor Gatti is defensively. Norris can just tuck up and pick out a crisp left hook, which lands perfectly.
He might as well not have gotten up, Bobby.
Well, when he got up, he faced a lot more danger because he wasn't totally coherent. And you're watching the second knockdown back immediately to the ropes, looking to cover up, trying to throw the jab to keep him off. But Terry comes in, rips up inside, and now it's just a matter of time.
Notice that Gatti just has no head movement on the ropes.
I think he caught one dead in the eye, but he was out, and on his way down, he got a little bit of an exclamation point put on it.
And he may have broken his nose from the way he's doing that. Look at that. I mean, that was big time damage on the way down, and Terry doesn't stop till you get all the way down to the ground.
Defensively, not very good is Ishida.
And he has not been able to keep GGG honest with that jab to make him be aware.
Triple G was so fun to watch because you knew that he could detonate on his opponent's chin at any point. He was deceptively skilled and had mastered the art of throwing throwaway punches in order to land a big punch.
But he's got his hands fully against the WBA and the RBO middleweight champion. Oh, big right hand. And Ishida's gone down and he's out. It's all over. Stan Christodoulou's called it over. He's badly hurt. His head caught the bottom rope. An overhand right from Gennady Golovkin. And this fight is over. WBA and IBO middleweight champion.
Golovkin knew that Ishida was making a mistake as he moved back. He was crossing his legs and too upright. Notice Ishida's legs here. You're not supposed to move back like this in boxing because it limits your ability to move your head.
There's a right hand over the top. Boom. Wait for it. Boom. On the side of the left cheek. Boom. There it comes. Down and out and all over. He never even made the count. Stan Christodoulou just said it's over straight away.
There again, Lennox Lewis is starting to drop the hand. The left hand is going down again.
Bit of swelling on the upper lip of Lennox Lewis.
When Lennox Lewis and Hashim Rahman fought in their first fight, Lewis was expected to bomb Rahman out.
I think Rahman felt that one. He's going to make him pay for that right hook that he just got caught with.
I thought Rahman was looking like he only had a couple more rounds in him.
Oh, he's got him! He's got him! He got careless and he's got him! Is it Oliver McCall all over again? It is! And Lewis has gone! Lewis has gone! It's another upset of immense proportions. This has been billed as thunder in Africa, and the thunder and the lightning and tempest have washed over Lennox Lewis, and all his titles have gone.
The right hand Rahman landed was a terrific shot.
Stunning finish. They knew all about the Rahman right hand. They told him about it. They said, don't do what you did against Oliver McCall. And despite it all,
This was one of the biggest upsets in boxing history and destroyed any plans for a mega fight between Lewis and Mike Tyson at the time.
This fight, and I told you it only takes 1 second. Rahman put the attack on him with 3 or 4 left hooks, and then countered with that right hand, and that I felt that right hand.
there, look at Lewis's left hand. It's absolutely nowhere near, and he let it go. Oh, what a shot, what a contact.
That is because Lennox Lewis didn't keep his hands up, and he was backing up. Anytime that a fighter backs up and drops his hand,
Notice how he times the punch to catch Lewis as Lewis pivots away.
And he wasn't allowed to continue against McCall, but there was never any doubt about it. And if anything, that was a better punch by Rahman than the one we saw from Oliver McCall some 7.5 years ago.
Well, I got to tell you something, Jim. When you take punches like that, like with Oliver McCall and now with The Rock, it's very hard for you to bounce back again.
I think the punch is very telegraphed, but Lewis was perhaps a bit tired himself.
Lennox is not a threat now. They know if they tag him, he's got to go down.
Well, for the second time in his career, Lennox Lewis has found himself in real trouble. Well, there it is. Lewis couldn't believe it. Rahman certainly believed it because he believed in himself.
I don't know the reason.
Well, we can watch this over and over and over again. It was the punch of dreams from Rahman and the punch of nightmares for Lennox Lewis. Flat on his back and counted out, and his title's gone.
I think Lewis felt going into this, as long as he didn't get hit by the big right hand again or caught, as long as he was sharp, his boxing skills would take care of business. So far, that's the story, but I stress, so far.
After being humiliated in their first fight, Lewis was determined to knock Rahman out in their rematch.
Doubling up on his jab. Usually fighters who can jab with Lewis give him trouble. Ray Mercer did, and Frank Bruno did for quite a long time before Lewis stopped him in 7.
Starting to get his jab more powerful.
Oh! Wonderful shot by Lennox Lewis, and he's laid out Hashim Rahman. Is he going to get up from that? It was a fantastic shot, and Rahman will do very, very well. He will be stopped. It is over. Revenge, redemption for Lennox Lewis, 3-time heavyweight champion of the world for Great Britain. And all those people around the world and in the United States.
Rahman was given terrible advice by his corner. Notice Rahman extends his arm when Lewis punches. They thought that if he extended his arms, that Lewis wouldn't be able to land any punches.
Well, what a superb combination. The left hand, the left hook and the right hand. We saw it a little bit earlier. The timing much better on this occasion.
And the first thought that goes through my mind, and maybe we're getting ahead of the game, listen to the crowd as they watch that, is that when Mike Tyson sees that...
The extending your arms defense has to go down as one of the worst game plans in boxing history, in my opinion.
Softened Rahman up, then he put the left hook, right hand, and that is style.
Rahman had taunted him all week. He'd been full of chat. He'd outwitted Lennox Lewis, but when it mattered in the ring, Lewis delivered, and how.
Both fighters pack knockout punches.
When undefeated champ Roger Mayweather defended his title against Rocky Lockridge, many boxing fans were expecting Mayweather to put on a clinic. Mayweather was highly skilled and seemed to have the world at his feet.
Not landing. They are not landing.
Oh, right hand by Lockridge, and Mayweather is down. But champion Mayweather is down in this opening round.
He's not getting up. He's not getting up. We've got a new champion.
Roger usually employed the shoulder roll defense. Notice that he set up that construct just before he takes the right hand.
And you can see it was a one punch. It was a one punch affair. It was that right hand that came over the top. You can see when he goes down that he has no reflexes. He cannot get up.
One thing about the shoulder roll, you have to be extremely careful using it in clinches, and you have to have the reflexes and ring IQ to anticipate right hands and get underneath them.
Right on the button. Can't get better.
Roger Mayweather suffering his first defeat as a professional. He's now 17-1. He'd won his last 4 by knockout. And
when Alexis, Arguello, and Oliveras came out for the 13th round, nobody knew who was winning the fight.
La segunda. Ahí entró Olivares, se enganchó con el upper de izquierda. Se enganchó Olivares con el upper de izquierda de Arguello y se fue a la lona.
Arguello picked a lovely left hook, and I thought it was a mixture of exhaustion and pain that put Olivares down.
Contra la izquierda y se fue a la lona. Olivares está cometiendo un error, incitó al Arguello a que se viniera rápidamente.
Olivares was game, but Arguello just had too much class.
Está cambiando cuero. Hay que decirles que las piernas de Olivares no están respondiendo bastante bien. Está cambiando cuero Olivares, pero se está metiendo en la boca del lobo, ya que sus piernas no están respondiendo bien. Ahí vemos a Arguello, lo prendió bien con la derecha. Perfecta la derecha, se la sincronizó y se va por segunda vez a la lona Olivares. Por segunda vez a la lona Olivares. Un vuelco total el que ha tenido esta pelea en el 13º round. La llevaba completa y están declarándolo knockout a Olivares. Fuera de combate, Rubén Olivares.
And he was always a great finisher when he had someone hurt.
Alexis Arguello de Nicaragua.
New territory he is in tonight against the Olympian Tarver, and there is Gross right at him. He's going to force the issue, and Tarver has to be cool and collected.
I always thought Tarver's left hand was an elite punch. When he was coming up through the ranks, he had some devastating knockouts with that punch.
They can't take your punches effectively. There was a good straight left from Tarver. He says that's his best punch. But the punches come at you from different angles. They are unusual. And you got to watch out for their heads. They are very dangerous. You can catch an elbow from them. And they're awkward.
Oh, there goes the mouthpiece of Gross. Tarver looking for the opportunity. That is a throwdown, says Charlie Scrillo.
A short-lived hand dislodged the mouthpiece, and you can tell Tarver was warmed up now.
Yeah, but what Tarver cannot do is get down into Gross's level of boxing. He has to speed up, not worry about wrestling with... you got to connect, too.
Well, an early candidate for the Budweiser Power Punch.
This is professional boxing.
But the crowd responds to Shelby Gross shaking it off and ready for more.
That was a really nice counter left from Tarver, and I had to give Gross credit for getting back up.
Surviving round number 1, a couple of knockdowns.
Shelby says, I'm just an old country boy. I love to fight. He got out.
You cannot be saved by the bell. Here is the count.
But I think the referee should be stepping in at this point.
Here's the bell.
Looking for help from the corner was Shelby Gross.
The corner of Gross stopped the fight in between rounds.
Second knockdown. Look at that. No doubt about that. Nice left hand to the side of the jaw.
And I think they might have saved his life with that call.
And continues fighting just to be able to get up from that, showed his heart. And another straight left, face first goes Gross.
And a winner by a TKO, the Magic Man from the Magic City of Orlando, Florida, Antonio Tarver.
Big punching Pepino in the red trunk shows a really nice double jab here to land his right hand.
Tratando de que paren aquí la pelea. Pipino Cuevas, una derecha durísima, se va a la lona. El campeón, y ahí está la cuenta de Pedro Viesca. 6, 7, 8, ya no sigue. El propio campeón dijo que ya no seguía.
This is just perfect technique on the double jab to set up the clean right hand.
Pipino Cuevas, una derecha durísima.
British challenger Jamie Hearn was just out of his depth as he crossed the pond to fight Dawson.
Ikke det same.
The lead uppercut was a hurtful shot there, and I always liked how Dawson used that shot as he was rising through the ranks.
Marciano klar. Lad os se. Real deal. Der lidt at leve op til. Så er der nogen, der hedder Høen, ikke Høens, men Høen. Og igen bliver han ramt af venstrehånden stempler ind. Forsøger at fejle sig ud af det med en.
Look out for that punch again.
Fanget ved tårnet.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Slut. Ja, der var ikke noget at komme efter.
This was just a case of different levels.
Chad Dawson, amerikaneren, kan tage hjem til New Haven i Connecticut i USA med en uplettet rekordliste.
Peter McNeely was way out of his depth here against Henry Akinwande. Think of a fish trying to swim with sharks. He was more suited to regional level, and this really was like watching a disaster movie unfold in real time. Akinwande's strategy? Classic. Keep the fight at long range and wait for that moment to unleash his thunderous right hand. And when the right hand landed, oh boy.
Το δεξί που έστειλε 2 φορές knockdown στον πρώτο γύρο τον McNeely και πάλι τρεκλίζει ο McNeely και πάει στη γωνία.
McNeely, who looked like he had just seen a ghost, turned his back and made a slow-motion dash to a neutral corner, like he was auditioning for a dramatic exit scene in a soap opera.
Κι άλλο δυνατό δεξί και ένα ακόμη. Ένα θηρίο είναι ο McNeely, όμως ο Akinwande είναι πραγματικά.
I thought that the end was pure spectacle. McNeely was out cold, sprawled on the canvas as if he'd just been hit by a meteor. When McNeely hit the canvas, it was a tough scene, like watching a cartoon character flattened by an anvil. The camera stayed on him for what felt like an eternity, capturing every angle of his dazed and confused state. The repeated close-ups were almost too much. Then came the moment of relief. McNeely's eyes started to follow the doctor's fingers like he was waking up from a really bizarre dream where everyone spoke in riddles. Seeing him begin to come around was a bit like watching someone slowly emerge from a very odd nap. It was comforting to see that he was starting to make sense of the world again. I really felt sorry for him. This was a brutal knockout to take.
Στα 36 του παραμένει πολύ μεγάλος πυγμάχος ο Akinwande. Εδώ πως έριξε νοκάουτ τον Peter McNeely. Και 39 νίκες με αυτή που κατέκτησε απέναντι στον Peter McNeely, ο οποίος χαμογελάει τώρα. Πέρασε τα συγχαρητήρια από τον Peter McNeely στον Henry Akinwande.
Outside.
Will there be unexpected heat generated in the junior middleweight division? Who will be crowned the new welterweight titleist? Stay tuned for another Boxing After Dark.
Fernando Vargas and Ross Thompson's fight was more than just a boxing match. It was a grudge match fueled by genuine animosity. At the pre-fight press conference, things boiled over when Thompson bloodied Vargas's lip during a heated scuffle, setting the stage for an intense showdown.
The Aztec warrior ferocious, Fernando Vargas.
Any unsportsmanlike conduct will cost you points. Touch him up. God bless. Touch. Come here. Come here. Hold. Fernando. Fernando. Fernando.
He's refusing to touch gloves with Thompson.
Fernando. Come here.
Commissioners
Come here now.
are requiring him to do so.
Let's go. There we go.
All has been said.
This is turning out to be a very interesting fight.
When the fight finally took place, Vargas wasted no time in making a statement. Early on, he showcased his sharp boxing skills by landing a crisp 1-2 combination that sent Thompson to the canvas for the first knockout.
He's a boxing man. He's too emotional about it.
There it is. Puts a left-right combination together just the way you're supposed to. And Thompson goes
he should box.
Absolutely right.
Thompson was clearly hurt, and the knockdown was a sign of things to come.
That was a combination. And Thompson grabs and holds as Vargas does damage along the ropes. Second knockdown comes just as the round comes to a close.
Vargas's intensity was on full display, and he unleashed a barrage of punches that overwhelmed Thompson, leading to a second knockdown.
Vargas waiting in the neutral corner until he finally goes to his corner. Crowd comes to life. Fernando knocks down Ross Thompson twice in that round.
Vargas is yet to go back to his corner, even though the bell rang.
The sequence was a textbook example of Vargas's ability to close the distance with his jab and follow up with a powerful right hand.
Short punches. I just hope that Vargas doesn't get too excited and do anything that can possibly get him disqualified.
Well, he needs to set up with the left and throw the right, and he does it again. And there's the third knockdown of the fight. And Fernando Vargas is buzzing with energy.
In the fourth round, Vargas once again demonstrated his effective use of the jab to close the distance. He followed it up with another powerful right hand, resulting in yet another knockdown.
He wants him more so. Fernando wants to finish right now. Thompson wants to hold on. Joe Cortez watching closely, and this is going to be it. Fernando Vargas with another fiery ring statement. Vargas knocks out a fighter who outweighed him by 10 pounds coming into the ring.
That was a very impressive knockout to me. A beautiful short combination, very little distance. And he and Felix Trinidad is going to be one good fight.
I'm not sure he's satisfied to knock Thompson out once. He wants to go back and knock him out again a second time.
What he's yelling at him is, who's a bum now? Who's a bum now?
All that emotion, all that fire, if you can harness it the right way, Emmanuel.
He's a fantastic fighter. You know, in fact, he's maybe my favorite fighter next to probably Lennox and Nassim Ahmed and Felix Trinidad.
In round 3, we're showing you one of the knockdowns in round 3 first, so that you can catch that again. That was the second knockdown in round 3.
Nope, that was round 4, Larry. That's right, we're in round 4, Larry.
All right, well, we're getting different advice from the truck. That was round 4. Finally, you can see Thompson submitting with his blinking eyelids. Vargas taunting him now.
Thompson, clearly overmatched and unable to respond, found himself pinned against the ropes. The referee, seeing that Thompson wasn't firing back, stepped in and stopped the fight, awarding Vargas a decisive victory.
Right.
even though Thompson was not physically able to compete any longer, he still was mentally and emotionally still very upset and still fighting back, but he just couldn't fight back physically.
Fernando Vargas was always known for bringing the heat, and this fight was no exception.
A flurry of punches once again, unanswered by Thompson. Cortez.
He just disrespected me left and right, and I think I just showed what type of fighter I was. I had to show him that I'm an Aztec warrior.
Coming in as a 10-1 favorite, Frazier defended his title against Davey Ziglowicz. It quickly became clear why Frazier was a 10-1 favorite. Watching those brutal body shots, you might wince and wonder if you've just felt the pain vicariously. Frazier just couldn't miss with his left hook. It was like he had a built-in GPS for finding Ziglowicz's ribs.
Champion hit him with a left hook. Ziglowicz is stunned. Ziglowicz is stunned. It's all over. Joe Frazier has knocked out Dave Ziggy Ziglowicz.
I can see me hitting him with body shots, and the body shots, he quiver a little when I cut him with body shots. The body quiver a little, so that way I know I had him in trouble real well.
Joe, right below us here we can see the replay. Maybe you describe what you're doing. There's the first knockdown.
Well, see, otherwise when he throw his right hand, he's dropping it down low, so all I got to do is bring it up because he's right in hand reach of me up level. That's why I'm looking for him to open up with the body shot, see? Yeah, see how he quiver right there? And watch him throw that right hand and gonna drop it a little, and I'm gonna snatch him right in there. See the body shots, how he quiver?
Any questions from Mr. Holmes' corner? Okay, let's get it on.
Well, that's fighting talk, isn't it? Let's get it on. I've never heard that one before. And that's Larry Holmes' wife.
Larry Holmes' timing on his 1-2 against Marvis Frazier was so precise, it might as well have been orchestrated by a maestro.
Oh, the long right hand. Well, look at that. He's been down as an amateur, Marvis Frazier. This is the first time as a pro. He's not in control of his legs. He measured that right hand, and there's the father wondering what he can say. What can he say? But look out, here he comes with the next punch. And he really could do with those seconds ticking away faster than ever in the opening round. He shouldn't have dropped his hands. And Holmes warned everybody that he would have to put the kid in his place. And it looks as though this could be the mismatch that many people thought it was. Really putting young Frazier in trouble there. Will he get over this first round? The gum shield comes flying out. Bill Zane, the referee, hopefully giving him every chance, but it's all one way now, and he stopped it in the opening round with just a few seconds to go, 3 seconds probably to the end of the first round. There's Holmes' wife, and there's Joe saying to the son, okay kid, I know what that's all about. It's happened to me, but of course never as quickly as that. And there's no doubt that the father's judgment was in serious doubt there, and obviously very wrong, because this is how Holmes said he would have to deal. He said, I was brought up with this kid in the gym. I'm going to get no pleasure out of beating him up. And it looks a very moving moment there between fighters. And considering he got about $2.5 million for that, Holmes, there was a worry, of course, whether Frazier was able to absorb a punch. He once had an operation for a pinched nerve in the neck, which left a hefty scar. He was knocked out as an amateur by James Broad, whom he subsequently defeated as a pro. But really, he took enough punishment in that opening round.
In the end, it was a classic display of Holmes' impeccable timing and thunderous right hands. Marvis, trying to channel his legendary father Joe Frazier's relentless style, came in swinging with enthusiasm. Unfortunately, he didn't quite inherit the head movement or dynamism that made Joe a nightmare for opponents.
Made an effort to get up. Now here it is, he's measuring it, isn't he? Bang! The full length of the arm before he tagged him on the side of the jaw, and that punch must have gone from chin to boots.
Marvis found himself on the canvas looking up at Holmes as if to say, "Could you give me a minute to rethink my strategy?"
Holding the arms too low, right through the middle, really like a lance. It was a devastating right-hand punch.
Holmes gestured towards the referee as if to say, "You see what I'm doing here? How about wrapping this up?" But the referee, perhaps inspired by Marvis's plucky spirit, decided to let it play out a little longer. Instead of bobbing and weaving like his dad, Marvis was more straightforward, making him a prime target for Holmes's masterful timing.
Did you think it was going to be this short? It looked like you were measuring him with the left jab and holding back the right hand. When you finally threw the right hand, you landed right on the butt.
There's nobody can do anything with me now. I'm in the prime of my life. My weight is nice at 219, 220, 223. And I don't have to run from nobody anymore. And I got the power, I got the jab, I have the ability to think, I have the experience. So why should I have to worry about anybody?
As far as not worrying about anybody, what are your plans for the future? I know you want another fight, and it doesn't make any difference to you.
I'm coming to Miami and hang out with you for a week or so.
That would be nice.
With my family. And I'm going to sit back and let everything come. But I don't want to go through this. I want a good fight. I don't want to hurt nobody. You know, I'm doing it because it's business. And I don't want to hurt nobody, and I almost did.
No, getting somebody out in the first round doesn't hurt anybody. It was a good fight. It's as a wrap-up, I would say that you have shown that you're still there, you're still Larry Holmes, and now we go back to Marv Albert.
NBC is a knockout, Marv. Thank you.
All right, the champion, Larry Holmes, who turned pro back in 1973, came on slowly, first working as a sparring partner for Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, and maintaining his title with the victory here this evening.
Gummer goes down from a hard right.
Ted Kid Lewis showed some impressive combinations punching here against Gummer.
Lewis watches his man. Lewis wailing in once again. Ted Kid Lewis is the hero of English fight fans, as he has shown himself willing to take on anyone, anywhere, as long as there's a ring and two pair of gloves.
Lewis, the former welterweight king, used this fight as a tune-up for his bout against light heavyweight banger George Carpentier.
Ripping punches by Ted Kid Lewis here in round one. A leaping left by Lewis, and Gummer goes down again. The referee counting over Tom Gummer.
Two really nice lead left hooks from Lewis there, and he got a comfortable victory. If this were a cooking show, Lewis would be the chef who just made a perfect dish without breaking a sweat.
Just 2 days later, Ted is right back into training. A veteran of an amazing 112 professional fights, Lewis stays in top condition by a constant regimen of training and sparring.
There's a lot of devil and attitude about him, isn't there?
Yeah, he's punching the opponent when he's on the floor.
Yeah.
He can't be allowed.
He's going to have more control. Oh, and another big left hand. Is that the finisher this time? Tote on the canvas again. Slow to pick up the count a bit, Jeff Hines there, really.
I think the towel should come in. He's thinking about it.
And he stopped it anyway. Didn't see the towel. Took his own decision, the referee. Good one. Tote was out of his depth. He was very brave. But Mitchell has another stoppage win.
I kept this knockout in here because it's such a thing of beauty. Toth gets completely blitzed by the sheer speed of Mitchell's three-punch combo. Seriously, those punches come at him so fast, he probably thought he was being attacked by a swarm of angry bees.
Back up again. He showed tremendous courage because he was taking full-blooded shots all the way through the fight. But as I say, good referee, get him out of there. And that final burst, that's natural talent, speed, power put together, and that's the result.
And Mitchell becomes only the second man to have stopped Tote that quickly. He has been stopped 4 times in his 13 fights, but only one guy's stopped him quicker than that. Still making a few waves, isn't he, Kevin Mitchell?
Larry Olubamiwo was a heavyweight with a unique approach to boxing. Let's just say he was a guy who never got the memo on defense or boxing technique. In fact, I don't even think he's ever heard of the concepts. Watching Olubamiwo throw punches was something else. It was as if he was trying to hit his opponent while blindfolded and spinning around. The result? A flurry of wildly swinging fists that somehow, despite their lack of form, were still pretty terrifying.
From Olubamiwo, though, McKenna
shots going in from the Hackney 31-year-old, and down goes Colin Canner. Was stopped in a round by Michael Sprott a long time ago. Can he get through this? Really does possess power, Olubamiwo.
Kenna, on the other hand, had nowhere to hide. Imagine being in the ring with someone who's flinging punches with the precision of a caffeinated squirrel. Kenna gets absolutely bludgeoned to the canvas.
To play his part in a shootout, Colin Kenna. Right into Olubamiwo's hands, uppercut. Down he goes again, just bundled over, really sinks to the canvas for the second time. All getting too much for Colin Kenna. Is he going to make it? Count it out, Larry Olubamiwo, Southern Area heavyweight champion in a round. The power works again.
One moment he's upright, the next moment he's checking if the canvas is comfortable enough for a nap. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of those punches, no matter how unorthodox they are. In short, Larry Olubamiwo's boxing style was like a blender set on high speed, pure chaos with a side of mayhem. His punches looked like he was using a flamethrower instead of gloves.
Kenna, his work was ragged, his defense was all over the place, just bundled to the floor with heavy right hands. Keeps landing the uppercut, Olubamiwo, which gets through and befuddled Kenna. But the long right hand was always the solid punch.
What he lacks in technical skills, he makes up for in courage and blistering power. He's going to excite us, Larry Olubamiwo, for as long as it lasts.
Yep, he'll be in some exciting fights. And you've got to have a chin, because he's going to get through and he's going to hit you.
The referee struggling to break the two men. The referee says break clean. A tremendous right by Georges Carpentier. Lewis is down.
I think Lewis was too small for George. It's like a featherweight trying to outmuscle a heavyweight. But I also think that the shot that floored Lewis was a bit of a cheap shot. At this point, Lewis was past his prime, and Carpentier was about 20 pounds heavier. Fighters are always told, protect yourself at all times.
Uppercut, and a blistering right to the jaw sends Ted Kid Lewis to the canvas. Ted doesn't know where he is.
I think George took that advice to heart and used it to take advantage of some questionable refereeing. He landed a right hand while the referee was trying to break them up. Talk about seizing the moment.
First round knockout for Georges Carpentier. Lewis doesn't want any help. Carpentier has won by a first round knockout. It's a gallant try by the great Ted Kid Lewis, but he was in there with one of the hardest punchers the light heavyweight division has ever seen.
George was a tremendous puncher at this weight, and I think Lewis was outgunned. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight.
The following morning, Carpentier, on the left, gives a demonstration for the cameramen on how he remembered the knockout that took place the night before. Fighters generally are notoriously poor actors, and Carpentier is no exception. Any resemblance between this demonstration and what actually took place is purely coincidental.
Okay, gentlemen, you've both received your pre-fight instructions. I expect a clean break at all times. Good luck to you. Let's shake hands.
So we are set to go as you look at Gerald McClellan, a Kronk fighter. He'd like to take this fight into the later rounds if he can. McClellan fast started and knocks him down. I mean, that's fast.
Legitimate knockdown, too, it looked like, from what I saw.
It was. I got that part right. And another good right hand by McClellan.
Against McClellan, McClellan's sharp punches were like a sniper with a vendetta.
That's in his 10 wins, so.
His jab set up body shots that seemed to say, I hope you enjoyed your evening, because it's about to end early.
McClellan using his jab very well to set up the right. There's a good example of it. I mean,
to going a distance and taking a fight a little bit further.
Yeah, and that's what he said to us, and ironically, of course, he started quick. Oh,
huge shot. Still hurt. Rudy Battle's really going to look at this one real close. And this is not going to be allowed to go too much further. That's it, I believe. That's all. Rudy Battle wisely stops this fight. Marciano never did recover from that shot.
The opponent was very fortunate not to experience a more dramatic exit.
You'll see the left hook will come here and the right. Good hand speed, and boy, you don't sit down on the right hand any better than Gerald McClellan did. The jab, the hook, but the right hand immediately. And look how quick and compact that right hand was. I don't know that we've ever had a quicker knockdown than this right hand. Off the temple, a little bit of a slip, but I'll tell you what, that was a good right hand that, well, his feet got tangled up, but he got hit with a punch.
He seemed to feel that he had won the fight, and Doreen kept fighting.
Juan Manuel Marquez delivered a left hook to the body that was so brutal you could almost feel it through the screen.
Off and quit fighting at a certain point.
And one thing Peden has going for him here is that Marquez has hit him a lot, but clearly has not been able.
Robin clearly felt it too. I mean, that shot must have hurt like nothing else. I had to include this stoppage in the video because what happened next was beyond brutal. It was almost unbelievable.
Where's the bucket? Put the bucket.
Pendon starts uncontrollably vomiting blood while sitting on his stool after the round, and trust me, it wasn't pretty.
They're going to stop the fight as Robbie Peden throws up in his corner. You saw him vomit into the bucket, and you heard Roger Bloodworth say, you can't fight like that.
He's sick.
Marquez tried to close the show in that last round, and he did.
It's a beautiful performance. Good display of punching power and boxing skills.
Technical knockout victory for Marquez.
The sight of it was enough to make you rethink ever stepping in a ring. The fight had to be stopped immediately. There was no way anyone was letting that continue.
For prime time.
Closed the show, landing 30 of 58 punches in that last round.
Marciano's fight with Jersey Joe Walcott was a thrilling roller coaster.
He might be going right to work on it. Marciano staggered with a short right. Down from a left hook.
Walcott started like he'd been eating dynamite for breakfast, landing a thunderous left hook that had Marciano hitting the canvas. But Rocky's recovery skills were quicker than a caffeinated squirrel, and soon he was back in the fight. Despite Walcott's defensive magic and some sneaky medicine tricks, Marciano's fists were determined to close the show.
Beautiful right hand by Marciano. Short right to the chin. One of the best punches Rocky has landed. Walcott plainly is intent on staying away now if he can. There's the right hand, Walcott. Rocky Marciano is the heavyweight champion of the world, Rocky Marciano.
The final punch was so impactful, it should have come with a "don't try this at home" warning.
Okay, I gave both fighters the instruction in the dressing room. I want you corners to remind them at all times, obey my command. Any questions? Shake hands, good luck.
Let's remember that Korean fighters usually are long on will, on stamina, and on courage, but short on technique. In other words, they're game club fighters. If Breland has anything, he should be able to handle this man. If he can't handle him, then we'd have to say he has nothing.
And the Korean immediately shows that he's willing to step inside and exchange with Mark Breland. Breland gets in a right hand.
Mark should just take his time and see, exchange punches. Good shot. Jeez.
The straight right hand and the left with Jong-Soon Lee down.
I was about to say Mark's taking his time, but apparently he wanted to get this over.
He may have some sort of a record here for a short fight.
Well, Lloyd Huntington knocked out Dale Hatcher in 39 seconds. Breland's got a shot at that, and that's it. Well, he didn't get a shot at that. It was about a minute, but Richard Steele stops the bout.
Well, as we were saying,
Known as perhaps the best amateur fighter that America has ever produced, Mark had tremendous snap on his punches. Notice the crispness of the punches and combinations. It looks like Mark had made an early booking at his favorite restaurant and wanted to get this fight over quickly so he could make it to that dinner.
Thought that he could try to overwhelm Breland, but Breland is just too good of a sharpshooter for this kind of a wild attack, and he just walked right into his punches.
Well, Mark's like a lot of good fighters. He's never had any trouble with a stationary target. And this man elected to stand in front of Mark and let him punch away.
I'd like to point out something from the promoter himself, Main Events, which promotes Breland fights. And this is what they said before the fight, that Lee has a lack of speed, mobility, and punching.
Notice the speed of Mark's hands in these replays. I think the Korean fighter doesn't have good head movement. He's like a sitting duck here.
This is an artificial championship fight, and Shirley Temple would indeed be a cynic after seeing this.
And now for the second time in his career, Mark Breland is the WBA World Welterweight Champion.
Some vicious punches right there.
You know, I feel real nasty. I just kept hollering. I'm just nasty. I feel nasty, and I knew I had to go out there and get right on top of him.
Expect a tough, clean fight. Protect yourself at all times. Any questions from the challenger? Any questions from the champion? Let's get it on.
And that can happen to anybody Jackson fights. Oh, he's got him with a left hook straight away. And then a right. And Negron looking a bit cold here and frozen in the headlights. Good punches early on from Jackson.
Leon, I don't even want to talk because you know with Jackson it could end at any time, and when he hits them, they're hit.
And he's already hit Negron, who's had a bit of an out career, and that might be it. The left hook. Jackson thinks he's won it already. He might be right. Ismael Negron, the Puerto Rican fighting out of Grand Rapids in Michigan. It might be all over in the first round. He doesn't know where he is. Surely Mills Lane is not going to let him go on. He does not know what night it is. Good decision from the referee. He could not let him out to face any more of that from Julian Jackson. That would have been a very sadistic decision by the referee. Well, he's done it again. It's amazing, this fellow's knockout record. He's won 41 by knockout out of 43 wins.
Jackson delivered one of his most devastating performances against Negron, making it sound like Jackson was trying to start a small earthquake with his punches.
The mongoose there was most probably not watching the right, and he did it with the left. You see with the Julian Jackson knockout, so he's trying to get up. They hurt, really hurt. Perfect.
I spoke to a couple of fellows who fought this guy, and they say he punches like a heavyweight.
Negron on the canvas looked like he just learned the hard way that Jackson's punches come with a warning label.
If he was fighting any heavyweight, they'd give him trouble.
McClellan's early fights had him coming out like a caffeinated squirrel in a nut shop.
Well, fighters like Tommy Alexander demonstrate the ability to fight on another level. McClellan is already there. Separates the two fighters. McClellan's just filling Mitchell out.
With his jab and right hand, he overwhelmed opponents like a surprise party they didn't want to attend.
Mitchell.
Yeah. Oh, this fight's over. Right, and that's it. This fight is over, and this man is hurt right now. Unfortunately, Dr. Tim Ward's going to have to jump into the ring.
I believe the good doctor is back checking out Tommy Alexander. Mitchell is down and out.
He's out cold, Jim. That's unfortunate.
Well, Mitchell is out. One hard right hand by McClellan, and that's it for Smoking Dan Mitchell.
The short, stocky guy has to always chase down the tall, thin, fast guy.
Hurtado was not regarded as a power puncher coming into the Whitaker. Sue's a power puncher, and there's the first knockdown of the bout.
Kostya Tszyu's straight right hand was legendary. I like the way he used Hurtado's head as a pinball with his left hook there. It seemed like a formality that the fight would be over soon. But in a plot twist worthy of a soap opera, Tszyu, in his enthusiasm to finish the job, walked straight into a counter right hand from Hurtado.
Walked right into a punch. Give Hurtado a lot of credit because he was seriously hurt when he went down.
But this is the fight that Tszyu wants. Tszyu wants to trade punches because he's the stronger of the two fighters.
But Hurtado has already caught Tszyu square on the left eye, or the right eye, and Tszyu's right eye is swelling as he goes down for the second time.
Moments later, he landed another right hand that had Tszyu seeing stars, or at least seeing the canvas up close again.
But he knocked Whitaker down twice and has won 6 of his last 8 by knockout.
Here you saw in the opening seconds as Hurtado stood in front of Tszyu, catching a right hand followed by a left and another right. Came in to finish Hurtado off and almost got finished in return, Vince Phillips.
Tszyu wisely took a more measured approach, like a chess player who just had a reality check. The body punching of Tszyu was on point in this fight, and that's what made the breakthrough in the 5th round.
There you go. And Hurtado goes down as the result of the left hook to the body.
And it was a very conscious decision on his part to take a rest.
Hey, you okay? All right. This has been a very punishing 5th round for Hurtado at the hands of Kostya Tszyu. Another knockdown, again on the left hook to the body. And that's it.
A brave fight for Hurtado. An outstanding performance by Kostya Tszyu.
Notice how Tszyu uses the right hand to set up the left hook downstairs.
39 of the last 47 landed punches in the bout.
Tszyu came into the round looking stronger, and those 2 body punches made him a lot stronger. Another one, down goes
Hurtado.
Just one last thing. Your eye began to puff up in the very first minute of the first round. Were you aware of it and aware of the danger of it?
It's a scratch, and I'm the man. I'm the boxer. I don't care about this kind of thing. Oh, look good right now. And to be world champion without scratch is probably not fair.
Any problem with motivation has gone. Both men intense on this. Both men want this so much. But Alexander's got the power. Left and right going in. And Samuels, if it hadn't been for those ropes, surely would have gone down. That's the finisher. That's the finisher. He's caught it off. And Paul Samuels goes out of the ring. Wayne Alexander wins in a dramatic 3rd round and takes the British light middleweight title. Wonderful scenes for the man from Croydon. Paul Samuels is being helped back into the ring. About this for a finish.
See, that was the punch. Beautiful punch. And this is where you have to think defence. This time, thankfully, he did think about defence, but his hands were all over the place. Then he started ducking and diving, trying to slip punches. Getting back with shots of his own. I mean, this was how exciting the fight was all the way through. Full credit to Alexander. He didn't do it the easy way. He took some tremendous shots. He looked badly hurt after that punch, but he stuck with it.
Alexander coming through, that right hand was a cracker, wasn't it?
I mean, both guys landed the big bombs, but the trouble was the control and the good defence that Samuel showed in the first couple of rounds just deserted him. He started ducking, diving, trying to slip punches, and just lost his way. But this fellow, he really has natural punching power. From that point on, the fight was over. Totally lost the plot. Look at his hands, open target, and the right hook come over. That's the one. That's the one. As soon as that punch landed a little bit high on the head, the fight was all over.
Let's have a nice clean fight. Pucks, gloves. Good luck to the both of you.
Lopez had a unification fight with Alex Sanchez, which turned out to be extremely entertaining.
As you mentioned, he thinks Jones, De La Hoya, and Trinidad are better than him.
I would say better or as good.
Oh, there he goes. Straight right hand, and down goes Sanchez. Alex Sanchez down for the first time in his career.
Lopez started fast, landing a nice right hand as he turned Sanchez.
His hands always in position, throws a nice right hand, and there he is right back. Right back, keeps his hands up, timing, beautiful shot.
Bobby, the thing is he keeps his eyes open all the time. I mean, he knows where everything is.
Lopez always had quick reflexes and could react rapidly to changes in angles.
Wild swing and a miss with a left hook by Sanchez. He's eating a lot of punches, though, Sanchez.
Sanchez had a winner's mentality and a lot of heart. Despite being hurt, he stayed aggressive.
Look at how he punches. Look at the leverage he gets from the outside. Sanchez has to smother those punches, walk to him, hands up, fire on the inside, and rip him up.
He landed a good right hand, but Lopez had a rock-solid chin.
Caught with a nice left hook right hand. Then another right hand.
Alex Sanchez having his best time now. He says, come on back, come on in. Urging Lopez in.
I've got him winning all 3 rounds.
Oh, look at these. Double up with the left by Ricardo Lopez. Another whipping left hook combination to the head straight through. And Sanchez shakes it off. He shrugs it off, but that usually means he's hurt.
But in the next round, Lopez showed him who was boss. With Sanchez struggling, he resorted to fouling.
But then Lopez coming right back. Oh, he hit him when he was on his way down. He's taking a point away from Sanchez.
1 point now. Please be clean. 1 point deduction.
Dirty tactics.
1 point. 1 point.
And that goes.
Lopez began to dig in, landing powerful shots.
Low blow.
Oh, that wasn't low, gentlemen. You watch it.
Oh, a left hook by Ricardo Lopez as he answers back. Ricardo Lopez now going to the uppercut all over the place. A barrage, lefts and rights. And, Sanchez goes down. He tries to pull Lopez down with him. It's not.
The referee didn't call that a knockdown, but I thought it was. Sanchez was seriously hurt at this point.
And then, a pummeling right uppercut to the body at the bell. Sanchez makes it through as he stumbles to his corner.
He wasn't even sure.
Oh, what a left hook. There, right there.
You know, he's the beginning of the end here.
Look at his face.
He's holding on right now. He doesn't want to go down again. So he clings to the waist of Ricardo Lopez.
I'll tell you what, right now this is almost academic. I think the kid's in trouble big time. This fight is almost over. Ricardo Lopez is no nonsense. This is not just boxing. This is making a statement.
Left hook off the combination, and down goes Sanchez again for the second time of the fight. He's in tremendous
I don't
trouble.
know. That's it.
It's over. They've stopped it.
That's it.
After the second knockdown, really the third.
Lopez's combination punching was a joy to watch. I believe the referee made the right call stopping the fight.
This guy is just a monster.
Heavyweight champion Primo Carnera enjoyed a size advantage over his opponents, but Max Baer wasn't the kind of guy to back down. He came at Carnera like a hurricane in boxing gloves.
Carnera in the first round. Baer rushes in to follow through and again punches the giant to the ropes. Carnera's one thought is to get away from Baer's lethal punches.
Baer battered Carnera around the ring in the first round. It was like watching a tornado try to relocate a mountain.
Under siege, points Baer to a neutral corner. Max steps away but returns to launch an attack with both hands. Carnera is trying to keep his left out to fend off the attack.
Baer continued to pulverize Carnera in round 2. Primo could take a punch, though. It was like he had a built-in bounce-back feature.
Max is all over the giant. He follows left with right, and for the third time, both are down.
In the 10th round, Baer turned into a beast again.
Max uncorks his right-hand bomb, and DeClean's in trouble again. As the referee moves to stop the fight, the crowd protests.
Look at him screaming at Carnera. Max won't even let the referee stop the fight.
Carnera to the canvas again.
Carnera kept getting up. He was knocked down 12 times.
But he refuses to take even a breather. He has heart, but Carnera is up against Max, the giant killer. An overhand right sends Primo down for a 2 count. That's the 12th time Carnera has gone down. Baer follows up his advantage.
Notice he tells the referee that he wants to quit. Carnera gets criticism for quitting from boxing fans, but not from me. Baer gave him one of the most brutal beatings ever. Max Baer was now the heavyweight king. Curtis Ramsay was an experienced veteran, and I think Jackson decided to give him a taste of what patience feels like. But in the 12th round, Jackson decided he'd had enough of this whole pacing thing and exploded into action.
Real good shot. He might have Ramsay in some trouble here. He's nailed it with another right hand. Padilla is watching very closely to move in and stop the fight. If he doesn't answer pretty soon, Padilla will end it. And he has stopped the fight. It'll be scored as a 12th round TKO for Julian Jackson.
Liston's fight against Roy Harris was another explosive showing.
Liston advances menacingly, putting tremendous pressure on his opponent.
After taking a short time to figure out his range, Liston went to work.
Sonny floors Harris with a smashing left hook. Harris is up at the count of 9, but he's in real trouble.
It's rare that fighters can land lead left hooks that opponents don't see coming. A final lead right hand ended the fight in the first round once again.
Devastating right to the head, which floors Harris for the 4th time. While Roy is on the canvas, the referee moves in and called a halt to the fight.
Harris's reaction was probably something like, "Did I just get hit by a meteor?"
Liston is definitely the #1 ranking challenger in the heavyweight division.
Referee wouldn't be needed to tot up the points. And Finnegan very nearly put down there by another savage attack, and he goes, and this is probably the finish. I don't think even Chris Finnegan has got anything left now. He's counted out. Round 14. It had to be. He had nothing left to offer, but what a marvelous, marvelous challenge it was by Finnegan. And what a great champion Bob Foster really is. And Finnegan is still down there because there isn't the strength in him to get him up off the floor.
Junior Jones put on a clinic in body punching when he faced Felix Carrasco, delivering a performance that was as painful to watch as it was impressive.
Beautiful left hook. First to the head, then to the body. You don't see that very often, but Junior's got all the shots. Look at that left hook.
The left hook is there. All the punches are there, and it almost...
His left hooks to the body were absolutely brutal, like he had something personal against Carrasco's ribs.
Carrasco was really hurt there. Oh, down.
Took some shots to the midsection.
To the body was a fabulous punch.
I think that's it. Al Munoz will.
That left hook to the liver was a thing of beauty, unless you were Carrasco, of course. Carrasco felt it so deep that he decided the canvas was a safer place to be than anywhere near Jones's fists.
Junior Jones victorious, and now will head to the bargaining table. He told me with hopefully WBC bantamweight champ Victor Rabanales. Yes. All right. Yeah. That fight has been set up. We understand. There's Joey Ferriella. Beginning of the end here, Barry.
Yeah, the left hook to the body was the job. That was a left hook to the head, really hurt Felipe Carrasco, and that left hook to the body. Watch it now. Here we get it. Bang! Right in the solar plexus, right in the pit of the stomach. And that was enough to finish the fight. Fabulous punch. Too one-sided for me. He was way on top from the very start.
Carrasco practically leaped onto the canvas as if it had suddenly become the most comfortable mattress in the world, just to avoid any further punishment.
Another good body shot there.
Beautiful
Carrasco,
body shot. Exciting as ever was Junior Jones, but that left hook to the body, right in the pit of the stomach, and Carrasco he had enough.
Carrasco took something like 2.5 days to get here from Mexico due to the various closed roads down the area, and he was looking for a way home very quickly when he got the body shot.
Orlin Norris was definitely the favorite going into his title defense against Nate Miller. As the brother of the legendary Terry Norris, Orlin had always carried the weight of high expectations. My father used to say that Orlin was actually the more naturally talented of the two, which is saying a lot considering Terry's skill level.
Where before he was looking to try and hold.
Norris starting to be buffeted about in here, and he's in trouble here, the champion. Holding on. Is Norris about to go here? He's all over the place and he's down, and might he be out as well. The counts at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's not going to beat it. It's over. Orlin Norris is dethroned, and Nate Miller, at the age of 31, becomes a world champion at last.
With Orlin visibly tired, Miller pressed the attack, landing heavy shots that ultimately caused Norris to crumble to the canvas. It was a dramatic moment as Orlin fell in a heap, clearly exhausted and hurt.
Hook on, then he's looking to try and hold. Miller just keeps hitting him. Then another good left hook. The legs just collapse.
And Norris is still, well, he's just being dragged to his feet. Quite a bad way. Orlin Norris cannot stand up.
Hey, Tom, you got to get to him, Mr. King. You got to get to him, Mr. King. You got to get to you, boy. You got to get to him, Mr. King. You got to get to him.
That's the knockdown. Now, Orlin Norris has collapsed back onto the canvas on the far side. Now, those are quite disturbing scenes at the London Arena. They've tried to pick him up once, and they couldn't do it. And now, well, they'll keep him there for as long as possible. Now, these are distressing scenes.
It took a long time for him to come around, a sight that was concerning for fans and everyone watching.
Well, we can only hope that it is not too serious.
That's right, it's always very distressing when this happens. And also, we don't know what's going on. I mean, he could be fine there, but there's always that definite worry that Paul's not well.
However, true to his fighting spirit, Orlin Norris did not let this defeat define him. He worked his way back up and eventually got the chance to avenge the loss in a rematch, and he did.
How awful, really, how strange that this should happen again just as he's about to re-enter the ring.
I really like this knockout because it was done with one of my favorite combinations.
That. Oh, is another left and a right hand, and that might be that. And it stopped without a count.
The southpaw right hook.
And that was the right decision. Oh, what a finish by Bendel. Left hand, right hand combination. Doyley did not know what had hit him. And in the second round, Stephen Bendel makes about as good a professional debut as he could have dreamt.
Yes, he'd be very happy with that. You could see he had the advantage of speed.
Doyley, an orthodox fighter, was about as prepared for the right hook as a fish is for a bicycle.
The left and then come back with the right hook and face first into the canvas, Doyley. The referee was right just to signal off there, and then he was looking very distressed at that point. Two very good punches.
Yes, I don't think Doyley really would have beaten a count of half a minute, let alone 10 seconds.
He was completely caught off guard, and this combination is particularly effective against orthodox fighters who are often unprepared for the angle and speed of a southpaw's punches. Southpaws often have an advantage because they are accustomed to fighting right-handed opponents, whereas orthodox fighters primarily face other right-handers. This difference in stance and angles can make it challenging for orthodox fighters to defend against left-handed punches, which is exactly what happened here.
The form, and he'd lead some good jabs, some nice combinations. He'd be very happy with that. It's a very good start to his professional career.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 57 seconds of round two, the referee stops the contest. The winner by technical knockout, making his professional debut, Steve Bendel.
Just got on to Steve Bendel. Very good style. He's obviously sold a few tickets here as well. That will endear him to the promoters. And let's hope Dennis Doyley is okay after that. It was a pretty bad knockout for him.
After the initial storm, things have quietened down a little. Good punch, left hook. And that might be the end of the Chavez resistance. He's looking as though he's there for the night. 8, no, it's out. Count it out. And Wharton has done it again in a little bit under 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now here is a young man who's certainly going to go a long way in this game. And here it is again. It's quite explosive. And although in the early stages, Chavez took punches like that, this time it was all different. And when he went down on his back, He looked like a man who'd resigned himself to his fate, and in fact, he didn't beat the count. So KO1 for 22-year-old Henry Wharton of York, who is stamping himself on the professional game in no uncertain manner.
The world's welterweight boxing champion, Sugar Ray Robinson. The world's middleweight boxing champion, Jake LaMotta. The referee, Frank Sakura.
LaMotta tried to rough Robinson up early, but Robinson's slick movement and lightning combinations made LaMotta look like he was stuck in quicksand. Despite giving up natural size and strength, Robinson's hands were so fast, they could have been equipped with jet engines. He landed a brutal uppercut that would have made any other fighter rethink their life choices.
2 minutes to go. That straight right rocked LaMotta. He winces when he's hit now. The crowd senses the kill. No man can endure this pummeling. How he can survive them, nobody knows. Head shake at the ringside. The fight is going to be stopped on the signal from the chairman of the Illinois Athletic Commission, Joe China, to Frankie Sakura. The fight was stopped in the 13th round.
And the new world's middleweight boxing champion, Sugar Ray Robinson.
Now excuse me while I get in the ring.
One thing about it, those two cuts that he suffered in the fight with Greg Pace did not affect his performance. He stayed aggressive and he continued to throw a lot of punches.
Good right hand, and Bay is down. Larry Holmes with a solid right hand. David Bay doesn't know where he is right now.
Larry Holmes' 1-2 combo was like a well-timed alarm clock. Never too early, never too late, and guaranteed to make your head ring. His jab in particular was so sharp, it could slice through the morning fog. Opponents knew it was coming, yet somehow it always found its mark, as if Holmes had a sixth sense for when to pop that left hand out.
Hold on for all he's worth here. Carlos Padilla trying to separate them.
His legs are gone. Larry's going to work that jab and get that right hand in.
It was a stunning right hand. There was another one. Holmes not wasting any punches. Bay just holding on.
Watch the right hand again, Barry.
Well, that could be it. That could be it. And Bay doesn't know where he is. Padilla taking a close look. Still 20 seconds to go in the round. Bay trying to hold on. He's got nothing left. Just hoping to weather the storm. And he's down again. And the count goes on here. David Bay just trying to get through it. He says, yes, I know where I am. I'm not sure he's right. And he did manage to get through the round.
Bay had to use all of his toughness to get through the round. Notice Holmes catches Bay while Bay is coming in. The timing of his 1-2 was so impeccable that it almost felt unfair, like he had an invisible clock in his head, counting down to the exact right moment to throw it.
There again later in the round, another right hand. Bay fighting back gallantly, although hurt and not knowing what state he's in. Pressure's down, but he got up and weathered the storm. David Bay disarmed landmines in the Army, but he's finding it harder to disarm.
Notice Holmes getting into his groove now. When he found his rhythm in the ring like this, it was usually game over for his opponents.
Holmes a very high percentage. There's a right hand. That could be the beginning of the end. Now let's see if Larry Holmes just tries to find one more shot. He's got his man hurt again. There's a combination. Bay looking for a place to fall down here, and Holmes may need one more. Holmes is on top of David Bay. Bay trying to grab on. Larry Holmes won't let him.
Now we see some combination. A lot of punches thrown by Larry.
And this one is over. Carlos Padilla says enough is enough. And Larry Holmes has retained his heavyweight championship.
To the canvas for the first knockout.
47.
In rhythm, Holmes wasn't just fighting. He was conducting a symphony of jabs, crosses, and footwork, all working together in perfect harmony. His jab, already legendary, became even more lethal, snapping out with machine-like regularity. Bowe just found themselves caught in a storm of punches.
At that point, Bowe had no legs left. He was really almost looking for a place to fall down or at least hold on to Larry Holmes, as he tried to do right there. Well, the uppercuts were doing a pretty good job, and that looping right hand. You know, I think there might be those who might criticize Larry Holmes for not really going after him when he had him hurt seriously earlier, as we take a look once more at the end of the end, if you will. And Larry Holmes, just a barrage of punches, getting his man in the corner. Carlos Padilla will come into your picture in just a moment. He's behind Larry Holmes now, taking a good look. You can see him right in the corner of your screen, and he will step in a moment and say, that's it, this one is over. As David Bowe, really unable to fight back, just tried to defend himself as best he could. Holmes opened him up right there. Still, Padilla looking in very closely, and one more right hand, and Carlos Padilla says, that's it, this one is all over.
Ricardo Finito Lopez.
The champion is Ricardo Lopez, and he is a good one. He's from Mexico City.
Lopez was razor sharp in his fight against Carabolas.
Walked into a pretty good right hand by little Ricardo Lopez. Ricardo Lopez, at 27 years old, is 2 years older than Caraballo. He has a 1-inch reach advantage over Caraballo, and they're both coming up victories. Down goes the challenger already. I don't know if he can recover. It's up to 4 and 5 and 6. He's not going to make it. He doesn't even bother to count him out. It's all over. Another first-round knockout for Ricardo Lopez.
An absolutely vicious right hand like a shotgun blast in the arena.
Tested it once earlier in the round. There it is right there, and he caught him right on the button with it. It's the long looping right hand, and it was lights out.
The punch was so quick the opponent didn't even see it coming. Lopez is truly an artist in the ring. He could probably knock you out and do a pirouette all before you even knew what hit you.
The shot came like a bolt out of the blue. I had just told you that he's coming off a first-round knockout over the Thai opponent, and he didn't even bother because this kid is knocked out cold. I think he's going to be all right.
And to see a smaller man by some 25 pounds standing in front of Joe Louis there and trading, that really is something. Oh, lovely left hook again from Con. Sometimes getting the better of Joe Louis, and Lewis's legs have gone.
I've seen Joe Louis shaken up a few times, and this was certainly one of those times. A big left hook by Khan buckled Joe's knees, and another left hook had him backed into the ropes.
Almost put him over. And Louis still hadn't recovered at this stage. That's another good uppercut. Well, Khan all of a sudden looks quite weary out there.
Khan was a fighter. If he got hit, he wanted to get you back immediately. You can't fight like that against Joe. The devastating short hooks by Louis are on full display as he pounds Khan to the canvas.
And he's getting through now with impunity here against Billy Khan, and he's gone over. Billy Khan on the floor in round 13. Has Joe Louis rescued victory from the jaws of defeat? And it's all over. Eddie Joseph has stopped it, so Joe Louis still the heavyweight champion of the world.
Khan was one of the few fighters who had faster hands than Joe, but that wasn't enough.
As you can see, they're very, very smart. Bit of work with the hands from Joe Louis, getting the elbow of Billy Khan, spinning him around, and there's the right hand to put him over. A terrific finish.
Well, it was a great fight tonight. I know that Uncle Mike's going to give me another chance, and I know that I can win it. I guess I had too much to win for tonight, and I tried to knock him out. Otherwise, I'd have won easy.
Terry Norris in his prime had hands so fast, they seemed to defy the laws of physics. If you blinked during one of his combos, you'd miss about 5 punches.
Good, solid lefts in close by Taylor, a right hand by Norris in exchange. Again, the right hand lands for Norris. Taylor's left not there to block it. Overhand right. Taylor wobbly.
Meldrick Taylor, who once danced around opponents with his own blazing speed, was now just a half step slower. Taylor's reflexes had always been his saving grace, but against Norris, they might have been on vacation.
These are right hands by Norris that have done the damage.
Norris, of course, has invested into some good...
Norris unleashed a combination so fast it looked like someone hit the fast-forward button on reality.
Norris missed an easy shot. Plenty of time left in the round.
Taylor, who normally would have slipped and ducked, found himself caught in a whirlwind, unable to block or dodge the incoming storm of punches.
Terry Norris's haircut is knockout, and that's what he's thinking about right now. Lou Duba yelling for Meldrick Taylor to clinch, but Meldrick keeps throwing leather and dropping his hands. Norris with the uppercut landed. He's trying to measure him and take a shot.
It's about pure heart now.
Come on, Mel,
skills went out of the window.
Meldrick's still wobbly in there, George.
Put that jab up there.
Should he be grabbing and clinching?
He should, but he's got too much heart and soul. He's Philadelphia bred and trained.
Watch out for the brutal counter uppercut from Terry.
A chance to land one in return. Norris with another solid right. Meldrick is woozy on the ropes. Second knockdown. There'll be about 20 seconds left when the count is complete. Here comes Terry Norris to try to finish him off.
There's no 3 knockdown rule. Keep that in mind.
And there's no quit in Meldrick Taylor. A decision for Lane to make. He's very close to stopping it, and there it is.
Rightful decision.
Meldrick's trainer was shouting at him to clinch, but Meldrick wasn't the type. The referee took one look at Taylor, who probably didn't even know what planet he was on at that point, and wisely decided to call it off. I agree with the stoppage.
Meldrick Taylor almost got out of the round, but Terry Norris wouldn't let him. Mills Lane with a very tough decision, and you say, George, a good one.
A good decision. He's a young fighter. He still has a future ahead of him. He was fighting a bigger man. He didn't take an extra beating.
In the end, it was a classic case of old speed meeting new speed, and new speed winning by a landslide.
If you remember between rounds, Georgie Benton told Taylor, you must jab your way and get in close. But when he got in close, he got nailed. That's the danger of getting in close, George.
It was that shot right by the ear. So Norris is indeed a clever boxer. He's a puncher.
Now let's take a look at the second knockdown. We're going to, from some different angles. There was probably the hardest punch of the lot. And you can see Taylor is hurt. And the punch on top of the head sends him reeling. He's off balance, dazed.
Who gives you instructions for when you're hurt?
Only your heart and only your memory can give you those instructions.
And those shots, the first one was right on between the chin and the cheekbone, which is hard to recover from.
Interestingly, Terry Norris has a history of hitting fighters when they're down. He got disqualified for it once. He did it to both Leonard and Curry. He managed to restrain himself here, even though he had 2 free shots at Taylor as Taylor was going down.
Yeah, you practice for months and months. That's a hard thing to control.
Norris's hands were so fast, Taylor might have felt like he was fighting a guy with 8 arms.
There's Mills Lane stepping in with the final decision. He was in a neutral corner when he made the stoppage, and here was the reaction of Lou Duba.
Think about his work. Good right hand from Gamma. Perfect right hand. What a right hand from Gamma. And Shelley is in all kinds of trouble there on the deck at the end of the first round. I don't think he's going to make this count whatsoever. Doesn't know where he is. Referee waves it off. And Gamma produces a sensational first round win.
Well, you're right, Ed. It's nice to see a heavyweight with power, but looking for that power and picking it. This is a quality shot off a left jab, a right hook, and that's an unusual shot. Not many fighters at any weight can throw that sort of punch. And you just watch this when we see a replay. I mean, really, really clean.
Chele is still very disorientated. They're trying to get him to sit down on a stool, but he's not too sure where he is.
No, it was a very, very heavy shot, and we did hear, you know, he didn't have the strongest of chins, but I tell you, any heavyweight would have gone over with that punch cleanly. It was a very, very good shot.
I always found this knockout to be particularly brutal because it's clear that the opponent just has no idea where he is or what just happened. Notice the classic, "Where am I?" expression. Notice that the opponent had just dropped his hands after taking a right to the body, which seemed like an invitation for Gammer to send him on a quick trip to La La Land. With his defenses relaxed, he offered Gammer a golden opportunity, and Gammer didn't need a second invitation.
Jim, he's watching, and of course, Chavez doesn't know what to do. His arms come out, and he really picked the punch firmly. Feet firmly set.
Gammer's punch had done more than just end the fight. It had apparently sent the opponent on a short vacation from reality. The whole scenario was a reminder that in boxing, a lapse in defense can quickly turn into a first-class ticket to oblivion.
Yeah, it's very, very good work. I mean, there again we see it. Tremendous punches, body and chin as well.
He set it out with a body shot first of all.
Yeah.
Chavez has left the ring. He's okay. Obviously very shaken up from that though.
In his first defense at the European title, Hamed took on the experienced veteran Antonio Picardi. I can only imagine how weird it must have been for fighters to come to Sheffield and fight Hamed. His antics were something else. Sure, boxing had seen showmen before, but none quite as extreme as Hamed.
Learned from the video, he said he watched it. Oh dear. The southpaw left hand, straight as an arrow. Didn't travel very far, but he counted out. But he has been stopped a few times. He tipped this round, and it looks as though he's going to do it too, because
A really nice feint with the left hand set up the knockdown beautifully. In this fight, Hamed's unorthodox uppercut was on full display, and boy was it brutal. He was beating Cruz from pillar to post, and I thought the referee was well within his rights to stop the contest.
It was a straight left, straight through the middle, boom, see it there? Oh yeah. If you would have complimented me, I'd have just said, you say you're a great fighter or anything like that to me, Gary, I'd have just said, tell me something I don't know.
Oh, he launched into that left hook, and Thurbin is put on the floor in round 6. He makes sure he takes the 8. He got to 9, in fact, before Thurbin got up. He wanted to give himself a good rest, but really that was almost like a Nas-style rocket launcher from Bingham, that left hook, and he now will look to finish it. Thurbin, these are bad moments for him. He's got to cover up, he's got to get his way through this. He's leaving his head open, he's down again. Bingham senses that he's got him. The power of Bingham is going to be over. He's not made it. He hasn't made it, Nicky Thurbin. Ensley Bingham, at 35 years of age, retains the British light middleweight title. And once again, the force was too much.
Well, he finally found the punch, launching himself with that left hook. Never going to let Thurbin off the hook when he was allowed to continue.
This lead left hook was strikingly reminiscent of Roy Jones Jr.'s famous leaping left hook. I really like to see a lead left hook like this land. The punch was delivered with speed and precision, catching Thurbin off guard. Bingham got tremendous power into the punch.
Goodness me, he put so much into that punch, it was almost frightening.
Bingham is the kind of fighter who will always continue to apply pressure, showcasing his trademark aggression. Notice how he works the body effectively with a series of punishing shots, demonstrating his ability to mix up his attacks and keep his opponent guessing. Despite not securing a world championship, Bingham left a lasting impression on the British boxing scene in the 1990s. I really liked how he created space with subtle movement and then unleashed the powerful left hook, which sealed the victory.
19 wins in the career of Ensley Bingham. He doesn't fight that often, but 15 of those wins have come via the knockout route. He is still the British light middleweight champion.
We've gone through all the instructions one time. Expect a tough, clean fight. Protect yourself at all times. Any questions from the challenger? Any questions from the champion? Let's get it on.
Jackson's hands are so heavy, they might as well come with their own warning label. But McClellan did his usual thing in round 1.
There it is, a big right hand. McClellan's waiting with the jab.
Jackson lands a big left hook and a flush right hand, and McClellan just keeps on coming, proving he's got a chin made of steel.
Really a catch-22 situation for Jackson. If he wins, people will say McClellan inexperienced, overrated.
In the last exchange, McClellan ran into a good left hook. He himself, for just a minute there, was stumbled and staggered.
That's the best thing that Jackson does, is come back from being hurt. He's hurt, but he comes back, and when he comes back, he's got power.
Despite being an offensive powerhouse, McClellan's aggressive style also leaves him open. He takes flush shots, but absorbs them like a sponge and keeps fighting back.
Jackson's just trying to get organized. Now watch that right hand, and that's what got him right hand crazy. That right hand put Jackson in trouble. Look.
Well, I'll tell you, what McClellan said he was going to do is use the jab, wait, and bang. Over the top, there it was, but...
Round 2 was a war zone.
And what happened in the corner of Julian Jackson was his corner told him, now start looking for the counter.
Despite Jackson's impressive record,
something that has probably plagued Jackson in the past few fights, he's knocked so many people out so easily that he doesn't pay as much attention to defense.
Oh, 2 good body shots exchanged, one by Jackson, one by McClellan. These guys are not letting any aspect of the punishment game go by.
It's been McClellan who has been doing the testing to this point.
Jackson's been a little more effective now using a jab. McClellan's laid off.
Both fighters were hurt, and McClellan had to cling to the ropes.
Into another gear in this second round. Fight, almost as if he didn't believe his good luck in that first round.
Jackson's right hand had serious extension, and McClellan's distance management was clearly off.
McClellan, who comes back strong, but back comes Jackson.
He's a vicious man.
McClellan thinks Jackson is looking ahead to Terry Norris, who is sitting ringside off to our right.
Well, I don't know if either one of these two guys got anything in mind except survival here. And Gerald is looking scared.
Big right hand by Julian Jackson, sending McClellan back. Now Jackson beginning to open up more.
At this point, he might have been more concussed than a piñata at a birthday party.
McClellan, he's getting intimidated here.
Well, Jackson's completely turned the tables from the first round, but McClellan also still a dangerous fighter. Right hand, and now Jackson winging big shots, gaining confidence as the round goes on.
Jackson's hands are very heavy, and when they land, even though it's off to the side of the head, it hurts, and he's feeling it now. That's what's getting him intimidated.
McClellan tried to regroup with his jab in round 3, but Jackson was relentless. Jackson's punches were thunderous, and McClellan's ability to take them was astonishing, albeit worrying.
What a right hand by Julian Jackson. That's that counter that he was measuring him for, and it landed. You can't just flick an idle jab out there and not expect Julian to come over it, and he did.
I haven't seen McClellan in a lot of fights where he's gotten hit hard, and I was always wondering just how good is his chin, and right now it doesn't seem to be too bad.
McClellan hanging in there.
Yeah, Bobby, he seems very impressed, however, by the power of Julian Jackson. And Julian's cut. Unintentional butt, and Julian is cut.
Julian Jackson complaining. There's a big left hand by McClellan.
Keep firing him now, okay? Keep letting him go. Dig that left hook more. Man is getting tired now, but you're letting him get away with too many shots.
After receiving some advice, McClellan came out swinging. Jackson targeted the body with a vengeance.
Ooh. Hurt right on the bridge of the nose, right where the cut is.
Right on the butt.
McClellan continues to land effectively with the right.
Julian Jackson, low.
That was a big, heavy shot down south.
Another one.
Another one.
And McClellan needs a breather. Mills Lane says...
A low blow from Jackson was probably like getting kicked by a mule.
Yeah, and it was 2 in a row. It wasn't just 1. And so now, all of a sudden, no matter how much time to give him,
That was the second time. Next time, you're going to cross your point, okay?
and reflex, and that takes your legs out from under you. Oh, nice shot by Julian.
As he goes upstairs, no chance of south of there.
Julian got a winner right in.
Down goes Jackson. A left hook by Gerald McClellan almost sent him through the ropes.
He is in serious trouble. His legs are not there. This fight could very well be over right this minute.
And there's a minute left to go.
Can McClellan finish him off? He's down again.
He's not going to make this, Bobby. He's not going to make this. Julian Jackson doesn't know where it's over.
Mills Lane has stopped the fight. And Gerald McClellan has upset Julian Jackson, and he is the new WBC middleweight champion.
After that first knockdown, you could see he was totally out. He got up just on reflexes, and it was just academic after that. He could not have overcome it in a minute some odd left.
His head was not clear, and his legs were not under him, and that is the sign of when it's just about done.
And Bobby, it was a lightning-like 3-blow combination.
The replay showed McClellan's punches were on the money. McClellan's lead right hand was pinpoint accurate, and Jackson had his warrior mentality, fired back despite being hurt.
Here's the second one, and by this time it was academic because Julian was gone. That's it. Right there is the end of that.
Again, his legs weren't under him.
What happened after the fight was a real shocker. McClellan seemed to be celebrating, but it looked more like he was wincing in pain. He was blinking and looked extremely concussed. In my opinion, he sustained a significant brain injury. Nobody ever took punches like that from Jackson and walked away unscathed. It seemed like everyone missed how hurt McClellan really was.
I figured that Garcia would really try to land some big punches early on.
Short right hand scores by Danny Garcia. Bowe counters back and comes back to the center of the ring. Decent combination by Bowe. He now holds and lands a couple of shots to the ribcage with the right.
On Chuck McGregor's mind in the corner is how long is Bowe going to be able to keep up this job he's doing of moving laterally, throwing those combinations. Oh, he just got wobbled.
Wobbled by the right hand, the short right, Danny Garcia, and he sends him to the canvas here in round 2.
I think that might have been a short left hook that got his attention first and wobbled him, and then the right hand, I think, sent him to the canvas after that.
1990s middleweight Danny Garcia made his opponent do the chicken leg there after that left hook.
Tries to finish off Bowe and pull the upset. Bowe on spaghetti legs here early in round 2. He's against the ropes. Looks like he's going to go again, and he does.
Boy, and I'll tell you, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to clinch and hold on to Garcia. Might have been able to weather the storm a little bit better. We've got the 3 knockdown rule. One more time, and he's out of here. And we got a lot of time left in this round.
The opponent just can't avoid the left hook.
Hook scores. The uppercut. Bowe's going to go down. That's it. An upset scored here. Max Parker Jr. not calling that. It's going to be lights out for Bowe, and he is out of it. Max Parker's got to stop it, and there he goes, Danny Garcia. An electrifying upset in round 2, and this one, a shocker here at the Sundo.
I really admire boxers who keep getting up despite being very hurt. Here, the resilience of Bowe is so impressive. It's almost as if he's got springs in his boots and a personal vendetta against staying down. I just think this fight was over after that first left hook and chicken legging. It's very hard to come back from that.
And there really was no follow-up right hand. It was the left hook in and of itself that sent Bowe to the canvas the first time. We had 3 knockdowns in this round. Here's the second one. As Bowe is still on unsteady legs, look at him trying to avoid Garcia. He got hit a little bit before that and just went right into the ropes. The third knockdown, as you see the pain on Bowe's face, a combination by Garcia. Closing his eyes, you can't even see the punches coming. Good left hook accentuates the whole thing. Now that should have been a knockdown, or could have been called a knockdown, as the ropes were the only thing that held Bowe up. But Max Parker let it go on a little bit further, and Bowe got in a corner and was knocked down. The third knockdown, mandatory stoppage of the fight.
And a fortunate and timely one as well, as Ulysses Bowe was completely out of it when the fight was stopped. And we get a look at the final flourish.
Yeah, here we go. He could have stepped in any time and ended it here. Bowe was virtually defenseless, and Max wisely steps in and stops it. And that's 3 knockdowns. Actually, could have been 4 knockdowns in round number 2. Good puncher, Danny Garcia. Really showed us something tonight.
And a gaze into the eyes of Ulysses Bowe. There you see our winner, Danny Garcia, who had a reputation as an Aaron Pryor type. We figured he was going to come storming across the ring in round 1. He may have surprised Bowe somewhat. But a very patient attack in that opening stanza. A relatively even round, tough one to score. We have the official announcement of the time. A surprising upset here. Round 2 knockout by Danny Garcia.
Byron Mitchell came into Joe's hometown and proved that he wasn't here to make up the numbers.
Like it did against Frankie Lyles, and there's good body work by Mitchell. So as bad as wow. Down goes Calzaghe for the first time in his career, and he gets up in wobbly fashion. Unbelievable. Out of nowhere. Midway through the second round, and you called it. There's Mitchell. He can punch. Calzaghe's in big trouble, and he's not boxing. Mitchell, Mitchell goes down. A second round right out of Hollywood with a minute to go in round 2. A flash knockdown. Mitchell got up quickly. 2 knockdowns in this second round. First Calzaghe for the first time ever, and then Mitchell for the 5th time in his career. Unbelievable.
I thought that Mitchell really threw this fight away. He was way too wild after he hurt Joe. He realized Joe was hurt badly by the knockdown and just threw caution to the wind. I think he could have kept the pressure on, but he could have been more carefully defensive.
A lot of grit and determination and a lot of composure in many respects by coming back. He did it in a wild fashion, but he was still able to come back. Mitchell left himself open, and Calzaghe, throwing wide, wild punches, was able to land against Mitchell. That left hand was right on the point of the chin, and that put Mitchell down for actually the only time in this round.
When fighters get hurt, they usually go into pure instinct. In this fight, we saw that Joe's instinct is just to start swinging when he's badly hurt. I think Joe was a really great champion. He had a warrior's heart.
And the referee stepping in to stop it.
I was going in for the finish, and he caught me coming in.
Was it a mistake that you made there?
Yeah, I think so.
In the second round, I slipped, man, but no, he caught me with a good punch. The first time I went down in my professional career. But, you know, you always think what would happen one day if you got put down? How would you respond? And I think I showed a champion's heart. You know, I got straight back up, my equilibrium, my senses. I was more embarrassed than anything. Being down for the first time in life, I stood up, and I could see Barry. I knew he'd rush me to try and finish me, so I stepped back, counter-punched him and dropped him as well. Then I had him shaken. Whether the referee should have stopped it, that's up to the referee.
In his title challenge against Riddick, Jesse Ferguson had said before the fight that he didn't want to be paid if he didn't get through the first round.
Setting up, and a good left hook by Riddick Bowe.
It took everything he had to get through that round.
Probably not a good place to be. And the left hook lands, and Ferguson goes down. Will he make it out of round one? Michael Dokes didn't. Hazard counting. 8 count. Ferguson struggling to get up, and he makes it.
How you feel, Jesse?
Okay, he earned his money. He can keep his money.
The bell saved him. They don't have to stool up in the ring.
Riddick showcased his incredible ability to shorten his punches up inside with a beautiful short hook which destroyed Ferguson.
Didn't know that.
That sharp left hook after he had driven him into the ropes with some hard punching. He landed this left to the body and then a left hook.
It's really impressive for a 6'5" tall heavyweight to be able to throw such a short left hook inside like that.
And again, Riddick Bowe hit Jesse Ferguson when he was on the canvas.
Punch that numbers say that Riddick Bowe landed 2/3 of his blows in round one. And this is going to go pretty quickly now.
Riddick absolutely savaged Ferguson with a fearsome 8-punch combination.
A spectacular performance by Riddick Bowe.
But Riddick Bowe raised himself another level, in my opinion. He really looks spectacular. Putting those punches together, very accurate, very hard. He showed me an awful lot in this fight, despite the fact that it didn't go very long.
I'll be testing his uppercut, and I will be testing mine. As you can tell, I threw it a lot of times. That left hook was lethal. You know, I've been working with that, you know, in the gym and what have you. Jesse is a rough fella. He's never been acting like this before.
At this point, most people consider Riddick to be the best heavyweight in the world and probably the best heavyweight of all time.
This is the end, Riddick. Describe it to us.
2 words. Oops, there it is. You know what I'm saying? Well, 3 words. Irene, you know I'm a bad, bad man. Wilfredo
Bazooka Gomez. When Mexican legend Lupe Pintor took on Puerto Rican legend Wilfredo Gomez, the fight was pretty even up until the 14th round. Pintor was a great Mexican fighter, but I just don't think he could handle the power. Pintor is obviously making a mistake here by hanging out on the ropes. The finishing combination is beautiful. Notice the smooth combination by Gomez. The first left hook to the body here is what really hurt Pintor in my opinion. I thought the body shot was brutal. Gomez was known as a dynamite puncher, but I thought he also had great skills. In his prime, he was the best 122-pounder of all time, in my opinion. To this day, I rate Gomez as the biggest puncher ever in the 122-pound division. Yes, Japanese fans, I think he's a bigger puncher than Inoue.
Oh, what a left hook. A 1-2 by Mike Weaver. Took the starch out of Holmes.
The fight between Larry Holmes and Mike Weaver was one of the best heavyweight bouts of all time. Holmes gets hurt in the 11th round, but he was always dangerous while hurt.
In his corner so he can sit down. Weaver is down from the uppercut. Weaver is down from the uppercut. He has to get up. Weaver is out. Good. He may not make it. 7. 8. He got up. Made it. He got up. The rest is shot in the bow line.
The uppercut was vicious. I don't know how Weaver got up.
Wobbling across the ring. He just made it. They're working frantically on Mike Weaver. There it is now. The corner right now. A dead tired Ernie Holmes is back to his own corner. There it is, a right uppercut. A right uppercut was the punch that did it.
What I love about this fight is the shifts in momentum.
Weaver never saw the punch.
Holmes showed he was a true warrior in this fight. Weaver never recovered from the uppercut.
Weaver's a sitting duck on those ropes. That's all. That's all.
Notice Holmes' voice in the post-fight interview.
He hit me with a good right hand on the left side, and he knocked my eardrum a little bit.
He always said he had the flu coming into this fight, and he would have canceled the fight if he knew how tough Weaver was.
First round, much kinder to Vitaly Klitschko against Corey Sanders than was the case last year for an younger brother. Hard left hand, staggers Vitaly. Vitaly Klitschko staggered by Sanders' left. Vitaly trying to hold on as Sanders tries to follow up. 10 seconds to go in the round.
Sanders sets a trap for Vitaly here. He backs away to the ropes and noticed that he was moving at a slow and steady pace, trying to make Vitaly feel like he had a good read on Sanders' speed. Sanders knows the right hand is coming and he slips the punch to the outside, which is generally what you should always do, because if you slip to the inside, you are moving closer to Vitaly's left hand. Sanders then comes up with a left hand, which he throws at a blistering speed. Vitaly was shocked by the punch and never realized he was being set up. I think most fighters would have gone down from that punch.
Corey Sanders is having to walk through a lot of stuff here to try to get close to throw something. And he misses wildly with another big left. And now these lefts are not straight lefts, but roundhouses. And just as I say that, he lands a thudding straight left.
But this was an old Sanders who was out of shape. Sanders in his prime was a nimble moving counterpuncher on the back foot. Against Vitaly here, he was 10 pounds fatter than the year before.
Now he throws the right. For the first time in the fight, it seems Sanders has thrown a couple of meaningful right hands.
And they're trading big time again. Just when I said the action had slowed, now they're trading power shots. Vitaly landed a right, Sanders landed another left.
Heavy-footed and fought like a face-first brawler. Notice he's just coming forward with a high guard and getting pummeled.
Show of courage by Corey Sanders as he takes shot after shot with blood streaming down his face.
Just a brawl. A heavyweight brawl.
Good, quick left hook by Vitaly. Sanders can't get off the punch. Sanders flailing like...
That, folks, once again, was heavyweight boxing.
Vitaly was just too good for Sanders on this night.
So far in his career, Vitaly Klitschko has fought 13 time capsule rounds of heavyweight boxing in Staples Center here in Los Angeles.
Alfredo Angulo was named El Perro. In English, that means the dog. And when you see him in action, it's like he's chasing a mailman or something. And was definitely more of a chase the opponent kind of guy.
Amazing that Yorgi didn't go down. He seemed starched by the first right hand.
But let's give credit where it's due. Harry is a total warrior. He's apparently never heard of the word clinch. Instead, he's all about that let's keep this brawl going approach. It might not be the smartest strategy, but hey, he's sticking with it. Like a toddler with a new toy.
There is no standing 8 count in the state of Connecticut. Body shot. Vicious.
Here we see the right hand landing perfectly on the chin, and he had no place to go. His back was to the ropes. He wasn't in a position to duck the punch, out of roll a punch, and he doesn't have the experience.
In the replay, you can see Harry doing his best impression of a deer caught in headlights. He actually closes his eyes to brace for the punch. I usually recommend moving your forehead towards the punch, supposedly the hardest part of your skull. But Harry, he's all about the surprise party method. Just close your eyes and hope for the best. Harry's also not exactly winning any awards for head movement. El Perro is coming straight at him like a freight train on a collision course.
Talk about fighting fire with fire. Yorgi just doesn't want to give in.
When Angulo starts swinging, it's like trying to dodge a hurricane with a beach umbrella.
Now, this is the kind of situation in which a fighter can be badly hurt. His hands are down. He is being hit by solid shots, and he is out cold now after the left and right combination.
Harry got flattened by a left hook and then took an extra right for good measure. He ended up looking like a fallen statue, spread-eagled on the canvas. I'm not sure if Superman could have flown in and saved him in time. What a brutally effective punch. El Perro really was a monster in the ring, like a tornado wrapped in a boxing glove.
The guys don't recuperate that quick, and I hope they had them take a long rest. Forget about the 90-day, 120-day suspension. He should not be allowed to be in the ring training, not just for action fights, for at least about 3 or 4 months.
You can sympathize with referee John Callis for the decisions he made solely because Yorgi was throwing punches and fighting back the whole way. Nevertheless, sided in favor.
It'll be a matter of time.
Well, Calzaghe knows he can hurt him, so now he's thrown everything.
Oh, he's got him again with the right hand. It's the second count of the round.
I thought Joe was just a brilliant swarming fighter. He often slapped with his punches, but he also mixed in some good solid shots, and the opponent here just walked into a hook.
No more. It's a first-round win on his debut for Joe Calzaghe from Newbridge in Gwent. The Welsh fans like this. They like the look of this 21-year-old who was an ABA champion at welterweight, light middleweight, and middleweight. And
Joe's high work rate was just too tough for most guys to deal with.
He knew when he got his man going, he threw everything.
Rocky Graziano never needed a second invitation to throw leather at his opponent. He comes after Tony here with a relentless attack. Graziano comes for a war, but Tony has no problem with that. Notice Tony's left hook is like a magnet to Rocky's chin. Rocky is too hurt to adjust, and Tony starts mixing in body shots to set up that left hook finish.
He's up at the count of 7.
We often complain about quick stoppages in the modern era, but nobody was ever complaining about a quick stoppage in this era. This is one of my favorite knockouts of all time. A truly terrifying knockout right there. I mean, that's just a frightening knockout.
See the knockout in slow motion in just a moment.
Notice the right hand to the body to set up the big left hook finish. Not once, but twice.
Slow motion. Zale hooking into the body to straighten Rocky up.
Now watch Zale's favorite combination. A right to the body, left hook to the jaw. And that's all.
Tony was one of the best body punchers I've ever seen. If boxing had a Body Puncher of the Year award, Tony would win it every time.
Before the fight, Zale said he'd win in 3 rounds, and he sure called the shot. It's a big upset, though, so far as the fans and the experts are concerned. No one thought Tony had a chance of beating the younger, stronger, and more powerful Marciano.
Winner and new middleweight champion of the world, Tony Zale.
A great comeback for Tony Zale. Once again, the middleweight champion of the world.
Have you ever wondered what would happen if a bare-knuckle fighter got in the ring with a professional boxer? Joey Savage was supposedly a winner of 42 bare-knuckle fights, and all of those fights came by knockout. Cooper spends the first few seconds of the fight having a look at Savage. Who is throwing very wild punches with extremely poor technique. I thought Savage appeared to be gaining confidence due to Cooper not throwing back. All of a sudden, Cooper gets Savage's attention with a right hand. Notice Cooper is using the cross-arm defense, which was made famous by the great Archie Moore. Savage thinks he's a hard man, but the truth is that he has no idea how to fight. Savage would reportedly say he thought the fight was stopped too soon. The body punching of Errol Spence was his trademark as he moved through the ranks.
Cordova trying to figure out a way to keep Spence off. There's that left hook to the body. That's what we were talking about, that body attack. And that one really hurt. You can see the grimace on Cordova's face. The count is 7.
He can't recover.
9, he's not going to make it. 10 and out. Knockout. First round, Errol Spence Jr. with a terrific body punch.
The opponent would have been fine here if he just kept his elbow in close to the body, and it's surprising that he was leaving his body open on the inside like that, considering Spence's reputation.
Boom, caught him right under the elbow.
And when you land a shot like that, do you know they're going down and they're going to stay down?
I'm not for sure, but I know I got enough power that if I hit somebody clean, they can go down.
In his fight against Cuevas Jr., it was more of the same.
And that warning was from Pat Russell that Cuevas had better show up something or he's going to stop the fight.
Yeah, he better throw some punches, and there he goes, on his knee.
3, 4, 5.
I don't think he's going to make
6,
it.
7.
He's got to make a decision here whether he wants to get up or not.
He doesn't want any more. That's well, he made it by about a half a second, Rich. Saved by the bell.
Spence gets good power into his headshots, but keep a close lookout for the short right hook to the body. Cuevas showed a lot of heart, but very few fighters can recover from hard body shots like that. He's still hurt, and the fight was sensibly stopped between rounds.
He did it in his last fight here at Fantasy Springs. He's done it before. He told us today at our fighter meetings he likes to go to the body a lot and test his opponents to the body in the first round to see if he can affect them that way.
I think he more caught him off balance than he actually hurt him. But it was a good shot.
Velasco's going to have to fight right here, and down goes Venezuela. As Velasco catches him with a left step.
Heavy favorite Orlando Canizales was shocked by Velasco as he got dropped heavily by a counter left hook.
All of a sudden, he puts him on the canvas. And Velasco is now attacking. Do you believe the turnaround in this fight? As Velasco's all over Orlando Canizales.
And Canizales is still shaky. He is still feeling the effects.
As we have a real shocking fourth round in progress.
One thing about Canizales, he's got his own big left hook.
Favorite Orlando Canizales, who fights his way out of the corner. And there's Orlando. He's hurt Velasco now.
Canizales showed a really good quality, fast recovery skills.
Another left and right. Velasco's in big trouble.
I think having fast recovery skills is far more important than having a great chin. It's all about how quickly you can recover after getting hurt.
Duel at high noon.
An unbelievable turn of events.
And Canizales is just banging Velasco around the ring now.
Velasco's ready to go.
Yeah, this could end pretty soon here. Spider Bynum watching this very closely. Oh, there it is. That one really puts Velasco in trouble.
I don't know how he stayed on his feet from that one, Norm. I really don't.
Well, remember what we said. Tough cookie.
Very tough.
Another one. A bomb. Another bomb to the jaw. And that's it. That's it. That's it. Spider Bynum steps in and stops it.
Notice Canizales just comes off worse in the hook exchange. Velasco's right hand was low himself, but he was the one who came out best. But Canizales showed great heart. He was a total beast.
Punches, and really an accumulation of blows is what ended the fight, because he hit him with several good shots, and eventually Spider Bynum stepped in and said, that is enough.
I lowered my right hand, and he caught me with a good left hook, and I had to come on strong, and it was a tough round.
Definitely a true fighter in there. Matisse.
Paul Williams was known for having an insane work rate. Watching his fights, it almost always seems like he threw triple the amount of punches that his opponent threw.
You know, clearly Williams is not accomplished like Oscar, and Matisse, I think, had a little more respect going into this fight than Mayorga by boxing people had going into the De La Hoya fight.
Yeah.
I think the opponent just couldn't keep up with Williams' work rate.
Matisse now stumbles back in the corner, not throwing any punches, and Jack Reese says, that's enough.
A welterweight star is born. That is a star-making performance by Paul Williams.
And in the final round, he just capitulated.
So the 10th round, Jack Reese says, that's enough. And Paul Williams will move to 30-0.
I don't think I've ever seen a guy as big as Williams having such an insane work rate.
And Lennox, this is just through attrition here. He had been taking pounding all night.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Paul definitely hurt him throughout the fight.
In his prime, Joe Louis came out with the intention of bombing out his opponents quickly.
Word was out. This guy Louis is a killer. Stay away, stay away. Levinsky is scared to death. Never tossing an effective blow. The big Palooka's down and bounces back, paralyzed with fright.
Louis was a patient fighter, but the ferocity of his punches ended many fights early.
There he goes again. Pounded, clouded, hammered to the canvas.
The right hand was a potent weapon in this fight.
Levinsky's a battered soul who probably wishes he'd have stood in bed. For those who've seen the chain fight, this is but a harbinger of things to come. And for Levinsky, they come none too soon.
I thought Louis showed compassion for his opponent by not destroying him when the free shots were there. Louis could very easily have gone for a highlight reel knockout there. David Sears, a light heavyweight contender in the 1980s, really took advantage of some poor refereeing in this fight.
Teamwork. You've got Lou Duba, Ace Murata. They work together with all of their fighters, and you can watch a championship corner in action.
Oh, got him!
Right hand, right
David! Push off! David, you got him! That's it! That's it, David! That's it! You're not getting up! That's it, David!
They're letting them fight. They're letting them fight.
Push him off. Push him off.
Referee is very adequate.
That's it, Davey. That's it, buddy. Fucking Davey.
What a finish by Sears, in trouble with a cross, landing a right hand.
I know Sears landed a really sweet right hand which got Osby going, and he probably would have knocked Osby out sooner rather than later, but knockdown punch was thrown while the referee stepped in.
Here it is. He held him. Now that is a hit right on the knockdown, right on the break by the referee. The referee was not as effective as he should have been. He should have been strong in separating because that man was in terrible trouble just then, and the fight should not have continued.
The referee then allowed Osby to take some brutal punishment, and we saw Osby having no clue where he was at the end. Sears would go on to lose to Michael Spinks in a challenge for the undisputed crown at 175 pounds.
And was it necessary to keep the fight going and knock him out a second time?
Yeah, he looked out. I don't know why they let it go.
Highly skilled Pernell Whitaker probably shouldn't have even bothered taking this tune-up fight.
Being at 135 pounds, he's now 13 pounds heavier than that. He has a WBC welterweight championship ahead against Buddy McGirt in March. And this a testing fight, a testing few seconds against a guy who really should not have been in the ring with Pernell Whitaker. Just took one shot, and Pernell is even more disappointed than Benny Paez right now. One of the fastest, quickest fights in USA history. One punch, and that was it.
Whitaker was the former undisputed king at 135 pounds and had won a world title at 140 pounds. He was scheduled to fight for the 147-pound title and took this tune-up fight while he was waiting for the title fight. It was a complete mismatch, and I think the opponent was lucky he didn't get seriously hurt.
As a welterweight, but here it is, the straight left, and down goes Marciano Baez. I think his head did a Marciano a somersault. Another look, the right set up the overhand left. Once again, the straight left, bing, right on the button.
Sweet Pea would go on to win his title fight and become a three-weight world champion.
Getting out here in the heat of the desert has certainly been one of those opportunities for him to continue to be in pretty good shape, considering the winter over in South Africa now.
Sanders had a fierce left hand. Most of his fights ended up early because of it.
Right hand, but he's
big right hand, big left hand, puts him down. And Stevens is in real trouble, falling into the ropes. And the referee, Jay Noddy, may officially end this one. Let's see if Stevens able to continue.
He was always one of my favorite fighters.
Similar to what you saw against Bert Cooper, it was the left hand, and here again is another left hand. As Stevens he's just defenseless, and they're going to stop the fight. So this one is over in round number one. George Stevens, again, a big left hand, puts him down on the canvas. He gets up but is unable to continue, and they finally stop the fight here at the end of the action.
I think this was just a textbook 1-2 from Sanders.
He goes, and it would be all over as a helpless, and there's another look at the knockdown.
Really nice to watch.
Just glances off the chin, there's 10-11.
But I waited and caught him with the right punch.
This for the WBO Super Bantamweight Championship, let me remind you, at 8 stone, 10 pounds.
Known as Little Tyson, Juan Guzman showed some real class in this fight.
Guzman's just fitting the bill nicely in that division.
More heavy shots. He really is teeing off on poor old Oliver, who goes down for the body punch. It had to happen sooner or later. I don't know how he stayed up that long. He'll get a mandatory 8. Is he going to get up? No, he's not. He's had enough of it. And Juan Guzman becomes the WBO Super Bantamweight champion with an electric performance.
Guzman picked up his first title here, and that final left hook to the body was brutal.
Title, Juan Guzman, Little Tyson, as they call him, has arrived in the big league here.
Well, he walks like Tyson. He never let Oliver into the fight.
I thought Guzman was an extremely highly skilled technician.
Brain as well, look for the shots, and eventually the body punching took its toll.
But it stays in the Dominican Republic with this fella, Juan Guzman. Now that surprised me. There's the celebration from Guzman, which wasn't quite as good as his performance.
He's got to work on the acrobatics a little bit.
Good right hand by Canelo, up and under, and then a big right cross across the top. Gomez is badly hurt. Canelo's got a chance to finish, and the referee's going to stop it right away.
I thought this was a vicious barrage from Canelo.
All right, watch the uppercut land here. That starts the damage. Then the right cross. Boom. Gomez is hurt, and you can see it. And now Canelo has a chance, but he hasn't quite finished him yet, in our view, at the moment when the referee steps in here.
The reason I didn't think it was a bad stoppage was because of Gomez's legs after the fight. Look at how he staggers here.
It's too quick.
Agreed. Canelo is the hometown guy, even if he's not from that hometown.
Antoine Echo is one of the biggest punchers that I've seen. You know, he was able to knock Antoine Echoes out in the 3rd round. Demetrius Jenkins, who's a big puncher, he knocked him out.
Ooh, here's a good right. Lee follows it up with some left hands, and he's got Cunningham hurt up against the rope. He's teeing off, and that's it.
The right hook of Andy Lee was his signature punch, and it bailed him out of a lot of bad situations, but his straight left hand was also a nice shot when he landed it. Lee fights with a lot of poise, and I always found his overall technique just really nice to watch.
With a left hand, then once he had the guy hurt, head, body, head, he let loose. You can see the concentration. He kept his distance also. He didn't smother or crowd himself.
Let's take another look, but it was that right hand that started it all.
See, we tell young boxers all the time, throw behind a lead punch. He threw the right hook.
Another good test, then he's got to come past if he wants to fight for a world title, which I'm sure he'll be not too far away if he gets an impressive win tonight. But it's not a given.
Grew up in Chechnya. Oh my goodness me! Well, we wondered whether he was going to have the power to trouble a durable man.
At the time of making this video, Arthur Beterbiev is the reigning undisputed champion at 175 pounds. You just saw a good example of why.
Goodness me, look at that. Terrific power again from Beterbiev, and I think it's all over. The referee has stepped in, he's giving the count though, he's not stopped it yet, but I don't think he's going to get up. He can't get up, can he? 7. The count's at 7, 8. And it is all over. A first-round knockout for Artur.
The replay will show how Beterbiev set up that counter right hand perfectly. Notice Beterbiev moving laterally towards his opponent's right hand. The opponent is baited into throwing his right hand, but Beterbiev was waiting for him to start throwing it and knew he would get there first with his own right hand. He did a mixture of shortening up his shots and then lengthening up his shots in his finishing combination. Beterbiev takes his time. He never rushes himself. He's also devastating at every range.
Here's that jab again. Oh, big left to the body. Thumping punch. I thought Iliev was going to go down from that. Oh, and he's really shaken up. Another right. It's all over. He's done it in the first round. Great debut. Big night. Darren Sutherland. Maybe a star is born.
Sutherland landed some terrific body shots, which really hurt the opponent, and the chicken leg reaction to the right hand justifies the stoppage in my view.
And you can see that's the body shot that actually made the big noise. It looked good, it sounded good, and at this point, the fight was all over. The referee did exactly the right thing. He was shipping punishment. The fight had been knocked out of him. He had nothing left to offer. Face badly banged up. He was just going to be picked off from this stage onwards. I mean, look how tired the legs look, and this is only in the opening round. Everything had been knocked out of him, leaving the referee no choice. Very impressive.
Couldn't have done it better, but it was, just to put it in perspective, against an opponent who has been stopped 4 times in his 6 contests. Of course, the tests get much harder, but Darren Sutherland could not have made a better debut than that.
Vargas was a fighter who always gave value for money. His body punching was always a good attribute, and I really liked the accuracy of this punch. Vargas would go on to have a great career, and he is respected by all boxing fans for the showing of heart and grit in his fights.
The referee has stopped it here in round 2. The 20-year-old from Oxnard, California goes to 10-0. He records his 10th knockout. And
This fight was a pretty easy night for him though, and he always outclassed guys who were not world-level fighters. Canelo did seem to recover, but that 5-punch left hook salvo was brutal, and his head was wobbling around from the punches at times. The thing I loved about Vargas was that he was such an offensive fighter.
More than he could land. And how about he gave himself angles too, which most young fighters are probably not capable of doing. And there's an example of what you just talked about. Finding the angle where he could land the hook. Very impressive work by Fernando Vargas.
And the referee steps in and stops it in round number 2 for the official time. Here's Mark Piro.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time, 40 seconds of the second round.
The last fight of Ali's prime was against Zora Fali. Ali seemed to take the first 2 rounds off just so he could get a feel for Fali's speed and style. In the 3rd round, Fali had some success, but Ali soon took over the fight. The speed difference between the 2 fighters was insane, but that was how it was in every Ali fight when he was in his prime. Notice how Ali times the counter right hands perfectly.
And has plenty himself, there's no question about that. That's Bowe down from that right hand. I don't know if he's going to make this one. 6, 7, 8.
The KO was brutal, extremely fast and accurate right hands.
I'm always confident I whip all of them. You're being extremely truculent. Whatever truculent mean, if that's good, I'm there.
He actually hurt Schlongwer with a short left to the head a little while ago. And he seems to have Schlongwer in trouble on the ropes there in the corner. But Schlongwer shuffling back.
Corey Sanders' left hand was very lethal, and I really liked how he set it up with a double jab there.
Caught him with a short left hand to the head. And I think Schlongwer is in a little bit of trouble. That was the best punch Sanders has thrown. It was a short left to the head.
Well, T. Sanders is moving in, unlike Shark Smith, and he's really got
one.
It's just target practice now, and I think the fight should be stopped at this point.
The ropes.
6, 7, 8.
Doesn't seem steady on his legs at all.
Referee a little undecided whether to let it go on there.
When you're under attack like this, the last thing you should be doing is high guarding against the ropes. The opponent is just afraid to do anything other than cover up, and has already mentally given up.
And that's it. That's the end of the fight. Corey Sanders stunned him in the corner there, as we said, Leonard, and then moved right in twice for the kill. And it was good to see that killing instinct coming from this young boxer.
He actually caught him with a very good left hand. I'm surprised Schlongwer was caught with that punch, the way he'd been protecting himself up to that point. But there ago, at that stage, he was rather dazed. Not surprising he went down.
Bone Crusher Smith has been given a boxing lesson by Tim Witherspoon in their first fight, but in their second fight, he jumped Witherspoon from the opening bell. I thought Bone Crusher hurt Tim with the first punch of the fight, and Tim never really recovered from that punch.
And put him in a little trouble early.
He's really covered up, and he's really giving him some good shots here.
But that shot really dazed Tim. In fact, Tim is just retreating now, not throwing back any punches.
It was the first punch of the fight. There was a big right hand. And Witherspoon is hanging on. And another hard right hand, and Witherspoon's in a whole bunch of trouble here.
I believe that should have been called a knockdown. He went down to one knee, and even though he got quickly up, that was a knockdown.
Bone Crusher was doing the right thing by staying on Tim.
Smith swarms over him. Another right hand. Witherspoon's down again. We may find out about that 3 knockdown rule.
And the 3 knockdown rule led to the fight being stopped in round 1.
Down he goes again, and now it's over. Rivera stops the fight.
The fight is over. A monumental upset.
And I believe Rivera stopped the fight based on a 3 knockdown rule, which was not in effect.
I'm speechless now. I didn't think that would happen.
Tremendous upset.
In later years, Witherspoon would say that he threw the fight, but I don't think so. He was caught several times with good shots and looked out of it for me.
It was a good move on Bone Crusher Smith's part. When it seemed as though Witherspoon had regrouped and got himself together, that left hook there, again, put him in serious trouble, and he goes through the ropes again.
a minute to go, a little less than a minute to go.
Well, Timmy was never really into the fight. I mean, Bone Crush just wailed away. Unanswered punches.
Well, you know, the criticism of Witherspoon has been not only his weight, but his conditioning for almost as long as I could remember, and tonight it caught up with him.
But I noticed it was the same punch that he knocked out Mike Weaver with.
When Michael Dokes was young and in his prime, his hands were some of the fastest hands I've ever seen in the heavyweight division.
Oh, beautiful combination, setting him up with two left hooks, a right, a left, a right, left again. Remember, Gardner has never been stopped, but he is down. We have a minute and 50 seconds remaining in round 4, but this may be it. The doctor is being called in.
Dokes threw every punch in the book, from all angles, and his main attribute was the lightning hand speed he had.
Commissioner comes in, Dr. Lacey Watt, with about 1:10 to go in the 4th round.
This version of Dokes was a beast of a fighter, and I think most fighters would have serious problems with him.
Wanting to prove that he has what it takes. He wanted this as a test. I think you'll have to agree that he has what it takes at 6'3", 215 pounds. Quick hands, good combination puncher. And the native of Akron, Ohio, where in high school he was a linebacker.
The insane speed of his punches makes him extremely powerful.
Another left, and you see Gardner's wobbly now. Spaghetti legs, another left hook. That one on the back of the head, almost a rabbit punch. A left hook, another. And it won't be long, and there it is. Mouthpiece being knocked right from the jaw of the big heavyweight.
And that final left hook, which sent the mouthpiece flying from Gardner's mouth, was insane.
A minute and 10 seconds remaining in that 4th round, and the only knockdown of the scheduled 10-round bout came right there. And he hit the deck very, very hard.
You would need to have an absolutely insane chin to be able to take that punch and stay upright.
And of course, there is a happy man. He is only 22 years old.
I thought Jack Dempsey looked like a small child next to Jess Willard before this fight. It was like seeing a toddler trying to box up a grown-up. This fight was a very entertaining one. Dempsey came out with a lot of footwork, bobbing and weaving like he was doing the cha-cha. Up to this point, boxing hadn't seen the kind of ferocity Dempsey brought to the ring. He was like a tornado in boxing gloves. Jack's combination punching was lethal. He practically rearranged Jess's face with a left hook. Jess showed a lot of heart to get up, but after seeing Jack's left hook, you need a new face to go with it.
On the floor for the second time. Champion stays groggy, but he's game. He's up again. The fist coming on him.
One thing you can't accuse Jack of is showing mercy in a fight.
Wounded animal crouching with his back half turned as he arrives. The more overwhelmed in a hysterical burst of fury that sends him to the floor for the 4th time.
He pulverized Jess from pillar to post.
The instant Willard knees were off the floor, Jack at him again. Jess is wide open. He has absolutely no defense. And he hits the deck again. Courage, just plain courage, instinct, whatever it is, blends him, blind and staggering up. Willard reels around the ring, powerless, and Dempsey bumping right and left into it. Clear across the opposite corner, and there he's taking it again. How can the man stand it? There he falls, gloved hand feeling for the rope, trying to hold himself up.
If boxing were a house renovation joke, Jack would be demolishing everything in sight.
Little right smashes into his side. Other right cracks to the head, and Willard collapses into a sitting position, dazed and helpless, after the most murderous beating a man ever took in the ring. And there's the bell.
The beating was so severe that Jack assumed the fight was over and left the ring. However, Jess, ever the optimist, wanted to keep going.
Helpless, but technically the fight is still on.
Jack delivered more punishment, and Jess didn't come out for the 4th round. We had a new heavyweight king. I think Jess thought being a physically big man would be enough to defeat Dempsey. Jack changed boxing with his performance. This was a new style of aggressiveness that boxers had to plan for. Think of it this way. If there was never a boxer with the aggressiveness of Dempsey, there would never have been a boxer with the cleverness of Gene Tunney.
He won that TKO too. And he just darted in and out.
Andre Ward showed his versatility as a fighter in this fight. Ward fights out of the conventional orthodox stance as his primary stance, but he can effortlessly switch to the unconventional southpaw stance. Notice he's in the southpaw stance here. The opponent now has to mentally switch up and start thinking about all the things that you have to think about when fighting a left-handed fighter rather than a right-handed fighter.
Methodical. Oh, he rocked him on that. He rocked him on that one.
You know what? This is the end of the fight.
Referee Lavelle said no more.
And you know, and is beating him as a right-hander. Then he goes the other way, and that really makes it unbelievably difficult for him here. Now he's trying to key on something else.
The chicken leg was enough to get the referee to step in, and that's usually the case when you see a guy chicken legging like that.
Think about throwing a right-hand lead against a lefty. He walks right into the trap. Ward set him up for that. He goes lefty, so now the other guy wants the right-hand lead, and as he starts to throw it, Ward gets out of the way and stops him. So that's great dexterity by Andre Ward, and the movement was more impressive than the punch that ended the fight.
And he caught Jeff Page with another left hook there a moment ago. And that's not something you want to do against Beterbiev, be pulling back with your hands down. And down goes Page once again. A hard shot from Beterbiev.
The ability of Beterbiev to throw concussive punches without needing to have his feet set to the ground causes all kinds of issues for the opponent in this fight.
Again, and that will be it.
Page's defense, he needed to keep his hands up a lot more. But from the first time he got hit, he did not know exactly where he was.
Notice how Beterbiev always stays well balanced and can leap onto shots on the move. He's devastating up close too, so there's literally nowhere to hide for the opponent. Beterbiev reigns supreme at 175 pounds at the time of making this video, and I'm not sure there are any 175-pounders in boxing history who would have beaten him.
Too many people would relish the thought of coming into New York to take on Buddy McGirt. He is an up-and-coming star in the junior welterweight division.
And Buddy McGirt is finding no trouble reaching him with punches.
Nice combination. Good jab. Look at him.
Through it. He's got him hurt right
Fighting
now.
is hurt. Good right, and look at McGirt work him over. It's all over.
He didn't offer a punch. He didn't throw a punch. That's the reason why Johnny Lobianco stopped the fight.
Buddy was an excellent boxer with a high ring IQ. Buddy liked to work behind the jab, and he kept landing his right hand here. Buddy had a good finishing instinct when the time was right. I think Buddy had a nasty right hand in general. It was short, sharp, and accurate.
Had to stop it. Had to stop it. Right move by Johnny Lobianco. No question about it. Buddy McGirt, with the chant of Buddy up in the crowd, has won it. He is now 20-0-1, 18 knockouts.
He doesn't have to get close to his opponent, Barry, to land good body shots.
Now he is working that jab, and it's not a huge jab. There's a right hand off the jab, and down he goes. And that should do it. That was picture perfect.
That was a one-punch knockout, Barry, and you will not find a better punch thrown than that.
I really like how Reed set up this right hand. Everything was thrown perfectly. The double jab was just a setup for the right hand and put out there to confuse Brown. I liked Brown as a fighter, but he was on the receiving end of a few brutal knockdowns like this.
Head on the deck.
All right, there you go. Now he steps back. Now he's on the jab. Now the right hand comes right behind it. There, bam, right on the chin. He folds up. He's going right now, and then his head hits double whammy. Good shot.
Reed was just a well-schooled fighter. He was an Olympic gold medalist.
Can't say any more about it than that. He threw it right from the shoulder, everything behind it. David Reed possesses one of the hardest right hands in all of boxing.
And Rick, on a knockdown like that, you shouldn't even count. You should wave it off and get the mouthpiece. There's no need to count on that.
And he was out, of course, before he hit the deck.
He was, and it hit hard. That kid's in real trouble right now. They're going to working on him, but that was a hell of a shot.
Francis and Tony were fighting in a big domestic dust in the UK.
In the latter 3 or 4 rounds, he's brought it into play. Oh, beautiful shot from Dean Francis. Hogan goes down. 40 seconds left.
The replay will show us the poor technique of Tony, and the good fundamental technique of Francis is what led to that knockdown. Tony was on the verge of getting knocked out. Those uppercuts were brutal. Notice how Francis throws the textbook 1-2-3 combination with the left hook at the end. Tony comes in and he's throwing the same combination, but Francis just has a much tighter and shorter hook. Situations where fighters are trading hooks is very common. Neither guy has brought their right hand back to their chin in the exchange.
Difficult to recover from, and Dean Francis, one of the best finishers in the business, and that's exactly what he did tonight. Unbelievable performance from him at this stage of his career. Who thought he would find the drive, the ambition, and the strength? See, when a fighter's head's been rolling around from punches, the referee has to step in. Perfect stoppage from Richie Davis. Head been rolled around, wasn't coming back from that against a thunderous puncher like Francis. Good call.
Horn along with Robbie Sheffman at the Forum in Halifax. Round 4 scheduled to go 10. Donovan Razor Ruddock in the white shorts. Eddie Richardson.
I believe Razor had great physical tools, size, speed, power, and coordination. His left hook was one of the best punches in boxing when he was in his prime.
Against Eddie Richardson, strong body work. He's digging well with the left hook to the ribs and to the kidneys, softening Richardson up.
Oh, there's a left hand. Left hand putting Richardson to the canvas. It was a short, sharp shot.
And that just showed you what we mentioned earlier, how it's easier to punch going up than it is going down, because he caught Richardson with the full force of that punch going right.
Richardson is in an awful lot of trouble now. You can see that he is.
He's got to hold on, Jim. He's got to tie up Ruddock.
Another big left hand, and down goes Richardson. There you see still lots of time left to go in this 4th round. Eddie Richardson taking full advantage of the count.
I don't know if Earl's going to let this one continue, Jim.
Richardson deserved credit for getting up. He was always a game fighter, but the left hooks are just too devastating.
Richardson has to hold on, Jim. He has to tie up Ruddock. He's just doing the wrong thing.
Another left hand puts Richardson down. That should end it, Robbie. 3 knockdowns in this 4th round, all coming via the left hand of Donovan Razor Ruddock. Almost anticlimactic. All right, let's take a look at the first knockdown.
Razor's left hook is just such a powerful and crisp punch. I think Razor was a genuine threat to anyone at this time.
An awful lot of trouble that he couldn't get out of.
That replay really gave you an opportunity to see the power that was in that punch with the legs and the entire body.
Oh, right hand over the top, left hook from Gennady. Triple G Golovkin, the superstar.
It's very rare for the consensus best fighter in a boxing division to be avoided. Usually fighters want to be number 1, so they're gunning to take that spot.
The top of the right hand, short little overhand right, which I did say, but earlier he loves the overhand.
When it came to Triple G, very few people wanted any part of him when he was the best middleweight on the planet.
Down from that solid jab. Little pockets of his success. One punch here, one punch there. Down goes Adama for the second. Here's Davis. It's a matter of time before Triple G finishes it off. He says
now this is how you throw a left hook with responsible defense. Notice Golovkin's right hand is stuck to his chin as he's throwing the punch.
6 inches, boom, on the button. Whoop, sets his man up. Here it comes. Oof, there's that left hook.
We even got to see a jab knockdown in this fight.
And number 7 of this WBA and IBA championship. And the jab, and he goes down from a jab. And it's a knockdown. Brilliant stuff from Golovkin.
It's just extremely rare to see a fighter knock down his opponent with a jab. Triple G had a very powerful ramrod jab that was like a power punch.
Slipping all those punches from Adama. Tyson with the left hook.
The opponent gets a compassionate stoppage, really, and I thought that was fire. He had taken brutal punishment and it was only going to get worse.
Here, there is that left hook out on his feet. Ousmane Adama. There shouldn't be any arguments as to why the referee stepped in and stop the fight. For at this stage, Adama.
James Kirkland was like a greyhound out of the gate as he launched himself at Alfredo Angulo, and he took a solid counterpunch for his troubles. I really thought Kirkland was going to get destroyed in this fight. His face-first style just seemed all wrong for the technically superior Angulo, who also liked to engage in firefights. Angulo was thought to have a better chin, and it looked to be a matter of time until he got the knockout as he pummeled Kirkland to the canvas. But Kirkland was being trained like an animal by Ann Wolfe, and she had conditioned him to be able to absorb tremendous punishment. She had also trained him to dish out tremendous punishment in return. Kirkland was able to take everything Angulo gave him, and his non-stop aggression eventually made Angulo wilt. This was a truly inspirational performance. Kirkland shouldn't have been able to win this fight, but his determination and heart made all the difference.
Still not getting connected to any of the punches that Randy was throwing.
But Nunn, as he is getting it.
Michael Nunn was a very talented and fast southpaw. He had incredible dimensions and very quick hands in combination. Notice how relaxed he is here while the punches are coming at him.
But Nunn seems unfazed.
I thought Nunn also had underrated power.
He comes back. That's not a good way to fight. Nunn needs to throw those fast combinations which he's known and respected for to get the respect of Randy off there.
Roundhouse left hooks being thrown by Nunn.
Look at those dabs and combinations Michael Young. Go ahead, Nunn. This fight looks like maybe stopped at any moment.
Nunn,
look at this fight is going to be stopped. This fight is going to be stopped.
What a barrage!
6, 7. That's a hard barrage. I don't think he'll get up. He won't get up.
It's all over.
All over. All right. All right.
Next to Roy Jones and Sugar Ray Leonard, I think he was probably the most naturally talented middleweight I've ever seen.
As you see right now, he's putting those combinations together. Similar to the one Sugar Ray Robinson put together when he fought Randy Turpin from England in Madison Square Garden. Unbelievable. He was constantly punching to the body punching. And I think it was body punches that really put the punishment in as well. But that right uppercut did the numbers. God, I ain't never seen a combination thrown like that in years.
Quite an accumulation of punches. Another look at the barrage from overhead. You just had to wonder how much punishment Yunker could withstand over the long haul. He's taken so much.
The only thing good out of this fight, both fighters didn't lose anything. This guy, Randall, he's going to be around, and he has a lot of good fights in him. And this looked great for Michael Nunn because he looked like he's back in the shot for the middleweight championship of the world.
The right hand of Tim Witherspoon was a very dangerous heavyweight punch. Witherspoon threw a looping right hand, but he was usually getting full power behind the shot.
Making them rather entertaining. Well, Huey, the awareness of the people here as boxing fans was really something else. And Greg Gorell, delayed reaction, looking for a soft place to fall down, and that eye is really bad. Don't even bother counting, ref. I would stop it right now. There's no reason for this to go on.
I think Gorell was seriously hurt here. Gorell was a tough guy who took bombs from Lennox Lewis, but that right hand from Witherspoon took everything out of him. Witherspoon lacked consistency in his career, but when he was at his best, he was a top contender and would have given anybody some problems.
And it really opened up the cut, and Gorell was just a kind of a delayed reaction. Turned his back, the referee stepped in, and Gorell did not get back up. And by about a minute into that third round.
The son of the great Joe Frazier used a lot of his dad's trademark moves. Notice the head movement. He got caught with a left hook at the end of a combination by Vinny, and Vinny knew that he was seriously hurt. Just like his dad, young Joe doesn't clinch when hurt, and he's a sitting duck for punches.
Might be instrumental as well. Keith Garner, the man doing the scoring here.
Gary Lockett is known as a very good boxing trainer in the UK. He had some very exciting fights during his boxing career.
Looked good at the end of the fight. He was suddenly pain, growing in confidence. And he's just got to keep the pressure on and try and catch Lockett with one of these big punches.
Oh, he's caught him there on the way in. Down for the second time. Payne.
But Payne launched himself in, but walked right onto one as he did that, and he was hurt there.
Breathing very heavily, and it stopped. Stopped in the fourth round. Payne on very unsteady legs.
I think this counter hook is probably my favorite punch from his career.
Face first. And that was a nice, crisp, little left hook.
The Lockett rocket, as he calls it.
I just think it's beautiful to watch. He made it look so effortless.
There, that was a nice punch. He just waited for Payne to make that jump forward.
Stages in this fight where Jelly's going to try and push hard, and can Pithy just get through it? Can he keep on top here?
Doing pretty well in this round so far. Pithy's picked it up again. Nice uppercut and right hand and body shot. Excellent combinations, and down he goes. It was a body shot again. Pithy's been vulnerable to those in the past, and he's down in the sixth round. Oh dear, is it all draining away from Dean Pithy here?
At 41 years of age, I thought Jelty put on a masterclass of body punching to beat hometown favorite Dean Pithy.
Two knockdowns in the round.
4, 5, 6.
And he's got his arms aloft. Is he going to get up, Pithy? He's not going to make it. He's knocked out by the body punches in the sixth round. And Pithy, having dominated the first four, it's all gone away from him in the sixth. And Afi Jelty did that very, very impressively in the end.
Jelty was a seasoned operator and knew how to set up that left hook to the body.
You know, he knows the shots to go though with Pithy. Pithy stopped with body shots before, and Jelty finds a good variety, head and body. So
Jelty was one of my favorite fighters. I love those old road warriors that have a have, glove, will, travel mentality. He would go on to fight for 4 more years and win the European title after this fight.
Yes, he's just finding the spot again. It's that left hook round the elbow and right in there in the side of the stomach. Such a painful shot.
Pithy needed several minutes to recover.
And then in the sixth, took him out of there with 2 body punches, down twice. He's still doubled up with pain, Dean Pithy. He was never going to beat that count, was he?
No, he wasn't. He was never going to stand a chance of it. It was really hard punches. It took everything out of him. He's still hurting even now.
And a static head of Cuban, who's in trouble. Oh, right hand! What about that? There's a statement from Miguel inside the opening 30 seconds.
Olympic gold medalist Chunky was lethal on the inside.
But eyes still clear, still looking like...
Oh, right hands, and Victor Lachlan this time does step in.
I think opponents just can't handle the inside game of Chunky and was way outclassed.
On Cuban, I think Victor Lachlan already was thinking maybe this is not going to go on much longer. And as he was knocked to the side there, he decided enough is enough. Cuban hadn't been allowed to come back with anything of his own. And look at De Gale just setting him up with the left hand and bombing home.
Good shots these from Betts. Left hand in the spot.
Jim Betts was an exciting British fighter. He dropped Cassidy with a body shot there. You can see that Cassidy isn't up to par defensively here.
Didn't look like he really wanted to carry on there. He caught again by Betts. He's down for the second time. Ross Cassidy. Close look. And down for the third time by Jim Betts. The towel comes in.
Stepped right in with a punch. Bang. So his head and shoulders dipped. Bang. Punch.
Only the third knockout win for Jim Betts, but probably his best to date.
When you catch an opponent who is coming towards the punch, it increases the impact of the punch. Cassidy was coming. In his first defense of the world title, Kostyasu didn't just defend it. He practically put on a clinic.
He won the title over Miguel Angel Gonzalez in a dominant performance. Santos for the first time in the fight.
He hurt him a little bit, but then he hit him with a beautiful right uppercut. What I said before, just come up top. Work it, come up top.
You all right, son?
No, he's not.
Okay.
He's in trouble. No, he's not.
Well, let's see if it ends here in the 8th round. That's the 4th time Santos has gone down. He goes down for the 2nd time, and Frank Cappuccino says it's over. It's all over after the 2nd knockdown, and Kostya retains his title.
He landed a beautiful short uppercut that sent his opponent to the canvas. Now, when you're hurt against you, it's like trying to escape quicksand. You just don't. The man's a sharpshooter, and once he had Santos wobbling, he finished the job with a devastating clubbing right hand.
For Kostya, I see nothing but great things for this kid in the next year or two.
A surgical-like performance by Kostya.
What a bonus for the crowd here in Wisbech to see, for my money, the most exciting prospect in British boxing at the moment. Nigel Benn in the golden trunks, and that is one punch, and Ian Chandler is down. He's very close to us, and he will not get up from that. I hardly had time to get the sentence out. Chandler, it has to be said, has never been knocked down in his career before.
This fight was so swift and decisive that it left the crowd blinking in disbelief. Ben used some sharp head movement to create the perfect angle and then delivered a right hand that was both decisive and powerful.
First round, for my money, it was the first punch of the fight from Ben. Bang on the button, and you've got to say he punches hard and he punches accurately, and poor Ian Chandler.
I thought that Ben was an extremely exciting fighter in his prime. In his title defense against another Japanese fighter, Lopez was in his element. He started by investing in body shots like he was buying real estate. His counterpunching and movement made it clear that the opponent was attending the Mexican School of Boxing, and class was in session. The stoppage was a well-deserved conclusion to a textbook performance. Danny Kid Dynamite Romero was the kind of fighter who made you sit up and pay attention every time he stepped into the ring. The opponent came out strong, putting the young Romero under serious heat early in the fight.
Dan Romero, highly touted out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. High hopes for this young man, Barry.
Yes, indeed, and I believe he draws, even as a 4-round fighter, 5,000 and 6,000 people.
But what stood out was how Romero maintained his shape and stayed composed. Even as Jimenez tried to rattle him, you could see the gears turning in Romero's head as he calmly weathered the storm, waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Jimenez is
18 years of age already, a tremendous start. You know what I like about fighters like Romero, when you see
right hand, that's it. This guy, what a right hand this guy can punch.
Jimenez still doesn't know where he is. El Salvador or Scottsdale? Wow, Dynamite. That's why they call him Kid Dynamite, Barry.
Kid Dynamite. Wow. Right hand. Absolutely sensational.
What a beautiful right hand.
That would have knocked out a welterweight. That's an incredible shot.
That was so quick, we almost missed it. It was right above us.
115 pounds, he punches like...
Let's slow it down.
160. What's his right hand now? Just measures him, bang, right on the button. Look when that comes, the pivot in behind that, twisted over.
Romero unleashed a right hand that could only be described as a shotgun blast. Pure, unfiltered power. The punch landed flush, and Jimenez was out before he even hit the canvas, like someone had flipped his off switch. It was a knockout so clean and brutal that it left no doubt about Romero's talent.
Well,
Best shot of the night, Barry.
Yeah, no
without question. That might have been the best shot I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
One crisp right hand, and Jimenez was through the ropes on his way back to El Salvador. There's a look at Oscar Jimenez. He appears to be okay. We'll continue with our coverage from the Camel View Resort in Scottsdale, Arizona. Humilay ringside with Barry McGuigan. We'll come back with more boxing on Prime Championship Boxing after this. Stay with us. To look at Kid Dynamite, and without question, the dynamite punch of the night was delivered by that gentleman, little Danny Romero out of New Mexico. Albuquerque is the city, and he's got the entire state excited, and certainly the city of Albuquerque very excited. Best right.
I always thought Romero was a super talented fighter. He had the kind of explosive power that you just don't see every day, combined with the composure and boxing IQ that made him a real threat in the ring.
Kid Dynamite Romero.
We were told about this Danny Kid Romero that he was an exciting prospect, that he was a hell of a puncher. He could really bang, and he just closed that up and he folded him up like an accordion. What a right hand.
He certainly did.
Jackson's first world title challenge was against Mike McCallum, the body snatcher. Jackson, with his explosive power, wanted a firefight and decided he'd rather skip the boxing lesson. A lead left hook rocked McCallum, but McCallum, being the seasoned pro, weathered the storm and responded with some low blows. Jackson, being Jackson, didn't do clinches. He'd rather be the apex predator. But maybe a little clinching wouldn't have hurt. At least his ego. The stoppage seemed premature. Jackson was still standing, and with his power, he deserved a fair shake. McCallum might have won anyway, but it's like stopping a rocket launch because the countdown clock is too fast. Jose Badillo was a late substitute. He was a southpaw and ranked #1 with one of the sanctioning bodies.
Starting well with that jab, very relaxed, and he's just pumping it out and it's landing every time.
And indulging in a wee bit of showboating as well.
I think this is the best performance of the Prince's career. There was a lot of showboating in this fight.
The gears, Ian,
he's picking the punches excellently.
The Prince uses it as a form of psychological warfare. In the 5th round, there was a classic moment where the Prince was dancing and punching at the same time.
Now look at this. I think he's trying to do all this for the Sheffield fans. He's playing to the audience, trying to taunt poor Padillo, who's taking all this. Once or twice in the past, Hamed has taken some stick for trying to humiliate his opponents in the ring.
I thought Badillo just didn't have the speed to keep up, and after he got hurt in the 7th round, the corner pulled him out.
By that, then a right, blood coming from his nose. This could be the finish now. They want to stop it. Badillo's corner want to stop it. They've rescued him. They don't want him to take any more of this. Well, this was something really from the dance floor, wasn't it?
The crowd reacted to it. They enjoyed it, and he played a little bit more for them.
He's aggressive.
That was a tremendous body shot.
that got the attention of Yogi Buchanan.
The liver shots Chavez delivered against Buchanan were so brutal, they should have come with a warning label.
Chavez has got him in trouble already. Julio Cesar Chavez, he had Buchanan. Oh, that uppercut straight in the head of Buchanan.
Just listen to the sound of those punches.
I think that's unavoidable. Buchanan, digging left hand just at the belt line. Round is over.
They could make a grown man whimper.
Oh, what a right hand, and that hurt Buchanan badly.
Buchanan was tough, but by the third round, he'd had enough.
With punches like that right hand, then the left hook. And that's the end of it. That's all he wants. Buchanan said, that's all I want. That's it. He's a killer. Julio Cesar.
Chavez landed a few more punches after Buchanan signaled he was done, proving once again that boxing is the sport where no mercy is the official motto.
Rise again it does. 1938. Joe Louis, who mean will become heavyweight king by dethroning Braddock, again meets the man who conquered him. But this time Smelling faces a different Louis, a world champion at his feet. Cool, keen, and deadly.
Max was a crafty fighter who used a cross-arm defense at times. Joe Louis was just a monster in this fight. He'd been beaten by Max in their first fight and came well prepared for the rematch.
Louis lets them off the habit. The champ starts hitting his opponent with everything but the chin swing. And if you ask Smelling right now, he'll probably tell you the Brown Bomber's walloping him with the sink as well.
What a right hand! Joe shows no mercy and pummels Max to the canvas. This fight was all about Joe Louis's devastating right hand. If boxing had a most powerful punch award, Joe would be the reigning champion. His hands are very fast and he's carrying dynamite in each one.
Knockout, and still the first round. In just 1 minute and 39 seconds, Joe Louis is Fletcher's most formidable foe. The Brown Bomber remains the monarch of all his amazing.
Rhodes, of course, due to fight the German Bert Schenk, who pulled out on Monday with a back injury, and you do have to feel sorry for him in all the politicking this week that he's been stripped of his title, but that, for the moment, is another matter. Rhodes there just seemed to be shaken up a little, went backwards, and he's got caught here with some punches, and he's a foot down! He was shaken up by one punch, and then the combinations have got Ryan Rhodes in desperate trouble in this first round. And first blood to Jason Matthews. Can Rhodes take this? He's caught again, he's all over the place, his eyes are swimming. He might not get through this round. The bell comes and it couldn't come quick enough for Ryan Rhodes, who was badly at sea there.
I thought that all started with the counter uppercut of Matthews. He managed to catch Rhodes off guard with a punch that was as surprising as it was effective. Rhodes has an upright style and relies on head movement for defense. Notice how he's at so much risk here when he's hurt.
And gets through that big hooking right hand. 2, 3 clubbing punches, and Rhodes' defences are down and sinks to the canvas.
Well, Matthews could be on the verge here of a sensational win. This is incredible stuff, really. Great right crosses from him.
Notice that Matthews comes out like a shark who smells blood in the water. I thought that Rhodes' chin was uncomfortably up in the air when he was throwing, and it was just a matter of time before he got bulged to the canvas.
Told by his corner, go out there and put him under pressure. There's blood now from Rhodes' nose, and he's caught by another right hand. And he's looking at a nightmare here, Ryan Rhodes. I don't think he's going to make it. He's going to be counted out, the towel's thrown in anyway. It is over, and Jason Matthews from nowhere has become the WBO's middleweight champion, and that certainly was not in the script.
It really feels like Rhodes is asking for a delivery of one large right hand to the chin. It was a bit like someone holding a sign saying, "Hit me right here, on the chin," and Matthews was more than happy to oblige.
Yeah, that was maybe a big mistake, and there a big right hand from Matthews.
Well, he does have that hands down defense based on reflexes, Ryan Rhodes, and it left him, I'm afraid, as a bit of an open target here when he stood there and tried to trade with Matthews, who already showed his power in the first round.
Well, it was a mistake. He did catch Matthews with a punch there, He obviously felt the danger and felt he had to fight back. There's the decent punch from Rhodes, and Matthew comes storming back, takes that in one big right hand.
Well, it's a sensational result, and I know Jason Matthews takes some of his advice from Michael Watson, who used to train in that Crown and Manor gym where Matthews did a lot of his amateur work, and I know he'll be delighted with this result as well tonight.
Robinson's fight against Graziano was a classic war of styles.
You see those flashing fists and that beautiful timing. But again, Robinson has to back up before Graziano.
Graziano's thunderous power met Robinson's slick combination punching.
And Ray goes down. It's an official knockdown.
Robinson's left hook was a weapon of choice, but Graziano's right hand made him take a step back. Despite being dropped by a big swing from Graziano, Robinson's counterattack was a masterpiece, making the fight look like a finely choreographed ballet. If ballet involved a lot of punches,
Graziano has scored the first knockdown. And there goes his mouthpiece, and Graziano hits the canvas. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ray Robinson retains the middleweight championship of the world. Graziano is still trying to kick some life into his legs and some spark into his numbing senses.
Junior lightweight champion of the world is here from Uganda, now living in England, Cornelius Bowe Edwards.
Roger Mayweather was an insane athlete. Look out for one of the most athletic combinations you've ever seen.
21-year-old in the black trunks, Roger Mayweather. Right hand, and Carlton Sparrow's knees buckled. Sparrow takes 2 more right hand and comes off the ropes and takes a third right hand.
They didn't call him the Black Mamba for nothing. Like the deadly snake, he was fast, unpredictable, and when he struck, like with this combination, it was over before you even knew what hit you.
Well, it was the right hand. Jesse Reed lifts Roger Mayweather aloft, and he's a happy young man, and it was the right hand that had hurt him all night, and it landed again, and this one just stunned Carlton Sparrow, who is still a little bit wobbly. When we take a look at that replay, you'll see the right hands that hurt Sparrow.
There's no doubt that Roger had a mean streak in the ring. He follows up here with some of the most vicious right hands you've ever seen. These weren't just punches, they were like guided missiles with bad intentions, and they always seemed to find their target. The last one stiffened up the opponent. It was like the kind of power that made you want to say, I'm just here to watch. Please don't make eye contact with me.
On his side, could not continue. 6 right hands, 5 of them really thunderous. Well, here we'll see both the power and the hand speed of Mayweather, and he's got both. And I'll tell you, Cornelius Bowe Edwards may be looking at this and saying, somewhere down the road, I may be facing the Roger Mayweather. Carlton Sparrow certainly got his fill of Mayweather tonight. Tremendous hand speed and great power by Mayweather. Remember, Roger Mayweather, a 130-pounder, but this is a rangy guy, 21 years old with lightning in his fists. And that last right hand really closed the show on Carlton Sparrow. Now let's go to the ring for the official time.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Richard Green stops the bout at 2 minutes 43 seconds of the 4th round. The winner, and still undefeated, Roger Mayweather.
Roger Mayweather wins the Battle of Las Vegas from his rival, Carlton Two-Gun Sparrow.
Fought. The answer, no.
Dan Murphy stepped into the ring with Lennox Lewis and immediately regretted it.
Don't forget, in the pros way, good body shots. Boom, little bold double.
Murphy took a hiding that would have made his ancestors wince. Lewis's right hands were so vicious that Murphy was probably seeing his life flash before his eyes between punches. To Murphy's credit, he hung in there, but the longer the fight went, the more uncomfortable it got to watch. The fight ended with Murphy taking a beating so comprehensive, it should have come with a disclaimer. Don't try this at home.
Referee has stopped. Which is, I think Lennox is happy with that, and so is his camp.
Lennox Lewis presented with a large bouquet.
This fight was over very quickly.
Last fight, 1:44, and this one may not go a whole minute.
and really battle is trying to stop things.
I don't mind the stoppage because Powell was out on his feet and not defending himself. Hopkins really came out fast in this one.
I'm the man in the middleweight division to reckon with. Now, of course, a guy can get hurt out there. And we know, like Tyson, who can hurt guys. And I say I'm a counter with a straight right hand. And if he goes back, I say I'm going to throw 2 left shots to the body. You see, now watch the body shots. I didn't go right for his head. I threw 2 body shots. 1, 2.
That's the type of thing that the old fighters used to do. The Sugar Ray Robinsons, the Jake LaMottas, went right downstairs.
At 35, Kirtland Lang wasn't ready to hang up the gloves just yet. He went after the European title against Fernandez, trying to get his career back on track and snag another world title shot. If you've seen my previous videos, you know Lang had one of the most unique styles out there. Hand so low, it's like he was daring his opponents to try something. This was basically Lang's last roll of the dice.
That's a good right hand. And the champion is on the floor and his legs are all over the place. He can't stand up straight. He's on his feet, but the legs have gone. Will the referee let him continue? It's a very slow count by the look of things. And Lang now has his chance. He's got him going. It's all over. It's all over. The gum shield's out of the Frenchman's mouth. He's sprawled face down. He'll never beat this count. Gone. The legs are totally gone. They can't let him go on, surely. All over. Second round. And Kirtland Lang, who is pushing 36 years, has won the European title at last. And now knows that anything is possible.
And this final combination, absolutely brutal.
He was standing off all the time, teasing the Frenchman, but he does have fast hands, and that was the rocking right-hand punch. And he went face down. That was the second knockdown.
I thought that the right hand for the first knockdown was such a slick counter.
That was the one. What a stunning right hand that was. Jolted right through to the chin. And he did well.
Lang's accuracy was on fire as he landed clean power shots on the poor Frenchman, who probably wished he was anywhere else. Once again, it was a masterclass from Lang in how to make his unconventional style look downright deadly.
He counted him out on his feet.
Yeah, well, I usually size him up high, right? Size him up, you know, and always is a single shot that does it. Single shot, clean one.
Right. Did you think you had him at that point?
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
he did well to survive that. This is the second knockdown.
Well, the referee was really lenient with him, man. Hey, look, I could have let off accumulation of punches there. 1, 2, 3, 4, but no, just another one. But I didn't realize I was punching so hard. You know, my trainer saying I'm on the hardest punching welterweight going. I must realize and start believing it.
Well, these are 2 giants of the ring. Bruno, 16 stone and half a pound, and having to concede 20 pounds, a stone and 6 pounds to the Swedish giant, who comes in at 17 stone 6 and a half. Anders Eklund, the champion.
Bruno fought for the European title against Anders Eklund. Bruno's sharp jab dominated the fight like a maestro conducting an orchestra.
From Stefan Tangstad of Norway. That was in March. Bruno's gone straight into the attack with the big bombing blows. He's given the big man from Sweden a taste of what's coming, and he's already beginning to look very shaky. Bruno certainly moving around the ring quite neatly, and Bruno at the moment catching him with everything, including good left jabs. He's got him with the right. That was the first really big one that connected, and Eklund hangs on for dear life. He almost went, and the legs have gone.
As the crowd chanted his name, Bruno opened up with a right hand that hurt Eklund badly.
But the giant is hanging on inside. Oh, and the bell has come not a moment too soon for Eklund. Oh, another 30 seconds and it might have been all over. Let's have another look. The first time Bruno had really caught up with him with the right, Look at that. Came chopping in over the top, and suddenly Eklund, another one all over the place. Didn't know where to go. A sample of what Bruno can do to men. That wasn't the one that really did the damage. That was the one. It caught him lower down on the jaw.
Comes out. Round 4.
And this crowd sensing that Bruno could be on the edge of victory here. He's got him again with the right, and a second one, and he's down. Right at the start of the 4th round, 10 seconds in. Is he going to beat the count? I don't think he is. He's not coming up, and Bruno is the European champion, and he's made his mark in the world.
Bruno jumped on Eklund at the start of the next round and got the finish. Eklund couldn't handle those cuffing inside shots, and Bruno became the European champion.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, Eklund, having been counted out after 20 seconds of round 4, the winner and new heavyweight champion of Europe is Frank Bruno.
I was trying to set him up, jab him, because he knew the jab was coming all the time. But I wanted to sneak it over the top. I did sneak over the top, but he's a craftsman, you know. He tries to hold and grab you like an octopus, you know, like you can see there. But I just wanted to destroy him. But
you didn't let him go. Once you had him going, you didn't let him go.
Right, Harry.
David Haye's first fight at heavyweight was a complete blowout.
It's been a key weapon. Right hand. Down goes Bunyan in the opener. Well, there's the power, and it's carried to heavyweight. What a start for David Haye.
And did you see how relaxed he was?
Haye's speed was too much for his opponent as he was able to land clean right hands from range.
Start from Haye.
The opponent simply couldn't handle the speed and was blitzed around the ring.
He's right on, so right hand. Bunyan goes down. Haye wants to go in. Ian John Lewis takes up the count for the second time in the round, and it could be all over.
He just wants to settle down here.
Uppercut. Haye flying in with the punches, left hand. Ian John Lewis is going to go in. It's a dramatic beginning to David Haye's heavyweight career.
People may criticize Haye for some things, but you cannot criticize his speed and power.
How come the jab followed by the right hand? Did you look how relaxed he is? He didn't wind these punches up. This is the full-blown heavyweight. The jab, he was knocked slightly off balance before the right hand came in. Beautiful punch, bang on the chin. Now that was a finisher. That could have finished an awful lot of heavyweights.
They were absolutely top-notch attributes.
You can see he's down, he's hurt, he's shaken, but he got back up again, trying to get himself into the fight, but just could not cope with the speed and obviously the power of David Haye. Look at the accuracy, just doing as he pleases. I don't think he could believe how much time he had.
What a night for David D. Haye and his fans here at Wembley.
That's heavyweight champion Joe Frazier, standing in his corner waiting to be introduced.
Frazier defended his title against light heavyweight champ Bob Foster on a Wednesday night in Detroit.
Frazier always moving in on world light heavyweight champion Bob Foster.
Foster was in his prime and unbeaten in the last 5 years. He was coming off a streak of 13 knockouts and was known as a fearsome puncher. To this day, he is considered the biggest puncher in light heavyweight history. Bob was 6'4" with a huge reach. I think he might have done well at heavyweight, but he just came up against Joe in his absolute prime. It was like trying to play chess against a grandmaster when you're still figuring out checkers. I think this is one of Frazier's most brutal knockouts and arguably his best performance. Not his best win, of course, but a top performance where he was truly in his prime. From the outset, Frazier's power shocked Bob. Bob was in constant retreat, and Frazier's jabs, head movement, and lead hooks were all on point.
And Foster is hit with a paralyzing left hook. Frazier goes to a neutral corner as the referee picks up the count. Bob is hurt. Foster courageously gets to his feet. A dynamite left hook, and Bob Foster goes down again. The referee picks up the count.
The knockout was so brutal, it could have been used as a warning label on a boxing glove. In his prime, Joe was the ultimate fighting machine, truly one of the greatest of all time. Perhaps the best. I don't feel totally comfortable picking anyone to beat him. It's like trying to name a better pizza place than your favorite. You might try, but deep down, you know nothing beats the original.
A dynamite left to the jaw, and Foster goes down for the second time, which ends Bob Foster's bid for the World Heavyweight Championship.
All his wins are by knockout. From the Motor City of Detroit, here is Gerald McClellan.
Gerald McClellan. Y acostumbra, Tony, tiene Gerald McClellan, el de planta, una media lona, y esto es temprano en el combate. Vamos a ver si paciencia.
McClellan's knockout of James Williamson was a body shot masterpiece.
Sur les épaules de Chavez. Il est passé par-dessus. Oh, il passe par-dessus.
Williamson folded like a cheap lawn chair after a perfectly timed left hook.
J'ai jamais vu ça. Il lui passe par-dessus. Oh, il lui met la main sur la tête. Il passe par-dessus. Il est passé par-dessus. Il fait saute mouton, mais le mec est complètement debout. Hein. Il se penche pas. Hein. Impressionnant. Oh,
It's the kind of punch that makes you question your life choices and wish you'd stayed in bed.
Mundial a 12 asaltos. Dennis Andrews de Inglaterra es campeón mundial enfrentándose al brasileño.
This might be my favorite Roy Jones fight, mainly because of his left hook. Watch how Roy feints the jab and then comes up top with the left hook. It's like watching a magician pull a rabbit out of a hat. It's just beautiful.
You got to climb a mountain one hand at a time.
That's it, one punch at a time.
It was before the bell. It was before the bell.
6, 7.
Thornton gets up easily.
All right, Tony.
To beat the 8 count. And now that's the end of round number 3.
Round's over.
It cannot be saved by the bell.
The
he was saved because he got up at the count of 8. His reflexes and power like this are rare to see. It's like seeing a combination ballet dancer and bouncer.
What a punch.
Tony had gone the distance with James Toney, Chris Eubank, and Steve Collins, but Roy destroyed him like a wrecking ball through a sandcastle.
Round 2, I should say. Thornton in trouble. Can't punch back.
Come on, Tony, gotta fire. Gotta fire, Tony. Gotta fire. That's it. That's it. That's it.
That'll do it.
All right, Tony. All right, brother. Too much.
His shoulder hurt.
Too much.
The referee did him a good favor.
Pointed to his left.
When you're facing this kind of hand speed, there's nowhere to hide. Tony was too scared to lower his guard or throw a punch because he knew he'd get hit with a 5-punch combo before he could blink.
An opponent who had never previously been knocked out in a 44-fight professional career.
And that looked like about a 44-punch combination.
It's the big moment for Rocky Marciano and Harry Kid Matthews. The winner of this fight will meet heavyweight champion Joe Walcott in September.
Marciano's bout against Harry Matthews was a unique display of power.
And he can hit with dynamite effect.
His bent stance made him look like he was trying to invent a new dance move.
Matthews' strategy is to box Marciano, keep him at a distance.
Every hook was so powerful, it could have come with a warning label.
Matthews is down. 2 lightning-fast left hooks. He's badly hurt. He can't make it. See Marciano's terrific punching power in slow motion in just a moment. Marciano lunges with a left jab, then hooks, and hooks again, and Matthews is knocked to the canvas. Marciano helps Matthews to his feet. Rocky wants to be sure Matthews is all right. Rocky Marciano, the winner by a clean knockout in 2 minutes, 4 seconds of the second.
Matthews got the full Marciano experience.
I didn't even know you were
chess player. Oh, superb. Just missed with that long right hand. Less than 30 seconds ago. Right to the chin of Elizondo.
Arguello set up a perfect right hand there. Watch out for his trademark Bolo uppercut to the body.
He's standing up at this point. He's hurt, though, Tim. He's hurt, but he was able to get up. That was a tremendous punch. And down he goes again, and that might be the finish. Short left of the body appeared to be the problem there, and he spits out his mouthpiece. Elizondo getting the count from referee Joey Curtis. But he is hurt. It was a body punch, and that's it. He cannot continue.
When I think of classy textbook fighters, Arguello is the first guy that comes to mind.
World Championship, 17 fights in a row. He has defended a title. This time, the lightweight crown of the WBC for the second time. It occurs here in the 7th round.
Now, when you don't have a knockout punch, as Tavera does not, and this heavy-handed guy is nailing you, it's a very lonely place to be in that ring right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a clash of heads there. It sometimes does happen with lefties and righties, but Tavera really has to come up with some ideas, so he's not going to last too long if he continues to fight at this pace, which is no pace at all. He tries there a right hand.
Kind of gives you the idea how fear comes in for guys when they realize they're overmatched. And down he goes from the shots that have been getting him throughout this contest.
Liver shot.
7, 8.
Body punching specialist Errol Spence set up this right to the body behind a nice jab. The opponent is tough, but when you're being dropped this hard by a body shot in the first round, the writing is on the wall.
Up top is right now Tavera is trying to protect his body. He's still hurt to the body.
And he leaves himself wide open up top.
And that's a good stoppage. This guy's got devastating power, speed. He's the goods. He looked like the goods again tonight.
You want to make sure as the referee you stop it. Even 1 or 2 punches too late to the ribs can break a rib, can get a guy out of action for months at a time.
Foreman quickly gained a fearsome reputation. His stare-downs were so intimidating, you'd think he was auditioning for a role as a villain in a superhero movie. In one fight, Bob Hazelton looked like he was facing a real-life monster movie.
Well, brilliant, but the minute to produce a Jet 40, not so. This is George Foreman. He has a marvelous left.
Foreman came out swinging like he was auditioning for a demolition derby, and Hazelton was simply outmatched.
Hazelton was hurt a little bit with the first left to the upper chest. There, he was hurt with that right to the midsection, as you saw. He's in trouble right now, immediately.
Foreman's jab even scored a knockdown, which is as rare as finding a unicorn in your backyard. At the same time, George was training with Sonny Liston, so his jab was developing a bite to match his roar.
Hardly an inspiring opponent. There, 1 minute, 26 seconds of the first round. By knockout, George Foreman. George, stay up there. George, wait up there.
If you watched any of our previous videos, you know that Errol Spence has a great killer instinct, and he finishes the opponent off clinically. I really enjoy seeing Errol Spence go to work. Listen to the impact of the punches.
Spence hasn't thrown a punch in like 20 seconds. This is the equivalent of a 30-second timeout. Right. And here he comes. Here comes the barrage. Robert Byrd stepping in. He's getting closer. I don't know what more Robert Byrd needs to see. Oh, this is it. And finally, he's seen enough.
In the early stages of his career, Spence looked like a locomotive as he blasted through his opponents like this.
Oh, that left uppercut.
Oh, no, hold it. Let him out. Let him out. Step back.
One of the things I love about Nelson is how audacious he was.
Left hand to the head by Nelson, and that staggered Mitchell. In trouble. Here in the 5th round.
5, 6,
Gets 7, to his feet. He is still
8.
wobbly.
He was always so extremely confident in his abilities. If he didn't respect your strength and power, he'd just walk you down and gleefully chop you up.
Right towards Nelson. When you're hurt, you should be walking away. And it's over. Larry Hazard has stopped the fight.
That's what I think happened in this fight. Mitchell was really outclassed.
A
right hand, well, it wasn't as wild as I thought. It was a pretty good right hand. Down goes Mitchell, and
right hand to change the entire fight around. And there it is, Tim, right on the button. It wasn't as awkward a punch as you thought it was.
No, that's right. No, seeing it on the replay, it was a better punch than I thought when we saw it live. And then, of course,
the head movement of Rosario was one of his best attributes.
First round action from San Juan. Good right followed by a flicking left, and another good right landed by Rosario. And Rosario puts the pressure on a right to the side of the head, and a left got in, and down goes Elizondo. So out of nowhere.
He created nice angles off it there, and it only took one right hand to seriously hurt the opponent.
As Davy Pearl looks into his eyes, and the round resumes with about a minute and 10 seconds left in the first round, and Elizondo in immediate trouble again. A right, down he goes for the second time in the round, and that's it. Davy Pearl has stopped this fight 2 minutes into the first round.
A killer like Rosario usually always ends the fight once his opponent has been hurt. If you've watched any of my previous compilation videos, you know that I consider him to be the best puncher at 135 pounds in boxing history.
Down at this point, on his home turf as Edwin Rosario, 21 years old, retains his WBC lightweight championship. Now,
Joe gets criticized for his footwork at times, but he can move fast if he wants to. He's just very economical with his footwork, like a well-oiled machine that only moves when absolutely necessary.
The fight is all over according to referee Kavanaugh, but Godoy has other ideas.
The opponent has been punched so hard that I think he's actually gone insane for a moment. He's just running on instinct. Meanwhile, the heavyweight king is relaxed in his corner, probably thinking about what's for dinner.
Making his professional debut, Prince Nazim Hamed.
Hamed's debut was a real eye-opener. The Prince is left-handed, but his style is all about switch hitting, like a boxer with a split personality.
His first two professional fights inside the distance.
He takes a right hand here, but don't worry, his defense is basically just reflexes and prayers. Hamed doesn't defend punches the traditional way. He pulls away from them with his chin in the air, which is a bit like playing chicken with a speeding train. Most boxers would call this a terrible mistake, but Naz, he calls it a strategy.
Enough. These rounds are 3-minute and not 2-minute duration.
There's that right hand again. That may take a little bit of flamboyance away from Nassim.
Well, I hope so, for his sake.
Notice how often Hamed changes his stance here, like he's trying to decide which leg is his favorite. He started orthodox, then switches to southpaw to score the knockdown. Classic Naz, can't decide on anything, not even which hand to punch you with.
Your pro career. Let's take a look at the right that decked Ricky Beard briefly.
That's the right hand Ricky Beard landed on Nassim, looking to unload with shots of his own, and he does them with such great speed. There you see the accuracy, two booming shots from Ricky.
And listen for the impact of his punch.
Good shot.
Body shot.
It's the sound of Hamed announcing his arrival in the boxing world, in case his entrance wasn't loud enough.
And that's all over.
The crowd went wild for his post-fight celebrations. Honestly, you'd think he just won a dance-off instead of a boxing match.
A delighted young man doing his flips for all to see.
I shall reserve judgment on this young man, but he is not a bad little kid.
Sean Norman didn't see the Prince's left hand coming, which is fair because it was moving faster than gossip in a small town. In the second round, the Prince showed off his agility, pummeling Norman around the ring like a cat toying with a very confused mouse.
The gap was very small.
Most fighters are humble after their debut, but not the Prince. Confidence is one of the things he's never been short of.
He's a real showman.
He's got energy to burn, hasn't he?
Point in front.
In his first world title challenge, Ike put up a devastating performance against the champion.
Oh, goodness me. Oh, no, it's all over. Well, Espada almost out of the ropes there. He got tagged with a lovely right hand, and Quarty went for the follow-up. So, great moment there for Quarty. Can he repeat it? Is Espada over that? He's not. He's still in trouble. So, Crisanto Espada getting hurt now. The towels come in for Barney Eastwood as Espada collapses to the floor. So we've got a new WBA welterweight champion.
The champ was out on his feet there for a second, and Ike threw non-stop punches, including this brutal right hand, which ended the fight and had the opponent on the canvas for several minutes. Ike was an elite fighter, and he would go on to have some mega fights.
And the birth of a new era in the WBA welterweight championship division. And up until that point, it looked perfectly feasible that this one could have gone the whole way. But suddenly, rocking punches there, and poor Espada heading south. And when they fall like that, they rarely get up and continue. And the towel hit the floor at the same time as Espada. He got hit and hurt. Well, there was only the rest of that 11th round and one more to go. But Espada has been dethroned.
On the nose of Pacienza. Left hand that sends Casey down in emphatic fashion.
One of the things I loved about Vinny was his willingness to mix it up. He was ahead on the cards here, but he still went for the knockout, and the left hook was a sweet shot. The opponent was flat on his back on the canvas, and I don't blame the referee for stopping it.
That this was not a wear down. This was a solid knockdown, and just to make sure, Vinny sprints in case he bounces once. He can hit him on a bounce. Here's another look. Look how solid that punch is. It's about as solid. It's a miracle he didn't drop right then. Of course, the reaction is immediately stay there. Get it done. Take it over, and of course, it was it. Victory.
In his fight against Zepeda, Lopez showcased counterpunching so smooth, it could have been a dance routine. His uppercuts and defense were flawless.
La división de más reciente creación. La izquierda y el volado de mano derecha están parando la pelea. Vamos a revivir los momentos finales de Ricardo López Nava y José Luis La Gringa Zepeda. La derecha volada.
After taking a right hand in the corner, Zepeda decided it was time to quit. A wise choice considering Lopez's technical superiority. One of the standout qualities of Riddick Bowe was his killer instinct when he had an opponent hurt. Bowe wasn't just good at finishing, he was an absolute master at it. When he smelled blood, he'd unleash such a variety of punches that trying to survive against him was like trying to dodge raindrops in a downpour. It just wasn't happening.
It's done. Earl Lewis still very, very shaky, and they need to really attend to him.
Take Earl, for example. He was practically done after the devastating left hook, and then Bowe sealed the deal with a brutal right hand that left no room for a comeback. The final punch was the kind of shot that makes you grateful to be watching from the comfort of your couch.
I like Paul Williams' temperament, where in talking to him, he said, look, I throw a lot of punches. I'm going to get hit sometimes. It's something that he accepts.
How do you handle a 6'1" welterweight with an 82-inch reach who throws over 100 punches around?
And lanky don't want to accept those risks because they can fight comfortably from the outside. Paul Williams is temperament.
Oh, big right hand from Williams, stuns Mitchell, and down he goes in the third round.
Let me tell you, that all started with an uppercut. He hit him with an uppercut first, and then he ended it.
6, 7.
So right hook, it looked, they put the finishing touches on it.
Okay, come on.
Williams was a guy who very few people wanted any part of when he was fighting at 147 pounds.
Here's another look at it. It's looked like he's seen him coming in, then he winded up with that uppercut. So he realizes that anytime Mitchell comes in, he's coming in low.
He was willing to fight anybody from 147 pounds to 160 pounds.
Oh, that's it.
Paul Williams wins a three-punch combination, and Mitchell goes down for the second time in the fight.
6, 7, 8.
Williams had an insane reach advantage over all of his opponents, and he could punch when he really wanted to.
Williams has definitely found his range.
Big right hand that landed flush to the jaw. Takes Mitchell down, and Mitchell takes Williams down in the process.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Mitchell complaining as if to say that's not a knockdown.
Mitchell just has no answer for the long-range combination punching of Williams here.
Paul Williams is an energetic, young, 25-year-old fighter who says, I'll take on anybody from 147 up to 168. I'm not so sure about that, but I tell you what, he's exciting to watch, no doubt. Paul Williams knocks down Chavez Mitchell for the 4th time in the fight, and this might be it.
It is it.
It took Mayweather 6 rounds. It took Paul Williams 4.
Vic Draculix stops the fight at the end of the 4th round.
This is a situation where, you know, he adjusted. He realizes that Chavez had to come in low.
Second knockdown, Max.
This is with real power he's now throwing these punches.
Sadly, Williams got paralyzed from the waist down just a week before he was scheduled to take on Canelo Alvarez in a massive fight.
All right, baby. Yeah, I love you, man. Anytime, man. Yeah. God, take the torch and run with it. Yes, sir. All right?
Smooth technician Orlando set up that body shot beautifully, and the sound of the punch was brutal.
Terrible crochet gauche au foie. Je peux vous dire que Ramos aura du mal, aura beaucoup de mal. Il souffre, il est arrêté, il est KO. Victoire d'Orlando. Canizales avait réussi une très belle démonstration jusque-là.
His placement of punches was outstanding.
Il avait travaillé depuis un moment. Il essayait de faire, voilà, c'est affreux. C'est affreux ce coup. Il est un petit peu haut encore. Mais...
And his variety and punching power equally impressive. In terms of technical prowess, Orlando is right up there, and this body shot is just a small example of the way he set up some of his punches perfectly. The great Lupe Pintor was also an exceptional body puncher. Pintor uses great footwork and feinting with his jab to set up this fight-ending body shot.
Pintor, of course, will.
Whoa! Is that a body shot? He's in bad shape. One-round knockout for Lupe Pintor, and it was a body shot. The crowd not too happy. They wanted more, but...
Well, he hit it with a body shot, Don. It was I don't even know, maybe it was a marginal body shot, but he went down from the blow of that punch, and down he went.
Well, Cleo Garcia evidently is in great pain. We have both doctors there, Dr. Bernard Schwartz and Dr. Michael DeLuca, working on him. He seems to be pointing to his stomach.
Pintor was just one of the guys I loved to watch. His savage body punching was a big part of why he was such a successful fighter.
Paralyzing type of punch. I'm not quite sure it was a left hook right to the pit of the stomach.
Here it is, Don, right there. The first of the punch right there. It was a body shot right below liver, Don. He was grimacing as if he had no blow. But the punch is right under the liver, and it caught him right in the right spot. And Pintor, of course, hits very hard.
Look at that structure. Look at that leverage.
But look at Martin come back flailing away. Good impressive.
This series of left hooks by Pintor is just sensational.
I don't think he'll get up this time, and he really wasn't hit as hard this time as previously.
It's rare to see a fighter get destroyed with a series of hooks from the same hand. Pintor just has great balance and keeps whipping the punch into the head and body until the opponent just falls to the canvas. I think Pintor is one of those fighters who should get a lot more respect than he does. He was top-notch.
You won't see much more of a stylist than this guy Pintor.
When Lennox Lewis faced Mike Weaver, he came out looking like he was on a mission from the gods of boxing.
The 6th-round super bantamweight. That was Rolando Uria, the loser. He is now 3-2.
Lewis's right hand had a reach so long that opponents thought they were safe, until they weren't.
Lewis, in fact, it is Lennox Lewis, rather than thinking about getting busy. Mike's. Lewis uses
Weaver learned that the hard way.
Staggering or hurting him, stunning him. Oh, incredibly strong right hand from Lennox Lewis. There's no question about it. Mike Weaver.
He probably thought he was out of range, but then boom, Lewis's right hand landed and Weaver was out of the fight.
Smith coming in, as I pointed out, with those knockouts, and he puts Hostetter down here in round 1. Hostetter struggling to get to his feet. Bobby Kimmons looks like he's going to count him out. He will, as he'll tumble over backwards into the ropes, and this one's over. So Hostetter taking the big punches of Alonzo Highsmith, and picking up a win here as he really wanted to fight some more, but you can tell that Hostetter is not ready for any more in this round, or any other round for that matter. Alonzo Highsmith very disappointed, but he's grimacing as if he might have hurt a hit.
Glenn Kelly made the long journey from Australia to Miami to fight prime Roy Jones.
Now Jones came close to showing us Jansen. Uppercut. He never knew where Jones was going to punch from. Jones is mixing up his attack so much. Overhand right hand to the rib. Now he created a leaping left uppercut.
Roy welcomed him with a brutal uppercut to the chin that dropped him faster than a bad habit.
Of where he was going to hold his hands defensively, Roy shot the left uppercut.
So, with routine success against Glenn Kelly of Australia. And down goes Kelly on a body shot.
Wicked body shot.
Kelly got folded up like an accordion after a body shot that made you wince just watching it.
We got somewhere else to go. Shorten your step up. Don't be so wide. All right, way to go. Give me some deep breath. Deep breath. Give me to it.
You know how to train. Trust me, he's tired of it. I shouldn't even tired. You know why you're not tired? You're going to push ourselves. If we can, that's what. When we walk out of the...
Here's the knockdown punch.
Perfect shot. It didn't even hit the belt line, hardly.
But the finish, that was just unbelievable.
The style of the opponent or whatever.
Shane Mosley learned that last Saturday night. Again, once again, third knockdown of the night.
Who never saw it.
You know, that's pretty amazing because between rounds, Alton Merkerson, Roy Jones' hand-picked trainer from Pensacola, asked him to go ahead and get the knockout and said, we've got somewhere else to go. I don't know where else they have to go, but they can go now.
Roy put his arms behind his back, then knocked Kelly out with a punch he didn't even see coming. There aren't enough words in the dictionary to describe this level of talent.
Because he wasn't that aggressive. But once he started coming in and committed himself, Roy just took advantage of him, caught him with a nice counter punch.
Well, Roy found the trick for knocking him out. He put his hands behind his back.
He said, come on. You can't get any better than us. I hope the young fighters out here don't start trying to do that.
Shane Mosley, the undisputed king of the lightweight division, made a bold move when he jumped up 2 weight classes to challenge Wilfredo Rivera in the welterweight division. At the time, there were plenty of questions surrounding this decision. Chief among them, whether Mosley could carry his notorious power up to 147 pounds. The answer came swiftly and brutally in the ring.
Finally, the blood begins to flow. there's the big... Down goes Rivera on a left uppercut.
That's something.
He's down. He's down.
He got it. No other welterweight has been able to do that to Rivera. All those big shots all night long finally paid off. Plus, he went out like a champion to do that.
31 knockouts in 33 fights and a sensational 10th round from Shane Mosley.
Mosley's hand speed was almost unfair, with punches coming from every angle as if he had more than 2 arms in the ring. But it wasn't just the speed that made Mosley so dangerous. It was the sheer ferocity of his attacks. His brutal body shots were like wrecking balls, visibly breaking Rivera down with every thudding blow. As the fight progressed, it became clear that Mosley's power had indeed made the trip to welterweight with him. He closed the show in style, delivering a perfectly timed counter right hand, followed by a devastating left uppercut that sealed the deal. Rivera had no answer for Mosley's relentless assault, and the fight was over. In his prime, Shane Mosley was a serious force, a fighter whose combination of speed, power, and skill made him one of the most dangerous opponents in the ring.
And I proved that I have welterweight hitting power tonight.
Oh, there's another big left. He's hitting with just about everything, and a right this time. And the punches are really coming in the 5th, and now Sid Nathan has decided that that will do. And that's a good victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is Julian Jackson.
Mike McCollum vacated his 154-pound title, and Jackson took on Inchul Beck for the vacant title. Korean fighters usually have sturdy chins, but Beck's chin met Jackson's power, and it was like hitting a wall with a wrecking ball.
And there he nails Beck, and now will he try to finish him off? Julian realizes that his knees buckled, and he's got Beck in a heap of trouble here. Julian should get back, get that left in his face, and try to nail him with one more good right hand. Don't give him the breather. There's the right hand again. Beck is ready to go. Julian moves in. Good right hand. Vicious left hook. Another right. Put down, go. He won't get up. I don't think he can. But it looks like he will. All of a sudden, I thought he was out totally, and then he gets to his feet. Knockdown. In he comes for the kill. Mills will stop it. If he doesn't do something quick, that's it. This fight's all over. Mills Lane stops the fight before Beck gets hurt. Julian Jackson is the new WBA World Junior Middleweight Champion. Game 153.
Beck threw a lazy jab and got blasted.
He's got him in all kinds of trouble right here. As you can see, the legs are wobbly. He's ducking underneath punches. The mouth is open. He's ready to fall here. Flush shot with the right hand. He maintained his patience and set him up for these shots. Look at that left hook.
Jackson was now a world champion, and Beck might have wished he'd stayed home and watched TV instead.
And Mills Lane goes in.
Arroyo fighting with that patience that's characterized his style as it's... He's in trouble. Brown's in trouble.
Combination by Arroyo, and Hazard steps in, and he's called it. He says it's all over.
Earlier in the bout, a look at the combination. You see the referee Hazard checking it out. Arroyo making his move on Brown, landing repeatedly. Brown up against the ropes, and Hazard with the quick decision.
Buddy Bear versus Jack Doyle, and the battle's a thriller from the word go. Doyle, the widely heralded Irish thrush, is here seeking the heavyweight crown for his native land. Fighting Bob Fitzsimmons as the own man from the British Isles.
Buddy Bear had some classic fights with Joe Louis. We'll cover those in a future video. In this fight, he folded Jack up with that body shot.
The thrush like an accordion, but Doyle, again, they're sparring in the center of the ring. Jack is a little more cautious. He has a great arm's length.
Jack was a tough Irishman and showed heart by getting up.
Marquis of Queensberry, whose ethics rule the boxing world today, will have to look to somebody else other than Jack Doyle to bring home the bacon. A Again, Buddy Bear throws a stinging right, follows with another. And Doyle kisses the canvas. The referee waves Buddy to a neutral corner. And again, surprising perhaps even himself, Doyle comes back for more. Buddy drives him almost through the ropes, floors him again, this time for the count of 4. Buddy can't give him the knockout drops, but this Doyle is a sadly beaten boy.
Jose Ribalta, who had gone 10 rounds with a prime Mike Tyson, made fun of Bruno's eye surgery, which really ticked Frank off.
That's a good right hand, and the man's right above me, and he's almost coming out on top of me. And down goes Ribalta, and what are people going to say about that? Was that a bum opponent? Everybody said he was a good one. He's knocked out. Round 2, Bruno's won again. Now what are they going to say? The big punch of Bruno has absolutely rendered him unconscious, and I hope he's all right.
Bruno landed a perfect overhand right, and Ribalta was brutally knocked out.
The big man Bruno, who's done it again.
Bruno's knockout percentage was a whopping 95%. If he landed cleanly, it was lights out. He had serious power.
That came from way back, and he had no defense against it. And from this moment, he threatened to come toppling over the top rope, right above me. And I expected 6.5 feet of Cuban to land on me, but he landed inside the ropes.
I'm just glad
over what he said about your eye.
Yeah, I know people can go in the ring and do whatever they want to do, but when they start bringing the game into disrepute, you say it, Harry, it's a bit sad, but I'm glad it's all over.
Well, when you came into the ring, you looked a bit serious and a bit somber, and I thought you didn't like what he said and you were going to have your own back on him, and Harry, you did, didn't you?
Harry, it's a very serious game, boxing, mate. It's not like commentating.
You don't have to tell me, old son, I know.
But I'm maturing, Harry, getting a bit of more of a man. I'm 30 now. I'm not no grey hairs yet, but I'm maturing.
Got another 10 years in you yet?
I don't think so, Harry. I might have 10 years to use me Black and Decker, but that's about all I think.
Frank, well done tonight.
Thank you very much, and all your listeners. Take it easy, and viewers. Cheers.
Solid body blow there employed by Gatti, and then he goes upstairs. Nice combination.
Absolutely. Here he comes back with another left hook there. Tell you, those body shots just take the fight out of any individual.
Oh, a big left hook upstairs. Rock Korea. Another one.
Well, that young kid's got some great power.
Arturo Gatti's left hook was the star of the show in his fight against Korea, showcasing his power and precision.
Count of 8. Sam Barouette checks out those gloves. Still 18 seconds to go in the round.
It's true signs of a great fighter.
Here we go, Tom. Here's that flurry.
It seems to be going good low to the body, and he always follows it back coming to the head as well. There we go right there, and he stays busy on the inside.
That first knockdown came from a beautifully executed combination, a left hook to the body followed by a quick one to the head. The leverage Gatti managed to generate on that punch was impressive, demonstrating his ability to maximize power in a tight space.
Yes, it does. I mean, because he looks like a 30-year. He's like a very seasoned professional inside this ring.
Gatti goes to the body and gets another knockdown.
3, 4, 5,
that's why they call him Thunder.
7, 8.
I don't think so. That's it.
Great body shot.
Great body shot.
A KO in the third. 2:05 of the third round.
The second knockdown, a brutal left hook to the liver, hit Korea so hard it likely had him reconsidering his plans for the rest of the evening. Gatti knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he did it with the precision of a master craftsman, except this craft involved delivering pain, not creating fine furniture. By the end of the fight, Gatti's left hook had practically stolen the show, deserving its own standing ovation.
Two fighters, younger fighters I've seen in Montel Griffith and Arturo Gatti. So you cannot be methodical against these guys. You have to do something a little, as Tommy said, you have to do something a little bit different in order to survive against these fellas.
Harder than ever before. Another corkscrew right uppercut followed by a left hand, and Maynard in serious trouble. Here John Nurse is going to go in. It's over in probably 45 seconds, maybe a minute. It's over. Bobby Ramsey retains his British title in lightning style.
Young Andrew was an absolute beast in the ring. Just look at the way he brought the heat, throwing punches like he's in a Rocky movie.
Smith is now trying to gather himself. Galata goes in, trying to finish him off here in round number 1. Galata again with 6 of his 11 knockouts in the first round, and Smith is close to becoming another victim here. He's got plenty of time. Look at him digging those shots to the body.
Yeah, he's staying down on that body there, trying to freeze Smith, and Smith seems to be it seems clear-headed, but he was definitely hurt by that hook there earlier in the round.
Those brutal body shots mixed into his combinations could make a grown man weep. Andrew wasn't just a one-trick pony. He could operate at range and end up close, making him a nightmare for anyone in front of him. Watch as he lands those body shots with pinpoint accuracy, breaking his opponent down like he's tenderizing a steak.
Here in first round. Closing seconds of the first round is Smith in the corner, getting again pounded away here by Galata. Smith appears he'll survive the round, though, or will he? He's close to going down, and now he does go round. He cannot be seen by the bell here, as Toby Gibson will finish the count and make the determination if he will be able to continue or not. And they're going to toss in the towel. So the towel comes in as the count continues, and the fight is over. And for the 7th time in his career in 14 fights, Andrew Galata has finished off a first round with a knockout. And he does it as he puts away Andre Smith here early on in round number 1. So again, as Andre Smith looked like he might be able to survive the first round, not to be this afternoon.
Galata's balance and technique here are top-notch. This fight quickly turned into a beatdown, with Smith probably wondering if he should have stayed home and watched TV instead. By the end, it's clear Smith had more than his share of punishment for the evening.
Just with about 2 or 3 seconds to go, the count was going to begin, and the bell did sound. He did get up to his feet, but a towel came in. The count was concluded, and Toby Gibson officially called this fight a conclusion.
I don't want it, but southpaws. I like southpaws.
It's no problem for you?
No problem.
It's crucial to be defensively aware when throwing your jab, and Rob McDonald learned the hard way when he fought Martin.
Ripping of the ribs, and a huge shot on the top of the head, and Rob McDonald goes down 2nd time in the fight, and I'm not sure he'll get through this one. Once again he looks at the corner, referee Mark Green waves it off, sensible decision. That is 6 straight knockout wins for Martin Concepcion, and what an exciting professional prospect.
That right hand to the temple didn't just land, it took everything out of Rob, leaving him doing a mini dance in the ring before he finally went down. Rob was wide open when he threw that jab, like he completely forgot he was in a boxing match and thought he was shadow boxing. Martin didn't need an invitation. He just timed the overhand right perfectly. Honestly, it's like Rob sent him a postcard and said, "Hey, here's my face. Feel free to punch it." One bad jab, and Rob's doing the cha-cha before he knows what hit him.
It wasn't tuned up, it was one clean punch that has brought the ending, but you can see the way he's crawling around there. Time to call it a day, and thankfully the referee did that.
And this is natural power, even though it's early stages. What a good addition to the professional ranks. Martin Concepcion, unbeaten in 6. Knockout in the 2nd round.
Good combination. This is tit for tat. Oh, right hand! And down goes Dougherty with a fantastic right hand from Alfred Cody, and he's in trouble here. We've got 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the round, and Dougherty in big trouble. And Cody is just so cool. And oh, right hand again! Another right! And down goes Dougherty for the 2nd time. This is all over. Referee Weasel Fernandez will take a close look. Pat Clinton's into the ring. The fight is over. Well, let's have a look at this finish again.
There's the right hand. A good shot, and his legs were gone there, and he gets another one in right at the end. But I think the first one had done all the damage.
And the head bounced off the ropes as he went down, and really that 2nd right hand was only just a tap, really. The first right hand had done all the trouble.
First one again, he brought it from right back. He really loaded up with the power for that shot. There we see it again, just dips up with that uppercut and brings the right hand just when he's got the leverage, and then finishes off. Clinical finishing, a very good performance from Alfred Cody.
Chavez 80-0, 66 knockouts. The report is he was not happy. There goes the mouthpiece of Mitchell.
A sweet double left hook knocked Mitchell's mouthpiece out of orbit. Notice Chavez using his elbow to get Mitchell into position.
Using the double left hook, again, mouthpiece from flying out.
Chavez's head movement and punch setup was excellent, as if he were conducting an orchestra.
3 times, took off his shorts, took off his undershorts in front of a lot of people, and just barely made the weight.
Wants to jab and move 15,000 fans at El Torreo Stadium. You saw it here on Showtime. And Chavez will always come in. Willing to take shots, often has no regard for the punching power of an opponent.
After seeing Camacho taunting the Mexican fans before the 3rd round,
Hector Camacho asking what time is it? And of course the fans replied, Chavez time.
Chavez took his anger out on Mitchell like a bull in a china shop.
Right now, I think some of the left hooks to the body are really taking their toll on Mitchell.
Oh! And Mitchell is in deep trouble as he goes down for the count. Gets up at 5.
Still working him, still working him. There he goes. High up Chavez. It's the only way for him to get out and survive.
And like a shark sensing the finish, Chavez has him down for the 2nd time. 4, 5. Powerful blows to the body. Chavez has to get to the neutral corner.
He started yelling at Camacho, leaning over the ropes, and they're taunting each other right now in the middle of a fight. Again, he's back to the ropes. A devastating puncher, heavy-handed, and what a finisher. Accurate. He does it all. It's safe to say this fight is either over now or it will be in a few seconds.
He's up at 9, but it's over. Mills Lane waves it off. It's all over here in the 4th round.
That quick trigger right hand was just as important to Chavez as the left hook to the body.
Couldn't get up from this one.
Here we see it again, a perfect straight right hand right down the pipe, timed beautifully. Fight's over.
Chavez celebrated with his son Junior, who would grow up to become a world-class fighter himself.
Taking the ride, the victory lap around the ring with his dad.
Breland has gone 6 rounds 3 times in his career, winning his first 3 fights by decision. His last 3 victories at the knockout. Gwynn goes down. He cannot be saved by the bell. He is up, and the round is over.
We should tell about that mention about the can't be saved by the bell.
Mark Breland really made an impact here, folding Donald up like an accordion with a punishing Bowe uppercut. Donald did well to get up from that one. Lucky for him, it happened at the end of the round.
And a right uppercut that did it.
As I mentioned earlier, that's a dangerous punch for Breland. Steps back.
It was in the gut.
Right in the midsection.
Yeah. Right in the solar
Doubled
plexus.
him over.
In the next round, Breland was like a human tornado. Breland danced around the ring, turning Donald like he was auditioning for Dancing with the Stars, and then ripped into his body like he was unwrapping a particularly stubborn gift.
Flashiness that Sugar Ray Leonard showed. Breland is not that type of fighter. I don't think you'll ever see it. He's kind of methodical.
He's getting to him now.
He is. And landing from all angles. Oh, the body shot.
Another body shot has him down. It's the second body shot that put him down. The count is up to 4 or 5.
He's not getting up. It's all over. Joe Cortez stops the count. It's all over. Mark Breland has stopped Donald Gwynn in the 2nd round. Gwynn is still in considerable pain from the right to the body. He went down from a right to the body in the 1st round and again here in the 2nd.
I don't believe that he's hurt. He got hit in the stomach. A good shot right in the solar plexus. That's the 2nd time he got hit there. He seems to be all right. He's awake. He's talking. And he's complaining about his side, so he may have a broken rib.
Maybe the rib, John. Yeah. There were some shots by Breland to the body. Well, that's what his corner was yelling to him.
Well, we saw something we haven't seen. We saw Mark Breland knock a guy out with shots to the body.
He made Donald look like he was struggling to keep up with every move. His ability to manage the space between himself and his opponent allowed him to dictate the pace of the fight with remarkable precision.
There he goes.
There it is.
There it is.
Right on the rib.
Good flurry there.
And Gwynn is just trying to stay up. He's struggling to stay up.
And another one.
He's wincing now.
And a 3rd one. Those right uppercuts to the body. There were 3
that really were dug in there.
Look at it now from another angle.
You saw one. There's that left hook.
Every punch counts. He is not missing any punches. That's what I mean about the improvement of Mark Breland.
The two uppercuts, the shot coming from all angles with power, and upcoming is the third body shot. There it is.
Keep in mind that Gwynn is not an easy guy to fight. He's got an awkward style.
There's the fourth one. There's a fourth body shot that finally put him down. So Mark Breland with a successful return to the Felt Forum. And Joe Cortez stopping it. George Washington, Mark Breland with his back to you. There's Lou Duva. And Mark Breland now 7-0, 4 straight knockouts.
It took Donald several minutes to gather himself, illustrating the level of damage.
There is nothing wrong with Donald Gwynn. He's okay. He'll be up in a second. There he is. He may have a broken rib, but he is not really seriously